Unmute test. Mute test.
Crustacean King, digital screens, Canito Carquino's the name, a tidal wave of fame. He clicks and he clacks through internet stacks, a crowd with a cause, defying all laws. Canito Carquino's streaming tonight, burning so bright, burning so bright. Pokemon hacks, Yu-Gi-Oh attacks, GTA madness, MRPG madness. Holy crap, scuttles through digital rumbles. No sleep for the wicked. This crap is addicted. Canito Carquino's Crabman, streaming tonight, burning so bright. Canito Carquino's Crabman, streaming tonight, burning so bright. Burning so bright.
Clip it. Claws clicking on the mouse after midnight. Shell hard, but my heart soft in the neon light. Another stream, another scream, another late night. Got that digital sea legs walking upright. Sipping ain't easy when you're rocking chillin', but the dopamine be pumping hard to quit it. Crustacean clickbait. Yeah, that's my name. React to the flames, all for the fame. Level up your pay. Play the game. Crustacean clickbait. Ain't nothing to say. Pokemon rhyme hacks, yeah, I beat 'em all. From Lavender Town to Victory Road. Standing tall, emulator flow. Dropping dimes in the digital mall. Card game simulator, watch the metaphor. They say I'm down bad, crab with a screen, but I'm building an empire, digital machine. So let the haters hate, let them see them clean. I'll be counting my clam, living the dream.
How is it going, everyone? Hope things are going well for you guys. Alright. We're gonna begin with some dank pods. Threw out a couple of videos that haven't. Well, one of them is new, and the other one I haven't seen yet, so it's new to me. Okay, this is. Hold on, let me pour my soda. Okay. This is the $10 quote unquote smart glasses by Dank Pods. Let's dive on in.
This is honestly the only tech I like anymore. The new stuff's all dystopia, AI, whatever. Let's go slumming. I have hundreds of items on the way. This is the channel now. We all love a good bargain, even if you shouldn't get something for that cheap, and you know by going that cheap, it's not gonna be good. Audio sunglasses, just an issue having...
Yeah, I hate to say it, but in today's day and age, $10 isn't really gonna get you much of a quality product in most cases. I mean, you can still get some good things for $10, but just like the $10 price tag is something that should definitely at least give you a little bit of like leeriness.
Your tiny little speakers actually having to move through the air to your ear. It just sounds tinny and small. And the only time I got a real dazzle from stuff like this is the bone conducting stuff. That's not exactly hi-fi. I mean, Bose did a pretty good job trying to hide the chunk. It's just the problem is, you know, you can have like nice sunglasses and really good headphones for not that much more than this. Enter the...
I mean, yeah, in truth, you can get a decent pair of like wired buds for like $10, right? And a pair of decent sunglasses, like maybe $5.
$10 off AliExpress, and they arrived so quick. AliExpress is boom. Got, as I said, land waste piles of stuff coming for future vids, and a Wish is currently the worst by a lot, by far. Look at this, I got rid of the iPhone. It's a real camera. Oh my goodness, we can zoom in on the mess. What does that say? Ankreal? Ankreal. We'll see that on a billboard in Times Square. Smart glasses. How? How for the money? How? Open style audio experience. Like that automatically makes it cromulent. Hey, living rough is an open style living experience, and it sucks. Fit face. You think I'm fit, really? 5-hour endurance. That's not very good. Built-in cold microphone, can't wait to yell into that. And touch control. All these models are always 01. It's like they have one go at this and then dump it. Just Toledo sword my way in here. Oh, this is gonna be so good. I can't wait. Here, it's coming. Here we go. Any second now. Any second now. Get out. Look, it's trying. Get out. Get out. Oh, a sticker on the inside. Make sure both sides of the glasses are turned on. There's a left and right side. Is this just two singular devices in one? Press and hold the T button. I've never seen a T button. This is too advanced for me. Good. It's a roadmap. Read the manual before use. I'm trying. Let's get right in on this mess. Plug in the charging wire for charging at the first time after receiving the goods. Well, they're in there. We'll look at that in a second.
Yeah, it's always like a really rough translation into English.
Twin USB-C to A. This is the worst of these cables I've seen. Oh, discarded.
Wait. What in the two-headed Hydra? A USB-A to two USB-Cs?
cleaning rag. Works good. Look at the detail we can pull on the grit with this camera, huh? I don't feel like you're on an asteroid. You never knew you could get grit like this. I've been handling the Bose glasses for a little bit. You know, they got a weight to them that these do not. Bad bag, bud. That's a bad egg bag. It feels like the little bag they give you with a sleeping bag with this vain hope that you're going to get it back in there. Oh, man, they're quoting the T button again. What's a T button? Oh, those hinges are... There's something. Look at this. Like, they don't even...
Those are some stiff hinges.
These are much, much slimmer, but they're also, you can see there's way less speaker. Look at the chunk difference. These are the Boses on this side. If you couldn't tell, there's not a lot of guts in this, and it's got like 2 separate doors for the USBs. That's so
Oh god, it is. It's literally 2 different devices like connected together. Oh my god. Imagine having to like plug in. That's why it comes with a fucking double dragon goddamn USB-C thing, because you've got to connect 2 separate sides. Oh my god, that's bad.
So inconvenient. I mean, this kind of goes 2 ways. Bose gives you this like weird magnetic guy with that bonk, and it just...
Oh, I hate those. The headphones I'm using right now charge on those, and I had 2 sets, and then like about a week ago, one of them just broke. I don't know how, but like one of the metal prongs snapped off, and now it's fucking useless. And now I only have 1 set of charging cables for my headphones, and if that goes out, I'm cooked.
On there. That's nice. But if you lose this, you're effed. Whereas this is terrible. This is one of the worst I've seen. But you could use 2 separate chargers to doink this. Oh, they go in really nice. They go in with such confidence. Like, look, that's in there. I can't wait to start a fire. Oh, my hands have that chemical smell again. It's just bespoke to this stuff. Yeah? Oh my gosh. Like, oh, it just falls out straight.
And they fall out, so you might accidentally charge one to like 50% and one to like 75.
Away. They couldn't give you a smaller cable if they wanted to. There's blinking happening there. See the blinking? Is that double blinking? Uh-oh, there's no double blinking. Can we get blinking this side, please? We got double blinking. It's happening. I feel like I've lost my $10 already. I found the T button. Enhance. Oh, the charge. That's a T button. It's the touch button. Oh, we're still...
Oh, that's what it stands for.
Blinking even with the thing out. So the proof is that I actually do charge stuff when I get it. It's just boring, all right? We'll let that charge. Well, that's enough for this piece of crap. Oh, they are just so decadent. As glasses, they look fine. They're glasses. Actually, I'm putting them on my head. Chemical smell, though. I'm wearing the glasses. I'm doing it. I'm wearing them. And yeah, I can confirm. They fit large heads. My face smells like chemicals. All right, I think the only thing you can do is press the T button. Oh, no, you got to do it each side? Yes.
Yes.
It's the YJ01. It's here at last. Will it actually just sync to one thing? They're working. I'm hating music right now.
Wow, such a difference. Like this one has actually some, and that's actually pretty surprising. Well, I mean, they're made by Bose, which is one of the best audio companies out there. But it's pretty surprising that you have that much bass coming out from such tiny speakers. Whereas here you have nothing. It's as tinny as a tin can.
So the Bose ones don't sound amazing. There's basically no sub bass, none. If the song you like has sub bass in it, you're not gonna hear it. Like, shut up. You're literally gonna hear nothing where the sub bass is. And I'm here to report that these are so much worse. They're so much worse. They're literally just 2 dingle buds held apart from your face pointing at you. Those 2 were at maximum volume, by the way. Absolute maximum. When they were bragging about built-in microphone, I mean, can it be actually any better than the Bose ones?
Boys, one time, mate, I was trying to expand the wearable technology sector. It seems to be like a lot of...
You know, not gonna lie, For a Bluetooth microphone set, that doesn't sound too terrible.
growth happening there, mate. And I just had to think about what's something wearable that's high tech that I'd really want. And I've chosen to wear a croissant because I think it's pretty high tech how much butter you can fold into a bread product and then make it so deliciously crumbly that you get covered in it all the time, mate. And like the beautiful thing is that my wearable croissant has evolved into wearable pigeons, mate. Because I went into the city with my wearable croissant. I just put a croissant on my head, by the way. I don't have any clothes. I can't afford them. I bought this croissant. But now I'm covered in pigeons, and I'm pretty sure I have a parasite.
Like my wearable croissant that turned into wearable pigeon business
Oh my god, it does sound robotic. Holy crap.
is doing incredible, mate. On the back of this business and its successes, I've actually found myself not only a home to sleep in, but even a meal for the night and even a pair of pants. Mate, there's a bed, there's everything. Like, by engaging in this business and wearing pigeons thanks to wearable croissants, which is just a croissant on my head, mate, I'm officially in prison. I'm going to be dead honest, they are so similar. They are so close in microphone quality, which is to say they both suck. How dare you both? How dare you? Why? Why are Bluetooth mics so crap even on genuine things? You spend hundreds of dollars and it's still terrible. Don't tell me that's all these do. Are these smart glasses? Were they just like these cheap frames that stink of formaldehyde?
Yeah, and I feel like smart glasses is a very misleading label because those aren't smart glasses. Those are. It's literally like what I'm wearing, but polymerization in with a fucking pair of cheap sunglasses.
Two USB-C connectors where one doesn't work. Seriously, I'm gonna have to start wearing gloves for some of these videos because it must be poison entering my fingers. It must be more. Don't tell me that's all I get for $10.
That's all you get for $10.
No, that's it.
That's
what
it?
makes these things tick. Must mean there's literally nothing connecting these two. That's why they've done it, I guess. So you don't need a wire that bridges across. It's just two separate idiots. Idiot or not, here I come. Oh, what am I doing? There we go. Hey, look, they come off heaps easy. Oh, now they're true wireless. Hey, now you can just hold them to your head like this and you really dial it in. Isn't that nice? Oh.
Power off.
Oh, why? Wow, the battery life lasts ages. I gotta see, how small are these drivers? How tiny are the speakers in this thing? Can't wait to see the blinking. Oh!
By the way, yeah, when something advertises a grand total of 5 hours of battery, you should expect like maybe 3.5. That's usually about where you're gonna get. You know, I always try to knock a little bit of time off like the maximum battery because companies tend to. I don't want to say exaggerate, but like if they run a test and of 10 times running the device from 100% battery to empty, and one out of those 10 times it does 6 hours and the rest it does like 5 hours and 45 or 5 hours and a half, they're going to say it's got a 6 hour battery life, when really the factors that led to it actually lasting 6 hours might not be very replicatable.
Oh no! We'll give it the old bendy. Come on. Oh, there we are! The part that didn't actually have a screw in it. Look at the tiny little bat in there! That's an earbud
That is a really small battery.
speaker! Come on! The battery isn't secured in any way, but it's kind of
Just flopping around, huh?
Enhance! Wow. Let me have you. Oh, it's double-sided taped. That is actually worse than what you get in a stupid little dirty bud, and it's nowhere near your ear. No wonder it literally sounds like two tiny dirty buds held apart from your face. I'm sure this one will just let me in anyway. See, taking apart the screws, pointless. You just weeble wobble your way in. No screws needed. There we go. Amazing what they give you for $10, but it's still not good enough. it's terrible.
Oh yeah, it's not. Like it's still pretty insane that like Bluetooth anything is $10 now. But I mean, it just goes to show you like how, I don't want to say old the technology is because that's like a not a necessarily good term. established. Bluetooth is an established technology, you know? When Bluetooth first came out, Bluetooth devices were very expensive. It was sort of a niche market. And now we have, you know, I bought a pair of Bluetooth buds for like I think $6. They're okay. They do the job. They're not amazing, but if I get a couple of months of work out of them, then I'll consider them worth it. And I only really use them like on my days off when I'm going to the store and I don't want to lose my parking space. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna hoof it. Cause I know if I fucking drive off this block, I'm gonna come back and there's not gonna be any fucking parking spaces. I'm gonna have to park like a block and a half away. So I'm like, nah, fuck it, I'll just walk. And when I do walk, I like to listen to music. I mean, I also like to listen to music when I drive, but when I'm walking, I got my headphones on usually, and for whatever stupid reason, the pair of wired headphones I have that I used to use with my phone, they work, but they get goofy sometimes. And I had another pair that worked better, and I haven't seen them. They must be in some code or something, because like the last time I saw them was like in the middle of like the winter before last, and I must have like worn a different coat one day and just not remembered what pocket they were in or some shit. But so I was like, I'm just gonna spend like $6 for some Bluetooth buds and just hope they last long enough to at least allow me to save up the money for something somewhat better.
Why you'd ever want this. The most utility you get are the glasses. They're glasses. There's nothing wrong with them. Really isn't a dazzling format. When like the thing that they're bootlegging off isn't all that good. And I hope you found the new camera cromulent, and I hope you're looking forward to some serious landways. I mean, yeah, we're going to be having some serious fun. And that's it. Thank you so much for watching. Oh, huge thanks to these big stinky names right here. They're my biggest float planers, which is so cool of yours. Jumping in a float plane, it's like a little desert island. If all these other platforms go away, float plane remains. I'm eating snacks. I talk about stuff. There's a few music listening things, which I'm a bit behind on because I've been moving house and rebuilding the whole Dank Pod thing. Look at this, huh? We're here for a good stay. And you know what, mate? I'll see you all next time.
Ah, Scrunch. Frank's a donker's head. Why are you cramming yourself like this? You got the whole enclosure. There's paper towels down because the pooping happened again. Frank performed a cardinal sin. She pooped in a stinking house, her other one, her favorite one. In the near 10 years of Frank ownership, that has never happened. Unprecedented.
Hey, it's the after...
Ooh, okay. Got ourselves a little double. Okay. We got ourselves a little double feature. This is... Let's try that again. We got ourselves a little bit of a double feature. Really? Okay. We're going to try this one again, and if the hiccups keep going, we're just going to leave it in. Fuck it, we'll do it live. We got ourselves a little bit of a double feature. This is After Show, the Apple Bargain Bin by Dank Pods. Let's dive on in.
Hey, it's the after show. Thanks so much for supporting me. I know it's a bit of a cliche, all of us go, oh man, we're here because of you. It's effing true, right? You guys actually give me a reliable income. You know what Google's like with their projects. They can just pull the plug at any point and leg it. It's in their history to do so. But anyways, mate, I was in a Mac store. I saw they had a bargain bin. You bet I rifled through it as much as possible. And it had to be Destiny because they packed it in this Shrek green bag for me. And so let's see what treasures I've found. man. So first up, this accessory is actually for the iPad, but not just any iPad, the iPad, the OG
The iPad 1? The one I have a couple of?
#1. I got one of these bad boys. The screen is
Me too.
actually still like epic.
Oh, yeah. I don't know how many of these apps still run. And more importantly, run well. But if you have even a first gen iPad, like the very first one, and you just load some videos on that, I mean, you're good. Hell, I have an iPad that is just for adult material.
And you know, like for me, I had an iPhone 4 when I was just moving out of home, first time going into the city for jazz school of all things. And man, my iPhone 4 was just my console, my computer, my everything. So I actually use this as like a vintage iOS game console, because there's a lot of games that just don't exist or they're not supported for the newest like iOS and whatnot. And so I've got this little safe haven of, you know, Super Stick Golf, the first one, Paper Toss. Oh yeah, man. But yes, very warm to this. And even last year, working as a teacher, like students would bring their iPads into my drum lessons. If they forgot it, they'd have to use this. This syncs up with iBooks and everything. It's like amazing how much support Apple gives to their old stuff. Microsoft, how's that Zune support going? Yeah, no, that's what I thought. But I really need to protect this precious collectible that is.
Oh damn!
Already.
Yeah, that happens. One of mine has a similar dent, but right where like the charging cable goes, it doesn't affect charging or anything. It just makes it look a little gnarly.
Damaged and scratched. It's the invisible shield for the Apple iPad full body. I mean, you can see this guy's been marked down for years and years. Millions sold.
But not this one.
Isn't that desperate? Zag, extreme scratch proof, transparent film, the ultimate gadget protection, military grade. I have this feeling they're overselling this slightly. Oh, there's a big blurb. Keep your gadget.
By the way, anyone who's actually served in the military or knows people who have served in the military knows that the phrase military grade isn't the flex that the regular civilian people, like people who've never served and don't know anything about the military, you know, they see military grade and they think that means it's like top of the line. Military grade is, and I'm essentially taking these words from a vet's mouth. Military grade means it will get the job done and was built by the lowest bidder. Which, I mean, you know, it's nothing wrong with it, but unfortunately, a lot of companies have taken the terminology military grade and used it as a marketing gimmick. And a lot of people think that because it's quote unquote military grade, it's like the best version of the thing you can get, but no. And I mean, it makes sense because if you think about it, like, you know, you have, let's say, 250,000 people you have to equip with thing. Well, I mean, obviously, you don't want to give them the shittiest, flimsiest, crappiest version of that thing that there is, but you also probably can't afford to give them all the absolute best version. So, you know, you'll give them a pretty adequate version of, you know, whatever it is that you're giving them. But that doesn't mean that there aren't iterations of that device or piece of equipment that aren't better. It just means that it's good enough for the military. But, you know, a lot of people don't see that. They see military grade and think, oh yeah, this is absolutely indestructible because it's military grade.
Why is that got a capital G? Looking new with the amazing invisible shield, the world's first protective solution of its kind. Oh, I'm sure. Exceptionally clear. It's plastic. Unbelievably thin. It's plastic and virtually indestructible. I'm pretty sure.
I think that word virtually is doing a lot of heavy lifting. I mean, don't get me wrong, like if you've ever owned one of those unbreakable combs, yeah, they're pretty sturdy. But nothing is indestructible. And again, it is plastic. Like it's an iPad case. It's supposed to just protect the iPad. Like indestructible, you're going a little far there, guy. You're going a little far with your marketing strategy.
Sure, I could do some damage, mate. The invisible shield lets you use your expensive electronics without fear of scratches or nicks. Really? The invisible shield is created from a patented film exclusive to SAG, and with over 2,500 original copyrighted designs, the innovative invisible shield is the perfect choice for protecting any device. World's best protection for all your gadgets. Patent pending. Oh, fantastic. There's... I'm at the first... Okay, all right, just give me a second because I'm really going to have to... There's so many exclamation marks, right? All right, I'm ready. I love it! This is some truly great protection! To me, it increases the wow effect of my MacBook Air and marries beautifully with its clean lines and design. Now I want to get the invisible shields protection for my MacBook Pro and iPhone. Oh, it's not very excited at the end. Not even a full stop. J. DeVincent, satisfied customer. We protect everything! Wow, this must be some cool collectible. I better keep the box in perfect condition.
Rip. Rips it right in the middle.
Here I come.
What a savage.
Some curly nonsense. Oh, my pixel. Full body. What do we get? Okay. Oh, gosh. Oh, God. Oh, this is what I feared. Look at it. It's just this curly nonsense. Oh, goody. Satisfied customer indeed. Can't use these instructions.
I mean, yeah. Unfortunately, the years and years and years that thing spent rolled up in that box kind of formed it to that shape.
Oh, gosh! Wash your hands and fingertips thoroughly. Oh, they predicted this year, huh? Look at this! You slap it on there, or... Yeah, right, okay. It's basically the same vibe as that you put on tint on a car, right? Which is like you spray it wet, you put it down, and then you squeegee the water out, and it takes the air bubbles with it, provided you don't have any dirt or anything with it. Well, here's the thing. I hate these kinds of, like, protectors. I'm glad they're, like, glass ones now, because these plastic ones, what they do is they take your expensive device and make it feel like a cheap piece of curly tat. Yes, I never use...
You know? He's right. I have, let me see. Because throughout the years, I've purchased several different iPads. Essentially, like, every couple of years when I would pay off the one I was currently owning, and, like, a newer, better model would come out, I would try to upgrade. And then the other one would get used for something else. Like, right now, they're being used as my quote-unquote extra monitors for stream. One is displaying all my Kick and Twitch data. The other is displaying data for Twitter. One of them has this is a glass screen protector. And my iPad Pro also has a glass screen protector. And it does feel better than those cheap plastic ones. Because one thing I will say about Apple is their products do feel nicer than, like, when Samsung had, I don't know if they still do, probably not, but I remember Samsung used to use plastic screens, and they just felt, maybe it wasn't Samsung, maybe it was a different manufacturer, but a lot of Android phones used to have plastic screens, and they just felt cheap. And Apple always had glass, and either glass and metal or glass and glass. And it felt, except for the first, like, 2 iPhones, I think they had a plastic back. But for pretty much the longest time, the iPhone hasn't had any exterior plastic, and it's felt like a nicer device because of it.
Them. I didn't care. I'd rather a few little scratches toward the ends of its life rather than it feeling like cheap rubbish the entire time. Which one? Okay, that one's got to be the front because it's got a home button on it. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, Zag. Oh, Zag. Oh, this is crap. Oh, there's still liquid in there in this cute little spray bottle. Ah, well, there it goes. That's the squeegee. Ew, it's turned to color. It's made of rubber though. It's actually kind of nice. Now, apparently you don't spray to the device, you spray the thing. Now, I've got to say, this actually feels a little bit more substantial than like regular, like crappy screen protectors. That just means it's going to feel even more gooey and like cheap to touch, to be honest. Oh,
Yeah.
Zag. Oh, Zag, mate. I can't get it started. It's so curly. It's so annoying. Oh, this is a nightmare. Look how look how curly it is. Ugh. And it's like the pizza. Oh, God, I don't care. Look, yeah, there you go. Like, you're meant to squeegee all the junk out, and then it's amazing. You know, probably properly fitted, it would be okay for its time, but in this time of, like, glass screen protectors you can get for, like, $2.
Yeah.
Like, this is...
Yeah, like you can literally get like a cheapo. Like I have the one that is like a little bit more expensive because I use the Apple Pencil on my Pro. But yeah, I just have like a basic bitch ass screen protector on my older iPads. And on my phone, the screen protector I have came with my new case. And I've already cracked it a couple of times, so I'm gonna have to go on Amazon and buy yet another screen protector for like $2. When it comes to my phone specifically, I always go for like the cheapest screen protector because without fail, I wind up dropping my phone and cracking the screen protector over and over and over again. So like I've learned that the screen protector's only job is to get fucked up so my phone screen doesn't get fucked up. And you know, my phone will never have the same screen protector for very long because I just tend to drop that shit. And nerve damage is a bitch.
Just such a whatever. There you go. You get the vibe if I cared, and I don't, and now there's water everywhere. It's heaps gross. And look, oh wait, no, we got to do the one for the back. Oh goody, look at that, because they have...
Why would you put one on the back? Like, especially like the first couple of iPads. I think it was the third or the fourth that actually had a camera. Because the first one didn't have a camera. I know that for a fact. It's one of the things I like about it. Not that I think, you know, that these cameras can get hacked that easily, but there is no camera to get hacked on the first gen iPad. I have a first gen iPad that is just exclusively for adult material. And then I have one that has adult material on it, but also has some other stuff on it, like some episodes of Yu-Gi-Oh, some I forgot, just random chunks of entertainment for whenever I just want to like put something on, prop it up, and then just like turn off brain. But I don't understand why you would put one on the back. The back is metal. I mean, I guess the back could still get kind of a little scuffed up, but like, ugh.
Curly it is. There you go, protected. Oh, look at this mess, man. Yuck. Oh, and this water stinks. Oh, it smells like a wet dog. Right, I genuinely bought this for this 2007 iMac here. Right, people are whinging about dongles. I think dongles make the world go round. They've always existed, right? Yes, Apple make expensive ones, but they always work. Look at this for a dongle. Yeah, man, old dongle. Video standards, glad
That's
these
the
days.
strongest dongle. And yep, he's right. You know, look, I do more stuff on my iPad than I do on my PC. And that is all thanks to this USB-C little USB hub that gives me two USB-A ports and a USB-C port, in addition to like just also being able to charge it. So I can plug in up to 3 flash drives or other USB devices to my iPad and just get shit done. And that's how I get, you know, like today when I drove into work, I was wearing my camera glasses, and I've made it a habit of whenever I am finished with my camera glasses, I try as soon as possible to connect it to my iPad copy the videos onto a flash drive and then delete them off the camera glasses and fully recharge them so that, my camera glasses are perpetually in a state of full battery, empty memory card. Or this, it's not an actual memory card, it's internal memory, but you know what I mean. So that like if I ever need to just throw them on for taking a walk to the store or something, I know that they've got the full hour and a half battery capacity, and the memory card or the internal memory isn't gonna suddenly stop recording because it's full.
God, but this let me do composite out,
Oh
so I can do
shit!
screen
Nice.
captures of my Dingus 07 iMac here. S video out, but look at the size of it, man. You could hurt someone with that. You look at the USB-C ones, and it's like taking charge in, USB-A out, HDMI out, and something really thin. Well, look, all this does is video to video. I actually genuinely wanted this. It's brand new, and it's not a bootleg. This is genuine Apple, man. Genuine dongle.
And he is right. He is right. As someone who had to, for a little while before I settled on utilizing a Bluetooth headphones for my streams, as someone who wrestled with different like versions of wired headsets and stuff like that, I have I think 3 different USB-C to 3.5 millimeter headphone jack dongles, and of those 3, the Apple one is by far the best. By far.
Couple of cases there that I were interested in. One super zany and one actually just super boring looking. Let's start with the zany one, mate. The Gecko Groove. It's for iPod Touch
Of course you would get it because it's green.
Asterix. Oh, it's for the 5th gen. Oh, heck. Oh, that means it'll fit the Dingus.
That's right! Oh shit! I can't believe he still has the Dingus pod.
Ooh, Dingus, man, you got a big fugly green looking.
Goddamn, that is a big fugly case.
The old iOS. Gecko make really good stuff, and it's Aussie as well, and they're still going today. So, like, it's just a...
I feel like I might have heard of that case brand before, but I've been, I've never been super loyal to any particular brand of case. Because I mean, at the end of the day, like, it's a case. Its job is to, as long as it protects the device that it's enclosing from damage, the brand name doesn't mean that much to me. And I've never really had much of an issue with most of the cases for things I bought.
Product of its time. Super tough! Bonus screen guard. Oh, I'm not using that. Oh, look, we got a bootleg touch! A half decent bootleg touch. I like that. That just goes with the others. Crappy plastic screen protector. That's actually worse than the other one. Oh, but look, it's like a khaki looking bum wipe. It's just for outdoorsmen, right? That's their kind of bum wipe. Go with the others. Love how it kind of bleeds through with the black bit there. Ugh. Yeah, it feels interesting. Oh, it fits beautifully. Oh, look, it's got the the lanyard attachment there, which I wish they didn't take away because it's kind of neat. Wow, it looks like a Halloween costume. Like, Halloween's just been finished, but it actually looks like a Halloween costume. We'll have to test the glow in the dark later after it's soaked up some light for a little while.
Wait, that glow in the dark thing, I don't know. That would maybe make me want to buy it, because I'm a sucker for that whole glow in the dark spiel where like the thing absorbs light and then just glows that radioactive ass green when it's in the dark. Like, I still to this day have a bunch of toys like that, and they were always just some of my favorite toys.
But I mean, I don't care if it has or hasn't. It's actually got really good corner protection because it's all like bulgy and weird looking. Oh, look at this, mate. They match now. All right, so that's a zany, fun looking case. And here's the boring one. Welcome to Use It. Super easy case construction, which doesn't make any sense because it's already built. Maybe that's what makes it super easy. Features, and then nothing else.
Features. There are none.
Welcome to Use It. I sure am.
What fucking
And no one chose to use it, actually.
iPad,
This
I
looks...
mean, What generation? What is that? iPod Touch, iPhone? Yo, I don't know that. I almost think that's an iPhone 3GS because it really does remind me of like my first iPhone was an iPhone 3GS. It was my first introduction to iOS was an iPod Touch. I forgot exactly how, but like I don't remember if like my MP3 player died or like what I was even using at the time. But essentially, like I had a little bit of money and was kind of like looking for different things to get. And when I saw the iPod Touch existed, I was like, oh shit, this can play videos and I mean, if you look at the size of them now, it's like absolutely pathetic. But back in the day, that was like revolutionary. It was like a device you could put videos on. You could play a little, there were a couple of games you could play. This is back when there were a lot more games that let you play them offline. And it was a cool music player. And so I got one of those and was like, oh shit, I kind of like this whole iOS interface. And then my cousin gave me his old iPhone 3GS, and ever since then I've been an iPhone person. I've used both iPhone and Android, and in my personal experience, for me, iOS is just better.
Like it's for like iPhone 3G or 3GS or something, and wow,
Told
that
you.
glue's had a long time to get real stuck there, huh? Come on. Damn it. Oh, look. A weird looking 3G, 2G, could be 1G looking. Look, that goes in there. Only us patrons know what these are all about. And here it is. It is razor thin. It is actually see-through. It is so... Oh, it's got like a gradient to it. It is so thin, I can't believe it. Wow. It would shatter. It's a fugly 3GS. Oh, it fits totally fine. There you go. It's heaps gross. Welcome to use it. I'm closing my eyeballs for this bit. Let's see if it does shatter. Oh! Oh, that's so dangerous. Nice
Really
case. Oh boy, look at it, man. It's like glass. In the bin. No bargain bin would be complete if it didn't feature something that is literally useless and you couldn't use it if you wanted to, and it's just a museum piece. Like, yeah, turn your iPhone into a remote, which is funny because, at this, look, it's an iPhone 4. I think at that point, Galaxy phones had this stuff inbuilt. So, got to keep up somehow. Free app, also known as app I can't find anymore and don't care. Accessory.
Yeah. Hey, Red, what's going on? Yeah, I did start a little late. I don't know, I just couldn't get myself in gear to go live for like, well, about an hour or so. Because I was good. I normally start at 10, but I think I started at like 11:15 or something. I was like, I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna chill in my car for like an hour or so and just like rest and recharge myself a little bit. But yeah, that's the sad part about like a lot of these older things that relied on an app to use is if that app is no longer on the App Store, that thing is basically fucking e-waste.
New potato.
They called it a potato, not us.
I just think they're neat. This is a really legit looking thing because like this wouldn't have been cheap back in the day, like, and super handy. I mean, this is stuff you can do now with just the way we cast things to our streaming devices. But yeah, very very funny just to get for the time capsule thing.
The box could have been. The box for this, honestly, the packaging could have been like this big. Right? Like they could have sold it in like a much smaller packaging. Like, and look at all this empty space. Why? All right, I'll check. After this one, I'll check those out and throw them on the playlist.
You kidding me? What?
The
Really?
box.
Yo, that is so lame. That is so lame. God, let me in, you scam. There you go. That's what all this packaging was for. Get out of there, you idiot. Oh, flipper. Flipper. Genius.
Flipper.
Well,
I think it's supposed to be the flipper because it's supposed to like connect to your iOS device and then allow it to be, I believe, like a universal remote for your TV. Like I remember having a universal remote for. Well, I remember going to the 99-cent store and getting like a really good one. Which I know sounds kind of counterproductive, but like the 99-cent store in my neighborhood had some good shit. And like I would get a uh, a universal remote that controlled like pretty much everything, and I would sit there for like an hour and a half programming and testing, and my mom would be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And I'm like, "You'll see in a moment. I'm gonna set everything up so we only got to use one remote to control everything." And I would be like, I was the kind of kid who had. I didn't have my VCR saying 12, 12, 12. My VCR actually had an accurate reading of the time because I set the clock because I utilized that clock to record TV shows for me, so I didn't have to wake up early on Saturday to watch my cartoons. And as an upside, I was able to fast forward through all the commercial breaks.
to keep this now because that is one of the most hilarious wastes of packaging I've ever opened, and I actually bought this from a genuine Apple third-party store. They've had this stuck in there since it was new. There you go, you idiot. So to finish up with, it's just a couple of other screen protectors, but more for iPods, not, you know, touches and things. Look, one for this model. but what gets me is, when have you ever seen, like, as someone who uses iPods, that's not what videos look like. Like, you just got this guy.
Yeah, no, that's not how videos were ever displayed on the iPod. I should know. Okay, awesome. I'll check those out as well. I was I was very intimately familiar with the experience of watching videos on this particular iPod because like I had one of these and I had like Little Nicky. I can't remember anything else. I remember I had like 4 or 5 movies, a couple of episodes of anime, like every song I ever heard on one of these, and like sitting, waiting for the bus, waiting for the train to go home. You know, watching Little Nicky on a screen this big was, at the time, perfectly fine.
Wearing
But yeah, it never looked like this.
headphones, like, that's obviously thrown together in Photoshop or something. It's like, what, you couldn't actually take a screenshot of what videos actually look like on an iPod? Like, you didn't give permission, Gecko? Oh, it's got a back screen protector as well. Part of me doesn't want to waste this, really. Ooh, that's how you know it's another khaki bum wipe. Oh, it gives you 2 of them. Wow, how generous. Wait, two of them, but oh no, it's 2 of them. Huh. Well, since they've given us so many, I think we need to use at least one set. They're not glass ones, they're just crappy, you know. I didn't clean these at all, I don't care.
I remember having I never had a screen protector for mine, but I had a case. I always had a really nice case for mine because I didn't want to. Because the thing with these is, if you drop them, they could be completely cacked because they ran on an internal spinning disk hard drive, and if it dropped hard enough, that spinning disk would head crash, and it would be completely fucking cacked. Which is how I found one of the reasons I found this guy's channel was he like if you go back to like some of his earliest videos before he got into reviewing strange tech, he shows you how to essentially upgrade one of these old iPods with more storage, flash storage, which can be dropped, and a much bigger battery. So, you can you can sit there and watch your movies on a Game Boy size screen and get severe eye damage for longer.
Woo! Protected, or now traps the dirt that does the damage. Must protect the filth that's already there. Yeah. And the last one is just because they've just like look at this almost bezel-less like curved display, like UV protected. Yeah, you don't want your iPods to get sunburned. This is already open. There's another khaki bum wipe. Oh man, this iPod doesn't even work. And like I couldn't be bothered putting this kind of stuff on a Nano anyways. You take it off like that. You put it on like that. Pull that off like that. Wait, I don't know why. It doesn't matter. Just put that one on like. Oh, I messed it up. It's okay. I saved it. And see, what they don't tell you, mate, is you got to trim it to fit. Fits perfect now. But that's it. Like, thanks so much for watching. Thanks for supporting me.
I thought it was funny. I had one of these as well. Unfortunately, I forgot exactly what happened, but it got messed up. But this one wasn't too bad. But again, the iPod Touch just nuked all of the other ones out of the water. And now the only thing that I think can actually like go toe to toe with an iPod Touch in the ring, if you're literally just looking for something to play media, is one of those iPod videos with flash memory. If you can get one and either do it yourself or I guess find someone to flash mod it, then you would have something that would almost certainly, at least in theory, be able to hold more space than the iPod Touch. So if you're just looking to like store music and videos, that would work. Especially because um for the iPods with the 30-pin connector, I still have the cable that you connect to the red, white, and yellow ports on old TV, or I mean, even modern TVs still have them, and you can essentially cast whatever's on the iPod or iPad or iPhone onto the TV.
Can you believe that no one bought that stuff? And it's just been like sticking around in that building ever since it was new. And they were so happy that I came and bought that stuff. Let me tell you, I think I paid about $20 for all of it. I mean, genuine Apple dongle, very nice. I'm actually looking forward to using that. But anyways, I'll see you on the next one. Yes,
Oh
it
shit!
does glow
It does glow in the dark. Nice.
Amazing. It does glow in the dark.
That's kind of cool. Oh crap. I think in addition to adding those videos to the playlist, I might use this BRB screen to run to the bathroom. I went earlier, but well, I am drinking a lot of soda.
The Coltrane's life after the Locust.
Oh, this is short. I can't. For whatever reason, you can't add shorts to playlists. YouTube's weird like that. So I'll watch that one first, and then we will. All right, here we go. Saved to playlist. Save to playlist.
The Coltrane's life after the.
Whoops. All right, and
While I was
save to playlist. All right.
kitty cat.
The Coltrane's life.
All right, let's check this out, and then I'm gonna run to the bathroom for like a minute. All right. Coltrane is the GOAT. Let's check out his story.
The Coltrane's life after the Locust War is one of the more inspiring that really hammers home how much he cared for humanity. As we all know, before the war, Augustus Cole was a thrashball superstar that had fame, wealth, and the love of the people of Hanover. When E-Day happened, Cole signed up as a regular recruit to do his part in defending against the invaders, despite having the power to easily avoid the war with his money and connections. Cole served for all 17 years.
By the way, that's pretty based. Like, he went even though he didn't have to go. That's super based.
Of the Locust War, and of course was a part of Delta Squad in the final 3 years, which carried humanity to victory. After the war, Cole decided to return to Hanover to once again try to help the people. Because of Cole's charisma and dedication to everyone around him, he was elected as leader of Hanover, in charge of leading the city to rebuild and protecting those inside of it. Cole saw importance in making people's lives happy again, and so he started his own thrashball league, teaching kids how to play it and getting games going that people could attend and have fun for just a few hours. He eventually would have a daughter named Hannah, who we first see in Hivebusters. Hannah tells us stories about how her father and mother pushed her to focus on her education above all else. She received countless books as presents for her birthdays and eventually got degrees in biochemistry, toxicology, and much more. And when the Swarm War started up, the Coltrane was one of the first people to put back on his armor, grab his lancer, and to get back into the fight.
Yeah, that was beautiful, baby.
The Coltrane's life after the
All
Locust
right.
War is one of the more inspiring.
All right. Now, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll get back and we'll watch some more videos. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. All right, we're back. Oh, okay. All right. Now I saw something. Yeah.
740 dispatch.
Let's watch another one of these dash cam body cam videos because those are always interesting. We're gonna be on for we're gonna be on for relatively long tonight. All right, so we are back, and this is woman's 116 mile per hour escape plan gets worse every second by Code Blue Cam. Let's dive on in.
740 dispatch. 1080. She took off. Give me a fake name. 1050. 1050.
Oh!
Officers are chasing this silver SUV after its driver gives a fake name during a traffic stop. But as they fight through traffic to catch her, they will soon discover that the false identity is only the beginning. And there is a far more serious reason she is so desperate to get away.
Hands! Do it now!
Around 10:58 a.m. on November 14th, 2024, a Germantown police officer observes this silver Ford Explorer traveling on I-41 in Washington County, Wisconsin, with suspended registration, while its owner also has a suspended driver.
Oh, we're off to a great start already. Holy crap. Suspended registration and a suspended license.
But as the officer initiates the traffic stop, it quickly becomes clear that the situation is not going to go the way she expects.
And we're partially in traffic. Shoulder side. Pull further onto the shoulder, please. Pull onto the shoulder. We're not going to sit in traffic here. Pull onto the shoulders. We're not in the road.
Like, first of all, why did you have to be told that like 3 fucking times? You know, I'm so glad I didn't become a police officer because I don't have the patience for that kind of shit. Because I would have been, if I have to get up out of my car to tell you to move your car further to the fucking right so we don't get hit by a fucking passing car as I'm giving you your ticket for being a dumbass, I'm not going to be so fucking nice about it after I told you twice over the goddamn intercom. Oh shit. I don't know what the crime is, but damn, that's unfortunate for your friend there.
I'm Officer Schmidt, your Germantown police card.
Hey, look, before she moved over, their wheel was over the white line. There's so much room, and you know this is the highway. You got cars going back. You want to be as far off to the side as you can. Because how many videos have I seen where a cop gets fucking smashed because they're conducting a traffic stop and some fucking idiot is just flying by and absolutely loses control or whatever and obliterates them? Ooh. Oof. That's bad news, man.
I stopped you is 2 things. First one,
Registration is suspended.
Second,
And your license,
your owner has a suspended license.
So your license is suspended and your registration is suspended. You know, I said this last stream. There was a time about, I don't even remember, 3 fucking years ago, 4 fucking years ago, a little while ago, where not because I necessarily like did anything wrong behind the wheel, but there was a mix up with my insurance, and as a result I had lapsed insurance coverage for a little while. And as a result of that, I had a temporary suspension on my license. And you know what I did? I got my girlfriend to drive me to fucking work, right? I didn't drive on a suspended license. In truth, I probably could have gotten away with it, but I wasn't gonna fucking roll those fucking dice.
Okay. Is that you? Alright, do you have your driver's license on you?
The driver is 26-year-old Andrea Williams, and although she denies being the owner of the SUV, the officer is about to discover that she has been lying, a revelation that will eventually trigger an unexpected reaction from her.
You don't have any ID whatsoever in here? Yeah, what's your last name? Hold on. Calhoun Williams?
Yes.
First name? Tishek.
Tashika?
Just pull your wrist over here. Just hold your wrist over here. No, let me see it. What? Because you're giving me a name.
No, I'm not looking at it.
Give me the hospital bracelet. Give me the hospital bracelet.
Are you giving the cops a fake name while wearing a hospital bracelet with your real name? You know, chat, I have a feeling that this person is not very intelligent. I don't think we're dealing with a very smart person here.
Give me the hospital. Do not even do that. Give me the hospital bracelet now. No. Give me the hospital bracelet because if you're not hiding anything, you'd give me the bracelet. I need. No. You're gonna give me your. I'm gonna get your fingerprint then. So give me that now. Okay, give me the hospital bracelet. Give me the hospital bracelet because I know you're giving me a name. If you're not hiding, listen. If you're not hiding anything, I'm not doing it. Okay, because I know you're giving me a name.
You know, do you not understand that, like, before they pulled you over, they ran your license plate through their little computer that they have, and that told them everything about you? Because, you know, if you look up a license plate, right, if the cops look up a license plate, they get to see a picture of your license, they get to see your address, you know, because your vehicle's registered to you. That's the whole point of registering a vehicle. They look up your plate and they go, okay, this person is supposed to be the owner of the vehicle. And then you pull up and give them a fake name.
The officer heads back to her squad to do a records check. But the moment she does, Andrea spots an opportunity and makes a run for it.
740 dispatch, 1080, she took off, give me a fake name. Transport, 740 on pursuit, northbound 41, approaching Price stop.
As backup officers rush in to assist with the pursuit, none of them realizes that Andrea is about to leave far more damage in her wake than any of them could have imagined.
Pull over, you idiot.
740, just confirming you're still headed northbound.
Affirmative, approaching Bullet Hill, lane 3, speeds 115. She had a hospital.
Speeds 115 miles an hour.
Bracelet on with her real name. She gave me a fake name, refused to give me the bracelet.
251 pursuit on the tri-spikes or the split.
Up, she just signaled forward.
1050, 1050.
Oh, they call it a 1050 here.
Even 1022. What's location?
Bro, did you see what she just did? She just literally smashed this van off the
1050,
road,
1050.
right? Caused this van to flip over.
Even 1022.
And then she's just like, oh, well, bye.
What's location?
Like, you could have literally just killed someone right there, and you're just gonna fucking bounce. You're a real piece of shit, lady.
41. She's back lane 1. She hit another car.
11, I need a car to stop out of the vehicle that was struck. I need to know if any agency has flight plans 45 northbound.
Continuing northbound from 145. Lane 2, speeds 109. Traffic is light. Mildly wet roads.
With one terrifying crash already behind them, Andrea continues to flee at dangerous speeds, while officers get desperate to bring the pursuit to an end. As some of them begin growing frustrated with the heavy highway traffic, the breakthrough they've been waiting for will come almost out of nowhere.
Move! I'm going to visual fire for that rollover.
Roll clear, start heading that direction.
Go ahead, I'm going to visual fire for that rollover.
Roll.
Yeah, the van is literally fucking tits up.
Take Highway 60, lane 2, speeds 106, traffic is light, roadway is dry.
Jesus Christ, guys. Get out of the f***ing road!
Exiting 60.
How far exiting 60? You're not going wide.
1705 and out.
36.
Hands! 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 Do it now! Hands! Hands! Stop 60, high risk, stop! Hands! On the ground, no! No!
Oh, damn.
Stop 60, high risk, stop! Hands!
Oh, no wonder her car stopped. I think that's transmission fluid. When she went over that median, she might have damaged her transmission there. That's why the car wouldn't go anymore.
On the ground, no! No! On the ground! Put your phone down! Hold down! No! Put your phone down! No! Do not reach for anything! You're about to get tased! Down! Lay flat! On your stomach! On your stomach!
I can't lay on my stomach. That's fine. Keep your hand behind your back and do not move. Do not move. Stop! I'm sitting. Stop.
95.
Are you hurt? I get that. Are you hurt?
You're scared? Fuck you, bitch! You literally flipped over someone in a fucking work van just trying to fucking do their job. You're scared. You don't think the guy you just flipped over Grand Theft Auto style is scared? You don't think all those people on the highway you whizzed by fucking weaving in and out are scared? Fuck you and you're scared.
Careful, honey. All right, here, let's do this.
Let's put on your butt, okay?
Come here.
Step up.
All right, let's get you set up then, okay? Hi.
Need you to sit up for me.
Come stand up.
Come on.
What hurts?
2 vehicle PI.
1, 2, 3. Let's have a seat.
With Andrea finally in custody, there is still the matter of rescuing and assisting the occupants of the van
You don't think they're scared?
rolled over in the crash. As one of the pursuing officers heads to that scene, his shock is obvious as he processes what is unfolding before his eyes.
746 dispatch, I'm at the PI rollover.
763, the 248
You were driving this? You were driving this car? And you're good, sir?
I am good. Mike, I can call you back. I gotta talk to an officer.
No one else in the car with you, right, sir?
Yeah, no one else is in there.
Okay. Hi, ma'am.
Thank goodness he was okay.
Hi, I just saw it on.
You saw it? You weren't in the crash?
No, I just
Would
saw
you
it.
mind just hanging out? Because
Yeah, of
it's
course.
going to turn into a big thing. So
Yeah, of course.
you'll get a statement from us? Or you'll be able to give us a statement?
Yeah,
okay. All right, sir. I'm not sure. I'm sure you probably know what's going on. It was obviously a pursuit. I'm glad to see you're good. We got everything taken care of up there.
They get him up there?
Yeah, we got him. So
How did he not?
I don't know. I wasn't a part of it. I don't know what happened. So
I saw the red and blue coming, so I tried to get over. Thought I was safe getting over. Look up again, and I see that SUV swerving. Boom! I think probably clipped the back corner of me or something.
yeah.
Holy shit, man!
All right, man. I appreciate it. You got a driver's license on you by chance? Thank you, sir. Is that a work truck or? All right. So what's gonna happen here?
There too.
Are you injured at all?
No, I have a little scrape.
A little scrape. So we paged out our ambulance. Do you want our ambulance to come here to check you out?
No,
You're good?
I was fine.
Okay.
Yeah. I think
they can
this
still,
might have been the airbag.
They can still come and just check you out, do your vitals,
there's no
and you
need.
can decline risk if you want.
There's no need.
No need at all?
No, I'm all right.
Okay.
Back at the scene, the questions the van's driver is asking are the very same ones officers have for Andrea. But first, they need to determine her true identity.
What'd you stuff in your shirt? Oh, my phone. I promise I don't even have a shirt on, babe. He's on the phone. He's walking here right now to grab my money out of here so he could be able to pay my rent. Anything grabbing out of the truck.
Damn. That SUV's fucking transmission is cooked. Look at all that transmission fluid on the floor. That shit. No wonder that shit came to an abrupt fucking stop.
My money? No, nothing grabbing out of the truck. Why not? No. Can y'all give it to him? It's for my rent. Right now, you just fled.
Sweetie, you're not gonna have to worry about your living arrangements for quite some time. You won't need to pay no rent for a little bit because you're gonna have a place to stay. Go to jail.
You caused a rollover crash.
You caused a rollover crash.
You crashed here.
You crashed here, and I'm glad you didn't hit me, thankfully, and you're not hurt, too.
I can't breathe.
You got 4 different jurisdictions right here,
Can
right
you
now.
help me?
What do you need help with? With your leg?
What's going on? You need to talk to us.
We need you to use your words, okay?
Both knew that we had just done.
What do you need help with? I can't help you if you don't tell me. There's definitely a rollover crash right now. Huh? When the car flips and rolls. You caused that when you came up this way. I just thought you just broke yours too.
What's that?
That's
Transmission fluid.
Yep.
Yeah, your car ain't going nowhere.
No, your car's dead.
And that's sugarcoating it nicely. This isn't just you gave her the wrong name. There's some serious shit going down right now.
You had a warrant, and we would have been on our way to the jail and done.
And now there's felony charges.
Yep.
So we're not going to ask you any more questions because you're in custody. You're not free to leave.
I know.
So, but right now, more importantly, what's hurting you? We're having the ambulance come to check you out. What was that?
My chest.
Your chest hurt? Is that from the
Call my
seatbelt?
mom, please. No, not right now.
Not
Did you
right
hit
now.
your chest on the steering wheel? Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask you, why did y'all get behind me? Because my plates are not suspended or anything.
Yes, they are.
How? My plates shouldn't be suspended.
Probably emissions. Emissions? I don't know.
And you're suspended. No, when? We got me a new license.
End of October.
I just...
Don't want to miss that.
Yep.
Yeah, cause yeah, I would pick that up. I'd be like, oh shit, free baton.
If you have red light coming to a rollover, they can hit her spine.
She was still trying to...
Yo, look at all the transmission fluid. When she hit this fucking curb here, she must have really fucking hit it at like the perfect angle and fucked up her transmission. Cause that's like all the transmission fluid. Cause remember there was some behind the car too. Damn, her fucking headlight is all smashed out. Her fucking front wheel is all fucking cacked.
Yeah, she had a hospital bracelet on. She gave me a bullshit name. I asked her for the bracelet. She ripped it off and let me see it. Oh. And I was like arguing with her. I'm like, let me see it. If you have nothing to hide, we'll get this done. She has a warrant.
So I'm going to be searching your car right now because you're under arrest. Is there anything that I need to worry about? No? Drugs, guns, needles, bombs, grenades, nothing? Hi, you good? Yeah, I get it. You weren't involved in the crash though, right? Okay, perfect.
With officers processing both scenes, they will soon uncover a telling reason Andrea fled the traffic stop. But just as they will begin piecing everything together, they will face a new challenge when Andrea suddenly claims she cannot remember anything.
It's not working.
I think there's a stack of 20s. That's what I was saying. I forget what the amount of something is.
430, 226. Were you going to take it or am I going to?
Yeah, it's not going to be that. It's just a huge stack of 20s.
We can't release it to her later because she seems disoriented. I don't feel comfortable letting her release somebody. See that you have a large amount of money in your center console. This officer has the body camera on as it's been on. He's going to put it in a bag It's going to be taken to the police department, inventory for safekeeping. When you're out of the hospital and out of jail, you can come pick it up.
So y'all can put me in the jail?
No,
with
because
me?
you're obviously injured and in need of medical attention.
Okay,
And I don't know if you have the right mind to release it to somebody.
I do have the right mind.
Well, with all this going on, you're in a neck collar. I don't feel comfortable. We'll go to the hospital, but
just take me to jail so you can give me my money. I need my kids.
So now all this.
My kids. You ain't seen your kids for a while because you're going to jail, bitch.
I'm telling you, my
medical
kids.
clearance at the hospital.
I don't want to go to the hospital. I don't want to go. I don't want to go to the hospital.
And you're going to jail.
Please, sir.
Yeah, bye.
No, I don't know how this happened. I don't know what's going on. Why am I being detained? What's going on? How did this happen? What is going on? Why am I here? Why is this all happening?
Okay, listen to me for just a second. They're done with you. This is what's going to happen. You told me that your neck is hurting.
Yes,
therefore, as a medical professional, I have to take you at your word. So that's why we're going to go to the hospital.
Watch your feet.
But I'm asking what's going on. Why am I in handcuffs going to
see this big crash here?
What happened?
Yeah.
You ran from
that was you. That was you running from somebody.
I ran from you?
Yeah. Hey, have a seat.
Come on and sit down.
I don't even know you. Why would I be running from you?
Have a seat.
Have a seat. Have a seat.
We can have this discussion in court. We're going to go to the hospital right now.
Bob asking, why would I be running from you? I don't even know you.
Yeah.
You feel like you're going to get towed out of the ditch?
Yeah, so I just called it. I just called it. Oh, you ain't going to be able to drive that out of there?
No, I'm saying I have a ton of inventory.
Oh, yeah.
Get to a hospital today, so my coworker's coming with another van.
I was going to say.
Probably one that's upright.
Yeah, so I told her to cover.
Probably one that's upright.
Upright, and then hopefully your coworker's there by the time. Where are they coming from?
He was in Glendale.
Glendale?
Yeah.
So hopefully they're there by the time it's upright and they can
offload it quick.
Unload it, yeah, that's fine.
What the fuck's the guy running for? You guys know yet?
I don't know. I'm not up there. They just got him in custody up there, so no idea.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Good thing is you're good, you're safe, you're not hurt.
Right,
so.
Right. All right. And then I think he's gone now. A random guy in a pickup truck came by and let me out.
He came out.
I was laying on the horn. Get me out of here.
Was he like, did he smash the window for you or?
No, he tried to get here. The ditch was in the way, so I told him to try the other side.
All right, man.
Officers would eventually learn through a records check that Andrea was also wanted on a separate warrant through probation and parole, giving them a clear explanation on why she was so desperate to escape. But now, as they prepare to transport her to the hospital, her aggression intensifies, and her ability to recall anything appears to fade even further.
Breathe, because otherwise you can't yell.
I don't that on me. I can't.
You got it. This is oxygen.
I know. I can't. I need to lift my neck up. I can't breathe.
I can't do that because you said you have neck pain and you don't know where we are. So.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't.
She was getting very physically violent, screaming, she can't breathe, and thrashing around, and not wanting to accept our.
I'm reluctant to believe her.
So.
Look at me, Andrea.
I can't breathe.
I know we got 5 minutes to get to the
Andrea,
hospital.
look at me. You've got oxygen. Listen. You have oxygen going through your nose.
Where my ass? Where my mom? Where my ass? I can't breathe. I want my mama.
Your oxygen is just fine, okay?
With Andrea being transported to the hospital, the crash scene involving the van also begins to wind down. But while the officers at the main scene believe their work is finished, they have no idea that with Andrea being transported to the hospital, the crash scene involving the van
That's the same car I have.
also begins to wind down. But while the officers at the main scene believe their work is finished, they have no idea that Andrea is about to throw them a wild curveball that will force them to revisit the entire crime scene.
She's concerned that she might have a baby in the car. Can we just clear the vehicle real quick?
What?
Where would the baby be?
Somewhere in the vehicle, she said.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Matt, I want you to go to the car now, too, because she's saying that there's a baby.
A baby?
A baby.
Living baby.
A living baby.
In this?
Yep.
So.
I mean, I went through the in the back, and I didn't hear anything moving.
Telling us there's a baby in the back. Okay. You told me to let it down? Because it is slippery up there.
I tossed everything up. There's nothing. There's not even any blood or anything that would indicate.
With the concern for the baby's safety put to rest, officers continue processing the rest of the scene. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Andrea continues experiencing sudden bouts of panic and confusion.
Well, I will stay still. I will listen.
You had that opportunity. You should have listened to me a long time.
Again, I think she's just trying to throw things at the wall and trying to get out of trouble. I feel very reluctant to believe that she's actually experiencing what she is. I think she realizes how fucked she is, and she's trying to find some way, hectically, frantically, to get out of trouble.
Oh my goodness, you never gave me the opportunity to have my arms out. No, you didn't. I run from you.
You would know more than I would.
I didn't know what I'm doing here.
Here's the thing. You're here so that we can check you out and make sure you don't have any injuries, okay? Let's focus on that first. We'll figure everything out later, okay?
And to be honest, if she is experiencing what she claims to be experiencing, I honestly don't care. If you're truly experiencing these things and that means you can't be trusted to be outside in the general public, and you got to put them in the box. Like we can't fucking just let these people be out in society just fucking around, fucking running into people on the highway, flipping over vans and shit.
That's our main priority, is making sure that you are okay. Everything else comes after.
After being discharged from the hospital, Andrea was transported to jail. Officers submitted a total of $1,010 in cash recovered from her vehicle into evidence. Although the driver of the van was not injured, the collision caused approximately $5,000 in damage to the vehicle. Ultimately, Andrea was charged with felony vehicle.
That has to mean the vehicle was worth $5,000, because I feel like that's a total. I feel like that vehicle's totaled. But I mean, who am I? Who am I to fucking tell?
Fleeing, eluding an officer, causing bodily harm or property damage, second-degree recklessly endangering safety, misdemeanor, hit and run, and resisting obstructing an officer. All charges are repeat offenses. On August 8th, 2000.
What about driving with a suspended license?
25. Andrea pleaded guilty to the 2 felony charges, while the misdemeanor counts were dismissed but read in. Eventually, she was sentenced to 5 years in state prison, followed by 5 years of extended supervision.
Wish it was more, but that's good. I don't know if 5 years is enough for her to learn her lesson, but at least it's 5 years and society won't have to deal with her.
Whether you're on patrol, on the couch, or in an interrogation room wondering where it all went wrong, look your best with gear from CodeBlueCam.com. Hoodies, tees, mugs, hats, we've got it all.
Many people swear that the golden age of cars...
Alright, I'm going to do a gassy video next. I notice I'm not the only VTuber who's been reacting to him, so we're going to check out old cars versus new cars, because I've driven both, and honestly, both have their charms. Older, I like driving older cars, but there is a handful of advantages to driving something newer. But let's check this out.
Many people swear that the golden age of cars...
Yeah, it is. The golden age of cars is definitely over. I think cars peaked between like 1997 to 2009 was like the peak of automotive everything.
Ended decades ago, while others argue that the new shit is way better. It's time to finally settle the debate by putting old cars and new cars against each other in nearly every category. When it comes to the absolute first impressions of a car, old cars and new cars look and feel completely different. New cars are aggressive. You look at a new car, and even though it's mostly made of plastic, it just makes you want to shit your pants. They have those thin LED headlights, massive front lips, and a bunch of other bullshit that just makes the car look like it wants to kill you. They look really cool, really aggressive, and super fast. The thing is, all of the new cars look so similar. You can't
Yeah. Yeah, there's not much originality left in automotive design. It's all kind of samey.
really tell if a car is cool or not until you look at the badges, which is kind of crazy. The new style of most new cars is pretty cool to me, but the design of older cars is completely unmatched.
Yeah.
It's almost not even fair, because older cars didn't need to be designed around a bunch of bullshit restraints. Engineers didn't need to design a car based on wind tunnel performance or safety regulations. They just needed to make something that looked cool and stood out. If you went to buy a brand new car in the 70s, you would see all sorts of cars. Older cars came in tons of different colors, every car was a different shape and size, and none of them were overlooked by the manufacturer. You can easily notice that in the build quality. They were all carefully crafted to stand out individually, which made them all cool in their own ways, which also meant there was a good option for everything. If you wanted to get the best possible Canyon Carver at the time, you could get a 1972 BMW 2002 in Colorado orange, or like 46 other colors. If you wanted to get something to haul the family around, you could easily pick up a 1969 Ford Aurora 2. The car was large enough to haul the entire family around or conduct business meetings, because look at this passenger.
Bro, that is so fucking cool. Look at that. I want a this car just for this fucking purpose. So we could be like, cause yo, we could get a little table here, right? And we could have like a Yu-Gi-Oh duel between the passenger here and the passenger in the rear.
Seat. This car is so badass. I'm definitely gonna own one of these one day. If you were looking for something purely for blue collar dirty work, then you had plenty of options. Trucks at the time didn't have all the bullshit screens and easily broken plastic parts. Trucks were raw and meant to be used for actual work. Back then, if you needed a simple truck just to haul yard waste to the dump or lend to your neighbor now and then, there were tons of cheap options. The Ford Ranger, the Chevy C10, and the Toyota pickup were awesome trucks. If you needed something more substantial for big jobs, you could get something like the Ford F-250 or C-1500. Adjusted for inflation, these trucks would roughly cost around $25,000 for a lower end one, and no more than $40,000 for a higher end one, while most new base model trucks start around $40,000 or $50,000. Yep. And of course, they just look so nice. If you were an OG looking for a clean ride, there were so many options. Even the OG Edgars were better off back then. You could get a clean Firebird, maybe a Mustang, or something like a Camaro Z28. If you were as rich as shit, or at least wanted to come across as rich as shit, you could definitely go for a 635 CSI. There were just so many cool fucking cars. The selling points for old cars were partially performance numbers, but it was so much more about the badass design of the car. It feels like making the car look awesome was their main marketing strategy. The build quality of older cars was also pretty cool. Since old cars didn't need to have airbags and a bunch of other sensors and stuff, they didn't need to cheap out on other parts of the car. If you get in an older car, everything feels like it has a weight to it. They didn't use cheap plastic clips or fake plastic wood. It was all real. On the other hand, newer cars need to use way more plastic than older ones. They have so many more expensive parts in them, so they can't be wasting money on nice feeling center consoles or like more tactile buttons. New cars use a ton of plastic, which is super annoying, but it might be for the better. Since the plastic parts are cheaper, it means these fast and luxury cars are a lot more affordable. They just feel a little bit more tacky and probably won't last as long as older cars. I think that plastic use is going in the right direction though. When people think of new cars having too much plastic, they're usually thinking of cars from the 2010s. It was around this time that things started to get a lot more plastic, and car manufacturers just didn't know what should be plastic and what shouldn't. My E91 has some of the worst plastic use of all time. The valve cover, jack points, and the skid plate, probably the engine block for all I know. Everything that car is plastic. and it's so annoying. It was just yesterday that I was putting a new battery in that car. I had to take off about 8 plastic panels just to get to the battery. I swapped the new battery in and accidentally broke the positive terminal clamp. Usually this would be no issue at all. You can just buy a new clamp for pocket change. The only issue is that BMW decided to house the entire clamp in solid plastic. This meant that instead of ordering a $6 part, I was ordering a $150 part straight from Germany. I ended up just breaking the plastic and tack welding the clamp back together. It's like there's traps to stop you from fixing your own car, which is something I'll talk more about later. I think these setbacks were mostly left in the 2010s though. Newer plastic parts make a lot more sense, and they also aren't rotten yet, so it's not nearly as bad as it was in that weird period of time. It was also around that weird period of time that car designs changed a lot. My E91, for example, again, was one of the first BMWs to have that look. It almost looks like the car's exterior is stretched around a skeleton. There used to be a lot of harsh lines and geometry in the designs, but almost every car started to look kind of fat, if you know what I mean. Even the E46 looks a little bit chubby compared to the E36, but the E90 is where the designs really started to get gluttonous. So which cars have better looks and build quality? Is it new or old? It's fair to say that a lot of new cars look significantly more aggressive than old ones. Even soccer mom cars with a CVT transmission look like they're ready to hit the track. This doesn't mean that they look better though. Objectively, the design of older cars was better. Since they had fewer design restraints than we do now, they could just get more creative with the way that cars look. So this point has to go to old cars. As for the build quality, I'm gonna give the point to new cars. If you look past the cheap plastic air vents and creaky plastic interiors on new cars, the build quality is just better. Panel gaps are straighter, new cars rarely rust, and they're just more precisely made. I realize that new cars can definitely feel more tacky than old ones, but the tech that we have to build them is just insane compared to what we had back then. While new build quality may be more precise, it's way more complex. Which brings me to the next category. Owning a new car is very different from owning an old one. Daily driving an old car almost feels ridiculous. The quality of the soft plastics they used back then were way worse, so most of the door seals are probably leaking. The headliner in old cars almost always sags, and basically
I had a constellation of thumbtacks that held up my headliner.
every other non-metal thing tries to break itself. People used to need to worry about their cars just randomly catching on fire or breaking down out of nowhere. Cars required a lot more regular maintenance, especially with carbureted engines. Now, almost all of these ridiculous issues have been solved. New cars don't just randomly break themselves, unless it's a BMW. And so many other issues like overheating, engine flooding, and rust have basically been solved. That being said, new cars are still far from bulletproof, which is possibly way more problematic. If you break something in a new car, the repair process is ridiculous. There was this one time that my BMW had a door seal leak and some water got under the passenger seat. I decided to pull the seat out so I could dry the floor, and here's what actually happened. I unbolted the seat, but realized that I needed to unplug the battery first so that the airbag sensor didn't go off. I unplugged the battery in the trunk, closed the trunk, and went back to pull the seat out. I realized that the seat was too reclined to pull out of the car, so I tried to move it forward. These seats are electric though, so I couldn't move them forward without the battery being plugged in. This pissed me off a lot, but it was far from the end of the world. I went to go plug the battery in, but I couldn't open the
trunk. Oh my god.
Trunk to access the battery because it has an electric latch. So yeah, what the fuck? Anyway, I ended up needing to climb through my car, take a plastic panel off from the inside of the trunk to find the manual latch, and barely open the trunk. I plugged the battery in, moved the seat like 4 degrees forward, and unplugged it again so that I could finally pull the fucking seat out of the fucking car. by the way, weighs like 70 pounds. Basically, that entire process was simply so I could dry the floor. In an old car, this would have been 4 bolts and 0 concern for an airbag sensor getting tripped. If that sensor got tripped, the airbags wouldn't blow up in my face or anything, but the sensor would trigger a warning light that just will not go away unless you go to a BMW specialist who can access the SRS code. So yeah, basically all that shit happened over a wet carpet. It almost feels like new car manufacturers don't want you to be able to fix your own car. Even though new
They don't.
cars rarely break, it's such a pain to fix them. There's so many plastic covers, specialty tools, and sensors that could easily be messed up. It makes it a lot more tempting to go pay for the labor instead of risking breaking your own shit for no reason at all. I find it interesting that with a lot of new cars, you need to go to a specific shop. If there's something you can't do yourself, you can't just bring it to a local mechanic. You need to go to some sort of corporate slop dealership certified bullshit place to get them to fix the issues for some reason. Is it better to get certified dudes to do the work, or is it maybe just a little bit of a slight money grab? Well, at least you don't need to worry about that with older cars. Working on older cars is significantly easier, kind of. You can fix so many old cars with basically just a hammer and literally tune carved engines with a screwdriver. You could count the number of fuses and sensors on one hand, and they're usually put in a super obvious place. Older cars were just built to be repaired by the owner, and there are nearly no mental hula hoops that you need to jump through to fix them. While they may have more frequent issues, it's so much easier to fix those issues and keep the car going for cheap. Back when these cars were new, this was definitely the way to go. But now, old cars are mostly rusty and crusty. Turning a few bolts might turn into melting a few bolts, if you know what I mean. When all that hardware and the...
Oh, I 100% know what you mean, because the very first problem I had with my first car was the tire slipped off the rim. And so in order to I tried to get the wheel off to put the spare tire on. And one of the fucking lug nuts was rusted onto the goddamn wheel hub. So I had to limp the car into the mechanic where they put it on a lift. And like melted through the lug nut to get to the stud. And put a new lug nut on. It was absolutely a fucking nightmare.
Rubber parts were new, DIY maintenance was awesome. Now they're all decomposed and things can be difficult. There's kind of a sweet spot for DIY maintenance. If your car is too old or rare, it's nearly impossible to come across parts for it. I was looking for new bumpers for my 1975 BMW 2002 because those bumpers are butt ugly. I searched far and wide for some 1973 bumpers, but they just did not exist. Like, there are some old dudes on Facebook selling their mangled bumpers for like $2 each, but there aren't any reasonable options whatsoever. This is the main setback for old cars. If it's old or rare enough, you're gonna need to get used to fabricating your own shit. Just simple things like new blinkers are only made in one factory overseas by one dude once a year whenever he feels like it. Luckily, it's easy to find parts for brand new cars, but you're unlikely to stumble across what you need at a junkyard or something. If you need a part for a new car, best believe you're gonna be ordering that shit for full price directly from the dealership. I feel like 90s and early 2000s cars are the sweet spot for used parts though. There were tons of cars made around this time, and tons of people still drive cars from that time. Those cars have the most aftermarket support, the most third party.
No, he's 100% right there. He's 100% right.
The most used parts. They're also still pretty raw. Cars from that era might have some more sensors than old ones, but they're still super easy to fix on your own. I'm not sure if cars from this time are new or old. They're definitely not brand new and they're definitely far from ancient. So what's better to live with? Old cars or new cars? I'm gonna give the point to old cars. Unless you have an old rust bucket that sat in a field for 20 years, regular maintenance is so much easier and cheaper on old cars than new ones. Even though new cars don't need to be fixed regularly, it's just such a financial burden when they do, and it feels nearly impossible to do the work on your own most of the time. The problem with old cars is that they don't have some of the luxuries that people are used to these days. So which is more comfortable to drive every day? As I was saying earlier, old cars don't usually have the nicest door seals and climate control. If you get in your old car on a cold day, set aside some extra time to squeegee the condensation on the inside of the windshield. Defogging the windows in old cars is just something you forget about until you regularly drive one. On a hot day, just pray you don't get stuck in traffic. Your only air conditioning is the air that's flying towards you as you drive. So while they might be a bit easier to live with financially? Are they easier to live with mentally? One thing that I much prefer about older cars over new ones is the size on the road. Older cars are generally a lot smaller, and I feel a lot more comfortable keeping them in a lane. They also usually have smaller pillars, so the extra visibility is surprisingly
He's 100% right.
nice. That being said, with every other new car on the road being semi-truck sized, smaller cars can sometimes be uncomfortable. Going on mountain roads and regular town driving is super nice in old cars though. We'll talk more about performance later. Manual door locks are surprisingly annoying. When you're getting in your car at night, it's just so nice to click a button to unlock the car. I never really thought a remote unlock was that convenient until my key fob broke. If you park an old car in a big parking lot,
yeah. I currently have to actually use my actual physical key to open and lock my car because my key fob, I don't know why my clicker doesn't work, but it doesn't work. And so, like, if I have my girlfriend in the car, I have to make sure that she gets out of the car first, and then I get out of the car. Because I have to make sure to manually engage the lock for the passenger side door. Otherwise, the door will just be left fucking open. It's lovely.
you might have to deploy a drone to find that shit. In new cars, you can just click the key fob and your car basically shoots out a beacon so you can find it. More importantly, old cars drive like old cars. Even in the early 2000s, having a commuter car with over 150 horsepower was pretty cool. Old cars are usually about as slow as shit. We'll talk more about power numbers when we get to performance, but even just for daily driving, it felt a lot more sluggish than new cars. Imagine trying to show off your new land yacht with a V8 that makes a whopping 200 horsepower with a 0 to 60 in about 15 seconds. Things were just slow, but again, we'll talk more about this later. I actually don't use the navigation in any of my cars, but that's something that a lot of people would definitely have a hard time missing.
I only use the GPS when I'm going to work, and only so it will alert me to any kind of like traffic situations. Be like, hey, there's a crash, so shit's about to get real slow up ahead, bitch. Oh fuck.
Out on.
But like going home, I know the route by heart, so I just don't use it.
It's things like navigation or Bluetooth that people just get used to. You used to need to flip through a CD book or pull out an actual map to figure out where you're going. I don't think this is a real problem for most old cars though, because you can just replace the head unit and pull up maps on your phone or something. It's just something that a lot of people like to have built into their cars though. Imagine picking up someone in an old car for a first date and you have a really shit playlist going. So you need to flip through your entire CD book, wipe off the CD to make sure it's not too dirty, and then you're good to go again. But during that process, you missed the turn. So now you have to hold an entire map to figure out where you were going again. How could you possibly be nonchalant back then? At least the car looks good. So one issue with older cars is that a lot of them are just metal coffins. They have very optional looking seatbelts and awkward crumple zones. And absolutely no airbags, of course. Maybe people who drive older cars are better drivers because they're actually just scared to crash. I don't know how automakers went so long without seatbelts and airbags. At least it made the car lighter, but it was just actually so embarrassing. Imagine getting in a minor fender bender and breaking your face for no reason at all. There could have been a pillow on your steering wheel, but you decided to drive an older car because they look cool. I think people often forget about how regular car theft and break-ins used to be. They're still super common, but back in the day, if you saw something you wanted in someone's car, it was already yours. There were no car alarms and definitely no flock cameras watching you. Better yet, they didn't even have safety glass, so it just shattered so easily. The cars also comfortably started and drove with a screwdriver. Luckily, a lot of new cars are significantly harder to steal or break into. I mean, they're not much harder to break into, but they're gonna make a lot of noise. And honestly, with the amount of time it takes to remove all the plastic panels to hotwire a new car, you could have just got a minimum wage job and bought a car. I think one of the biggest differences for most people would be the actual daily driving experience though. People got very used to ABS and traction control. I think if everyone had to revert to driving old cars, we would see a lot of people spinning out.
Yeah.
When it starts raining for the first time after the summer, I see people in new cars doing the dumbest shit. Last fall, I drove 10 minutes and saw one person do a 180 on an on-ramp. And then saw someone accidentally power slide a roundabout. front-wheel drive car. Some of the drivers that religiously drive new cars would have a really hard time driving old ones without all the extra things.
Yeah, see, I've driven both, so I'd be fine.
Traction control and ABS are almost always great to have for daily driving, but I've had a few new car experiences that have pissed me off so much. I was driving a 2015 Subaru Outback in the snow once and just expected it to plow right through that shit because it was a Subaru. Any old Subaru would easily go over all of that stuff. It's what they're known for. This 2015 Subaru Outback, on the other hand, was not on the same page as me. I got slightly stuck and tried to just power out of it, but that piece of shit car just wouldn't send any f***ing power to the wheels because of the traction control. Even after turning off traction control, the car was just not raw enough to get out of the situation I was in. Honestly, it was probably my fault for some reason, but in a lot of old cars, you just didn't need to think about things like that. What you had is what you had. You had an actual throttle cable and then got the power sent straight to the wheels. Having no traction control makes some situations a lot more difficult, but other situations a lot easier, or at least more fun. I'm personally not a huge fan of lane assist or auto braking or anything that distracts you from driving the car, but I think it would be a really hard thing for a lot of people to give up. Old cars didn't have anything
Nope. If you were a retard, you got punished for it.
close to this, which made for much more focused drivers. That being said, it made the driving experience for long road trips so much less comfortable. Being stuck in Oakland traffic in an old tin can with no AC and a worn out clutch might have been the top 10 torture methods of all time. For things like that, I would 100% prefer having a new car. Another thing is backup cameras and parking sensors. Luckily, most older cars are small enough and have enough visibility to make parking relatively easy. But new cars actually have a top-down 360 view on an iPad screen. While new cars are bigger, parking them feels like wall hacking or something. It's just so easy. For daily driving and comfort, I think new cars deserve the point. I think old cars are more fun for town driving and mountain roads, but for long hauls and standstill traffic, I would definitely prefer being in a new car. So now we have to talk about performance. Right off the bat, it's clear that a lot more modern cars are marketed based on power numbers, while old cars seem to be marketed by the look and
Yeah, I definitely couldn't do the same speed that I do in my new car in my old car.
soul of the car, if that makes sense. We're gonna get into that next, but purely based off performance numbers, here's what we have. New cars are 100% more powerful than old cars. Let's just get that out of the way. Old cars had massive gas-guzzling engines that made jack shit for power. It's genuinely embarrassing how little horsepower they squeezed out of massive displacement. You'd have heavy 5.7 liter V8s in the late 70s struggling to push out 160 horsepower because of insane smog regulations and terrible efficiency. Today, you can buy a literal 4-cylinder Honda Civic that makes over 300 horsepower and will absolutely gap 90% of the classic muscle cars straight from the factory. But straight line speed isn't everything. New cars are as heavy as shit. With all the safety regulations, massive screens, sound deadening, and miles of wiring, most modern cars weigh roughly the same as a small tank. When you take a corner in a modern Dodge Charger, you can physically feel about 4,500 pounds trying to rip you off the asphalt into a ditch. The only reason they don't is because of modern tire technology, ABS, suspension geometry, and just some kind of bullshit black magic stuff. Old cars cornered like boats. The suspension was soft, the braking was genuinely terrifying, and going from 60 to 0 with 4-wheel drum brakes feels less like stopping and more like sending a polite suggestion to the wheels. But because older cars are so much lighter, they feel incredibly nimble and tossable, if that makes sense. You can throw a 2,500 pound 90s shitbox into a corner and it just darts exactly where you point it, even if it does take 10 business days to get back up to the speed limit afterwards. I have to give the overall performance point to new cars just based off raw metrics, but old cars definitely take the point for maneuverability and weight. The connection to a car is half of the reason that people buy it in the first place. Not just the way it feels to drive performance-wise, but everything about it. The way it looks, the way it sounds.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I bought my Elantra was because I rented one when my old car started crapping out, and I was like, I kind of like this thing. And I still like it. It's a fun little car to drive.
Basically just how connected you are to it while you're driving. I feel like a lot of new big cars miss out on a lot of these factors. Like one of the new BMW XM7s or something compared to a 70s BMW 2002. Obviously the XM7 is faster, more comfortable, sounds really cool, and honestly probably feels insane to drive.
I'm too broke to know.
But on the other hand, the 2002 is something else. The car is so much more raw, you feel like you're in complete control. Even comparing the 2002 to something new and more similar, like the BMW M2, the connection just isn't the same in new cars as old ones. Honestly, part of that could be the mechanic side of things, Earlier I was talking about being able to do all of your own maintenance on old cars, and I think turning the bolts yourself makes you feel way more connected to the car. Driving an old car is a mechanical experience. That shit is like an extension of your body. When you press the gas pedal, an actual physical cable pulls the throttle body open. You hear the intake suck in air, you smell the unburned fuel, and you feel the vibration of the road right through the steering wheel. It feels about as raw as shit, and it's really cool. In a new car, you press a plastic pedal, which sends an electrical signal to a computer, which then needs to ask the traction control and emission sensors for consent to give power to the wheel. And let's talk about the sound. Old cars sounded raw and aggressive. If an old car was loud, it was because the engine was actually moving a ton of air through an exhaust pipe. Today, manufacturers are literally pumping fake engine noises through the stereo speakers because the engines sound like vacuum cleaners. I know I just talked about how slow old cars are, but I think the lower power numbers are usually a part of the soul. You have to hear me out though. Being able to use an old car's full power band and not get arrested is awesome. With the 2002, that M10 isn't making nearly enough power to get you in trouble. But if you leave your foot on the pedal of an M2 for just slightly too long, you're fucked. Again, having a fast car is awesome, but it almost feels like you can't use what you paid for unless you're alright going to jail for a few months. There is also a massive community aspect tied to old cars. When you drive a classic or even a 90s tuner, you get nods from people who just get it. If you break down on the side of the road, some dude will probably pull over to help you just because the car is so fucking chill. But if you break down in a brand new electric crossover, people just drive past while you sit on hold with roadside assistance. The driver engagement and raw character of old cars just cannot be replicated by an iPad on wheels. The point definitely goes to old cars. Something interesting about new cars is what we've lost. There's tons of cool new cars, but there's just some things that aren't possible to buy anymore. Manufacturers are so much more focused on making crossovers than anything cool. We used to have super affordable sports cars, and we used to have mini trucks, and there used to be so many other random cool cars you could get for dirt cheap. That's not really the case anymore. The options are so much more limited, and it seems like the more specific a car is, the more expensive it is. It's like the best deal you can get with cars these days is some sort of jack of all trades type of thing. Think about the mini truck scene. The original Ford Ranger, the Chevy S10, the Nissan Hardbody, these were all dirt cheap and reliable. They sat low to the ground and they were basically indestructible. And of course, you didn't need a stepladder to get into the bed. Today, the small trucks like the new Tacoma or Colorado are massive. True. Mini trucks are dead, and the enthusiast culture around them is surviving purely on Facebook Marketplace. The same goes for cheap sports cars. It wasn't that long ago that a broke high school kid could buy a 240 or an E36 for like $1,500, and then you could just weld the diff and learn how to drift. Now, that exact same run-through shell with no engine goes for $5 grand minimum. The barrier to entry for car culture has skyrocketed. We lost the cheap and lightweight cars. They're just so fucking expensive now. So what's the actual verdict here? Are old or new cars better? It entirely depends on what you're doing. If you have a 2-hour long commute in heavy Oakland traffic, or you need to haul your family across the country for some reason, you are out of your mind if you choose an old car. The climate control, the safety features, the sound system, and the sheer reliability of a new car just makes it that much better for long driving. But if you actually want to drive, if you want to be able to do your own shit without triggering an SRS code and actually feel connected to the machine you're operating, old cars definitely win. Keep the new car for the daily grind, but keep the old car for the weekend. Let me know what you think though.
It's 5 p.m. and
While I was in the military.
All right. Beret Inspections. Campfire Stories by Mike Burnfire. Let's dive on in.
While I was in the military, we had to wear berets.
I've never worn a beret.
You're wearing one right now.
I imagine it feels terrible. Berets normally fall off your head, which is why I had to duct tape mine to my hair.
The berets don't normally fall off your head if you wear them the way they're meant to be worn, which is cinched down so tight around your fucking skull that it cuts off circulation.
No, I think I prefer my method.
I hated the beret, and pretty much everybody in the military hated the beret too.
You don't hear about this very often.
It was green berets for special forces, red beret for airborne, air assault, which are the guys that rappel out of helicopters, were black berets. And some general in the army, once again, saw all these super cool people wearing berets.
And mixed up correlation and causation. If we wear berets, that means we'll be cool.
Or, my personal opinion, it was a bunch of generals sitting in a meeting. One of them looked at the other one and said, "We need a new headgear. What should we do?" Then he picked up an E-tool and smacked the guy in the head with it. And the guy went, "Bah, everyone wears berets!" And then promptly collapsed on the floor in a puddle of his own vomit. So, somebody decided that everyone in the army would wear berets. Black berets. Air Assault was not happy about this. There's nothing special about the black.
Yeah, I would be pretty pissed off too. Like, that was our color. You couldn't give them some other color?
Beret anymore. Everybody gets it. To make it even worse, most major military bases are in the south of the United States, where it's hot and humid. Mm-hmm. And the berets are all made out of black wool that are suctioned to your head. So you end up sweating like a goddamn every day you're wearing this stupid dead skunk on your head.
You forgot the noun. You were sweating like a goddamn pig?
Just sweating like a goddamn...
Sweating like a... Okay.
Put your favorite noun in there. It's a choose-your-own-adventure story. So, you get out of basic training. You finally get to wear the beret. Oh, joy of joys. I get to wear this beret.
Hooray.
But when you buy the beret from Clothing and Sales, it's just a flat round pizza crust.
It's not shaped?
No, it's not shaped at all. It's
what?
just a flat round thing with a little emblem on it, which is just cardboard backed.
Okay, so if the hat gets wet, you have to get a new one?
Well, allow me to give you Zach's instructions on how to shape your beret.
Okay.
Remove beret from plastic bag. Cry for hours.
This is not very helpful.
Because you know that you have to put this dead rat on your head. Buy a 25-pack of disposable Bic razors.
Okay, I don't like where this is going.
Shave the beret.
With the razors?
Yes.
Why are you shaving the beret?
Because it is incredibly fuzzy. And you will get yelled at if you wear it when it is that fuzzy. Right now, you have not bought a hat. You bought a model kit you get to put on your head. Chia hat. Shave the beret. You will go through many razors during this process because the razors, which are not accustomed to having wool being put through them, get very mad and break.
What if I had an 11-blade razor?
Well, that's just going to rip a hole right through your beret. And then guess what? You get to go buy a new one.
Couldn't you just use some scissors and trim it down a bit?
Good luck doing that. You try to trim hair that is less than 1/4 of a millimeter long.
Oh, fair.
Wool lint gets everywhere. It is the biggest pain in the ass. And then when you're finally done shaving the beret, you get to shave it some more because that still was not enough.
Oh, no.
And then finally, you're done shaving the beret. Excellent. I'm done shaving this fucking thing. Now I can finally shape it and put it on my head. No, I have to shave the inside now. Fuck, I forgot about that.
Wait, why do you have to shave the inside? Nobody's going to see the inside.
It is absolutely intolerable when you put it on your head because it just traps heat in.
Oh.
So you have to shave both the inside and the outside. But don't shave too much because if you shave too much, it'll get thin and then you'll rip a hole in it. Which 90% of the soldiers in the military had a hole in their beret because once they would finally finish shaving this fucking thing and getting it cleaned and shaped and shaved, inevitably, it's going to go and a little hole is going to appear in it. And then you already spent 6 hours shaving this fucking thing. You might as well just wear it on your head. Now, finally, you have finished shaving the beret.
You've patched the hole with a piece of chewing gum.
I put the emblem on the front. Put the emblem on the front. Now you gotta take a hammer and bash the 2 little pins that are on that emblem down, because otherwise there's 2 pins on the little emblem that are just sticking straight out. Even if you put dammits on the back of it, they still jab into your forehead the entire time you're wearing it, just constantly poking you in the forehead. Oh
my God! You can tell by the sound of his voice that he really did not like wearing the beret.
Over and over. So you literally just take the dammits off and you just throw them in the garbage, and you put the beret down on like a mouse pad, and you just smash the back of the 2 pins with a hammer. But you're still not done.
There's more?
There is more. Shaping. Begin by taking a pair of scissors and cutting all of the cardboard out of the front of your beret.
Why would you remove the cardboard?
Because if you don't remove the cardboard, there will be an unending shitstorm every single time you go outside and somebody sees you with a half moon shape on the front of your beret.
Is this bad?
Apparently, according to anybody with a rank over lieutenant, it is a bad thing. Once the cardboard is gone, take the beret over to the sink, hold it like a bowl, and fill it up with water.
What? You're putting water in your beret now?
Yes.
Why?
Because that is the only way you're going to shape this damn thing.
What?
If you just put the beret on your head and shape it, you're just going to look like a mushroom with a black top and a little emblem stuck on it. So, you have to soak it in water.
This seems obscene, but go on.
Once you've done with that, dump all the water out of it, and while the beret is still soaking wet and dripping everywhere, put it on your head and pull it and tug on it and rip it down in different directions and then pull one side of it over. But don't pull it too far. But don't not pull it. The regulations on the beret are vague.
Alright.
There's not really specifics on it. It basically amounts to the beret has to look good. So you can't wear it like it's a pizza that someone dropped on top of your head. You can't have it pulled way down over one ear, but every single higher-ranking person in the U.S. military had their own interpretation of how the beret was supposed to be set up, and if your beret didn't look exactly like theirs, you would get a never-ending ass-reaming every single time they saw you.
Everybody is mandated to wear this dog turd, but it must look nice.
I had 2 different berets, because the warrant officer in charge of our motor pool wanted the beret set up in one way.
Oh, God.
And the officer in charge of our company wanted the beret set up a different way. So I had a beret that I wore to company formations and a beret that I wore when I walked into work so that I wouldn't get talked to.
Did everybody in your unit do this? Or did they
No, some people would just get yelled at because they just didn't give a shit and they knew there was nothing that the military could do about it.
Alright.
My goal, most of the time, was to be as wallpaper. Something that you know it's there, but you're really not inclined to go talk to it.
Yep.
I just wanted to be left alone. I've gone on this whole tangent about berets, specifically to say that the beret for Standard Army is no more.
And you're so happy you're going to re-enlist.
No.
No.
I'm too old and fat. They wouldn't take me back anyway.
That didn't stop Ernest from joining the army.
Ernest goes to war. Yeah, that hat is no more. I hated wearing that stupid beret. I burned my beret when I got out of the military. I actually burned it.
You hated it that much?
I burned it in front of the barracks the day I left the military.
You burned it like a $200 school textbook that can't be returned because there's a new edition.
It was just a symbol of all of the hate and discontent I felt. I hate this stupid thing.
And as it dissolved into ash, the fumes rising into the air, a huge burden had been alleviated. You were free, and your forehead could breathe.
Yep. God, I hated that beret.
All my complaints about the Marine uniform seem petty in comparison. We had to roll our sleeves, and we had to wear certain uniforms on certain months, but...
Oh, I'm in no way discounting your complaints. Did you have to polish your boots?
No, I had brown boots and never had to polish them.
Oh, man.
Did you have to polish your boots?
Yeah.
Really?
So I had to set aside an hour every single night to polish my boots.
That much, huh?
The chief in charge of our motor pool was obsessed with everything being pretty and clean, even though we work in a motor pool repairing military Humvees, which are some of the greasiest and most disgusting
Oh my god.
vehicles ever. Not to mention all the gross cans of dip juice that are just leaking out of the bottom of every single vehicle.
Yes, thank you, Army personnel.
I would show up for work. I would work on weapons, or if there's like a belt-fed machine gun on the floor, I would end up kneeling on the floor and working on the bench. So my boots, of course, are going to get all scuffed up, as would be expected. And then we would have an inspection in the middle of the workday, while I still have 25 more machine guns that I have to gauge, and there's 17 more vehicles that need PMCS done on them. So we have to do an inspection in the middle of the day, and everything's gross and disgusting, and then I get yelled at for having the knees of my uniform dirty, and my boots are scuffed up.
How did you react to that at the time?
I'm sorry, sir. It won't happen again, sir.
Yeah. Boiler.
Yeah, that's about all you can really do.
Late response.
I'm sorry, sir. It won't happen again, sir. There were a couple times that I got really fed up, and they would be like, why are your boots all scuffed up? Because I fucking work. Oh, you do work, do you? Okay, well, why don't you do some push-ups then? Cool.
So that's why you get the boilerplate response.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Pretty much. We got a new sergeant major, and he came down to inspect our motor pool. He came down there. We had spent like 4 days cleaning the motor pool and making sure everything was clean and organized. A bunch of the mechanics got behind on working on vehicles. Everybody had to clean up everything. The floors were so clean you could have frickin' eat off them. They were using the floor buffer to scrub concrete for this inspection for the new sergeant major. He came down and he saw how clean the motor pool was, and he was like, why the fuck is it so clean? Do you guys work ever?
Oh! No! Oh god, I would have lost my shit.
Hey? So you were getting in trouble because your workspace was too clean.
Pretty much. His opinion was, if it's so clean, why aren't they working on my shit? Why are they spending time cleaning the motor pool instead of working on my shit like they're supposed to be doing? So that
you just can't win.
Then the cleaning requirements were laxed after that.
Wait, what is this? Alright. Let's check out the all Coltrane cinematics Gears of War 2. Let's dive on in.
Marcus, is that gotta be?
Not nice.
Nobody plays this game like me. Nobody. Cole. In the flesh, baby. Try to tell you to stay away from that chopper, man. Sounds like shit got thick for you.
It did. Thanks for the assist, Cole. Where's the rest of your squad?
Here's my squad. Except for Barrett and Tanner. We got separated after the drop. The last message came from nearby.
Sounds like we got a new objective. Control, this is Delta. Cancel Mayday. We've regrouped with Cole. Baird and Sigma are MIA. We're assisting on the search.
Is that what you call it when I saved your
Copy
ass?
that, Delta. We have additional squads moving in to secure Lima.
Roger, Control. We'll keep you posted. Delta out.
Regroup. That's a good one. Good thing you got your star player back, Delta.
Welcome back, Coltrane.
I hear you, Barrett.
Then get me the hell out of here.
About time. What the hell took you guys so long? You're welcome. What the hell are the Locusts doing taking prisoners? They're locking people up in these things, taking them deeper into the hollow. They were gonna process me, man. Whatever that means.
Shit, I'll show these Locust bitches some process.
I don't want to find out.
Come on, we need to check the...
I don't want to find out what being processed means. I have no desire to be elucidated on that matter.
Out.
No better to kill.
I'm gonna assume it means you're getting made into hot dogs.
Ty, is that you?
Oh no.
Marcus, we got more look.
No. I don't think that's your buddy anymore. I don't think you should be getting that close.
Just on the way.
No. Wait. Just gave him a gun. Why'd you do
Cole,
that?
Bear, cover that door. Carmine, Dom, guard the rear. Ty! No!
Holy shit, what the fuck?
I told you, they're breaking people. I can hear them screaming from the docks.
I can't believe they did that to Ty. He survives everything, doesn't he?
Let's just get the hell out of here.
Well, fuck me.
Where's Carmine?
I got your back, Sarge!
Get your ass in here, now!
Rookie, this ain't the big game yet! Send your ass for the payoff!
We're in!
I'm okay, Sarge. I can't believe we made it.
Spoke too soon. Oh! Karma! Ooh, he definitely spoke too soon.
Dom. Dom. Dom, you awake? I brought you breakfast. The kids are at my mother's, so we got the whole day to ourselves. Dom! Are you awake? Dom! Dom!
Dom! Dom, wake up!
Huh?
Dom, you okay?
Tell me we aren't where I think we are.
Hate to tell you, Dom. We are.
Sarge. I tell my brothers and my mom. Tell them I love them.
Uh-huh. What the hell is it doing? Oh, come on, stop pissing it off! How the hell you gonna tell me when not to shoot in here? Look at this shit!
Oh, that's why.
Run!
God. Ew.
Damn it. Oh, this is just wrong. I'm coughing up blood that ain't mine. Control! Delta here. We just, I don't know where to even begin, but just get us the hell out of here.
Look out below, Delta. Incoming Centaur.
Control, I requested a pickup, not a drop-off.
Delta, this is Command. You've got new orders, Phoenix. Operation Hollow Storm continues. But we had insufficient intel on the Locust stronghold. We need to accurately pinpoint the heart of the Hollow and take out their leader. Chairman Prescott just declassified an intel file that reveals a decommissioned COG outpost near your location. Well, I've been told it'll give us a lead on the location of the Locust stronghold, and possibly some more intel on the Locust Queen as well. You and Delta are to check it out ASAP and report any findings to Command.
Excuse me, sir, but what the hell? Just declassified? What do you mean, a Locust Queen?
Everything is on a need-to-know basis, Sergeant, on direct orders from the chairman. You have your mission, now get to it. Command out.
Anybody else's bullshit detector just go off?
Marcus, man, this shit sounds sketch.
If Hoffman didn't even know about this place...
It's not like we have a choice. This operation's our last shot. Move out.
Shotgun!
I hope no one believes in ghosts. Control, you have anything from Jack yet?
Affirmative, Delta. You need to follow the old logging road up the mountain until it ends. If the data is correct, you should be able to find the entrance to the mountain from there.
Roger that, Control. Delta out. Only one way to go now. Are you crazy, Marcus? Oh, shit! We're not gonna make it! Here we go! That's it. No more jumps, all right? Ha ha! Come on, baby, let's do it again! Uh-oh, I think Brad just pissed himself.
Hold up.
What the hell are you doing down here?
Well, after you jackasses blew up my station and Franklin's outpost got overrun, the surface wasn't safe no more.
And you guys thought down here was safe?
Nowhere is, son. Not anymore. We were fine here for a few months, as long as you stayed away from the roads and Nexus. But now they're coming around where they didn't before. Kidnapping people, torturing them.
Nexus?
Yeah, Nexus. You got wax in your ears? Nexus is where all the locusts come from.
Hey, old man. Can we get there from here?
You have to cross the lake, but nobody does except locusts. Those waters ain't safe.
Nowhere is, right? All right, Cole, Baird, I want you to take these people up to the surface. Dom and I will continue on foot.
What? But
They're gonna die otherwise. You'll follow down in the grind lifts once we set off Jack's beacon.
But we can't. This is when he tells you he'll take it under advisement. Come on, man, let's roll.
Old man, gather everyone and go with them. They'll take you to safety.
Oh, wait a minute. This doesn't mean we gotta fight in your army now, does it?
I didn't say that, but you're not staying here.
Wait, before you go. You ever seen this woman? Name's Maria.
Oh, pretty. Something about her face does seem familiar. Maybe she was with one of the other groups that came down before. Stu's group, I think. But Stu and them got captured.
But the captured ones, the Locusts have been taking them towards Nexus?
Probably. Or the work camps along the way.
How do we find them?
When you get to the highway, near the dam, there's a path that'll take you there.
Thanks, old man.
Don't know what good it does you. You ain't getting in there unless you're a Locust.
Hey, Marcus. What if the beacon doesn't work? Then we'll see Jacinto down here. Welcome back to Delta.
End of the world, baby. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
I think I take the tropical island.
So now what?
Now we gotta get into the palace. Find that queen. Let's move, Delta.
Why the hell are they in such a hurry? Looks like we must be kicking some serious ass.
I think it's us. Too far from the beacon. Must be something else going on. Dom, you and Baird take the left. Cole and I got the right.
Hey. Oh, shit.
Whoa, Dom, don't touch that shit. You could get rust lung off that or something. I don't know, man. It looks infected.
Yeah, good call.
Let me get this shit straight. The regular locusts are fighting the glowing locusts? I thought they were all on the same side.
I was wondering why we were doing so well.
Well, that explains their desperation in the raids. They're losing their home turf to the Lambent.
Yo, those glory-ass locusts are coming.
I'm on it.
Got him! Are you seeing this shit?
Yeah, of course I
Dig in, baby. Going into overtime.
Oh, John DiMaggio. Jake the dog is my favorite Adventure Time character.
So how are we gonna find the queen?
Well, where would you hide if you were queen of the grubs?
At the bar.
At the bottom of the nest. Behind all of the subjects who you'd have to get through.
Check this out. Looks like what the queen keeps yapping about.
So we know they're trying to sink Jacinto. It sounds like it'll flood the hollow. Why would they do that?
They're desperate. All this time, we never realized that. Jack, plug in and see what you can find.
We cannot allow the Lambents to pollute the surface. We must bury their infection here. The world is rightfully ours.
Delta Squad is in your house, bitch! You hear that shit? Your grub ass bitches are going down, like way down, dead down, so down you ain't gonna even know which way is up. Your ass is gonna be crying to your skink ass queen. Oh, mommy, you let the bad man hurt us. Fuck you! We gonna whoop your mama's ass! Whoa!
There we go. One muzzled queen. Not you, her. You were great. I loved your
I like that little broadcast he sent.
speech there, especially with the bitch ass stuff. Very good, very enlightening.
Jack, anything?
There appears to be only one way to end this war. I fear the cost may be too great.
Marcus, is that who I think it is?
I think so.
If we were to sink Jacinto, it would flood the hollow with seawater. Nothing below would survive. We could end the war today, but only if we sacrifice our last possible refuge.
Who's that talking?
Adam Phoenix.
It's my father.
What? But what's he doing in the Locust computers?
We'll figure that out later. Look, my father and the Locust Queen are saying the same thing. It's just a matter of timing. We need to sink Jacinto before the Locusts leave, not after.
Can we even do that?
Marcus, I know it's your dad and all, but listen to what you're saying.
Consider it a backup plan if we can't get to the Queen. Jack, see if you can send the data back to command. Tell them we found another way to put the Locusts down for good. Keep moving, Delta.
Well, let's hope she's home.
Could be a trap. Stay alert.
You're the first humans to ever desecrate this palace with your presence.
It's her.
And I assure you, you will most certainly be the last.
That's the Locust Queen? I thought she was supposed to be brought up here.
If you're planning on flooding the Hollow, then I guess we would be the last.
Yes. Though you destroyed the Riftworm, there are still ways for us to sink Jacinto. You will perish along with the Lambert.
Not if we sink it first.
Scourge informed me of your plan to sink Jacinto before us. I'm afraid it won't work.
Don't be so sure.
Oh, but I am. We already have an army en route to Jacinto to prevent that from happening. Tell me, is it true? You're the son of Adam Phoenix.
What's it to you?
He spoke highly of you. It's a shame that you didn't follow his path.
The hell are you talking about?
It no longer matters. Scourge, destroy them.
There, go! Go after the Queen! There's our ticket out of here! Get on those Reavers!
Marcus, I don't think they're gonna let us just climb on them.
You got a better idea?
Let's ride, Delta! Always wanted me a little horse. It's a flying one. They ain't cool, but let's just get the fuck out of here. Let's go. Thanks for the assist, Delta. We thought we were done for.
You're welcome. Now get your asses out of here. This entire place is going down. Shit.
Come on, horse, and get it up, go! Get your ass moving! Oh, yeah, baby! This train runs on time!
Shit, that was close.
Control, Delta here. We lost the Queen. Did you get the data from Jack?
Affirmative, Delta. Evacuations are underway, but we're currently under siege.
Roger that. The Queen is sending everything she's got to stop us from sinking Jacinto. If we're gonna do it, we gotta do it now.
Understood. We're working as fast as we can. Are you able to assist?
We're close and on our way, Anya. Delta out.
Nice work, Phoenix. Your squad did good.
What's the status?
In progress. We've evacuated most of Jacinto, but we still need more time to evac gears from the Hollow.
Do we have a plan to sink Jacinto?
Almost. We're finalizing the logistics now.
When you first sent this information, Sergeant Phoenix, I thought you were insane.
You seem to have that effect on people.
But it looks like your father was right all this time.
Imagine that.
Locust troops have breached the courtyard.
We're on it.
Not without me, you aren't. If this is Jacinto's last stand, I'm not sitting it out.
Fair enough. So what's our status?
We have a plan, but it's not going to be easy.
We've identified an underground cavern near the Locust sinkhole. We believe that a strategically placed light mass bomb can give Jacinto its final push.
What's the catch?
Due to Cedar and Nemesis infestation, we're unable to get a chopper down there to deliver the bomb. We need someone to clear the target area.
And by someone, you mean us. Baird, Cole, I want you two to assist with the light mass bomb. Dom, looks like we're heading back underground.
Get us out of here now! All KR units, evac to the surface! Control, can you read me? Anya, are you there?
Your world can end in the blink of an eye. One event, one unexpected twist of fate, and suddenly the world as you knew it is gone forever.
Anya, can you read me? Anya, come in! Anya!
All that you held dear, all that you held close, is washed away into the sea of distant memory.
I'm sorry, Marcus.
Life is cruel. Of this I have no doubt. But life continues on, with or without you. One can only hope that one leaves behind a lasting legacy. But so often, the legacies that we leave behind are not the ones that we intended.
You know, Thanks for coming by, Oni-chan. Thank you for the raid on Rumble. And this kind of makes me want to eventually, when I get the opportunity, play a Gears of War game. It looks very interesting. And the story seems very what's the word? Engaging.
Cheaty!
I'll be right back. I'm running to my car for a second and grab something. Oh, okay, that's better. All right. Oh no, I was reacting to a Gears of War montage of a character. Oh, that's not bad. All right. Let me find something. Let's see. We got a little bit more time to do some more reacts. Let's find a couple more short ones we could do. Okay, I got two more.
Dudes are really.
All right. I got two more, and we'll put the rest in the pocket for tomorrow night. Oh, maybe one or two more. I mean, maybe one or two more after these two. We'll see. All right. This is The Obsession with Acting Tough by The Duck. Let's dive on in.
Dudes are really trying to act hard in our current year. Now, in no means am I saying I'm tough, because I'm not. Let's get that out of the way. I'm sweeter than Grandma's cookies. I mean, look at my channel mascot, and plus I'm a YouTuber. Shit is very sweet around here. Now, there really is some people I've seen in my lifetime that really act like they're real demons amongst us when they're not, they're fakes. And even people on the internet as well. Now, we'll start with the term a fake demon. Now, what is a fake demon, you ask? Somebody who actually thinks they do the most demonic shit ever. But in reality, they're charming ultra soft with smooth tear. They'll always try to portray themselves as the scariest dude on the planet or that you shouldn't mess with them. But yeah, I searched up sweeter than sugar on TikTok and I was curious to see what came up, and this is what I found. I don't care, keep going, be my toy, or I'm doxing you and swatting you. What the hell? Do me a favor, just go in Roblox right now and look down at your shirt. You got a cute little cat on your shirt and you're saying all this shit. Like, you're not tough, bro. You're just a chud. Nope. You're really gonna dox people over Roblox? Yo, you gotta get it together, bro.
Quit shining the light at me.
I'm sorry, but turn around.
Really?
At first glance, you're walking down the street at night. Some dude that looks like this pulls up on you. You're gonna be shitting yourself. Well, I would at least, because look, man, I'm sweet, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I really just prefer it to be peace and tranquility over here. In this situation, I would have ran already, or I would have been like speed walking. But this guy confronted him, and this is what happened. Okay, I'd sound like a top 5 channel.
You wanna play this game today? Alright, come here.
Oh shit. Oh shit, he's about to bounce. Oh shit, sorry to hear that, Oni-chan. I hope everything works out better on your next stream. Have a good night. Get some good rest. Hopefully things will be better tomorrow. Thank you so much for rating into me.
And now he's done, just like that. He said come here and instantly folded like a MacBook Air. Dudes are really fake demons. This guy looked so menacing at first, chasing him down, or not chasing him down, but he was like walking in his direction. But that was an instantaneous fold, bro. It wasn't even a second. Next, we gotta talk about the internet thug. This dude really acts like he commits crimes on the daily. But in reality, we all know he's trolling and is only tough when talking behind the screen. They'll really threaten to dox you, beat up your entire family bloodline, pretend to be badass and about that life online. But of course, when it comes to real life, they come across somebody on the internet that doesn't play, and they have to go toe-to-toe with them. They just duck, even though they were the person that was like, yo, drop your addy right now, as they're like talking shit to them in the game. Fake crash outs. Sometimes emotions really get the best of us. But here's a reenactment of the fake crash outs. Hypothetical crash out. That's the level of impact their crash out has. Even though they make it the biggest deal in the entire world, they gotta tell the world they're about to crash out. Their favorite phrase is really, on God, I'm about to crash out. Customer service is giving them a hard time. On God, I'm about to crash out. They put dill pickles on their burger. On God, I'm about to crash out. There was a whole meme in 2024 about how people who said that had photos like this in their living room. And look, man, I'm not gonna lie. I probably got some photos like this in my living room. So hey, if you're putting on a front, bro, stay in your lane. There's nothing wrong with being a good kid. You don't have to put on this front of being a menace every second of the day. Although I don't have any examples online, I have some examples from real life. This is not just an online occurrence. In 2022, I encountered my first fake crash out slash fake demon. So I was working on the shift at a grocery store. I was tired, it was late, I was ready to go home. Then all of a sudden, this fake Karen crash out comes in and just starts talking crazy to the person at the customer service desk. I feel like they weren't really crashing out, but the crash out was brewing. Like they were beginning the meltdown phase. They were yelling and throwing a temper tantrum. Over the way, one of the cashiers bagged something. That cashier may have been me, because she went right to the customer service desk and just started threatening to fire the lady that was working there. And at first I was worried, like, damn, am I really gonna get this lady fired because I bagged something so shittily? But then she didn't really seem worried. She's like, yo, you're not gonna do shit. You know, although this Karen trope is like ran into the ground at this point, like it's real. I thought this shit was an internet exclusive my whole life.
Nope, it's real.
Moral of the story, she didn't do shit, man. She was just going on a temper tantrum for nothing, man. Fake crashing out. Nobody got fired. This was the stupidest shit ever. One time, alright, we were in the middle of the burbs, man. Just straight suburban area. Like I said, I'm from the burbs. Shit is hella sweet over here. But I guess someone had this dude over, you know, he had a few drinks. Okay, not a few drinks. But when he went outside, I don't know who he was feeling like, because immediately he just started pointing finger guns at the neighbor's house. They just started going like, bow, bow, bow. Like, are we serious? This dude's really acting like he has sticks. Bro, you have no sticks for nobody. Am I crazy for including this in the video? Like, yo, this dude, we're in the middle of the suburbs, man. And then a few minutes later, there was a cop car that showed up.
Oh my god.
I don't think anything happened because, yeah, he was just a drunk idiot. But if somebody was there to press him, he's folding immediately, bro. I could just tell. If a real demon showed up, somebody who really did not mess around, come on, like, he would have folded. Was he trying to act tough? I don't know what the goal of that was. Next, we got the when my eyes turn red, run. They really think they're part beast, and they're super dangerous. This internet trope is too funny. They really think they're seeing red, when in reality, bro, they're not gonna do shit. I don't even know how this phrase came to be, but nobody is running. They really think they have a goddamn dark side or something, and they're stowing it away like an anime villain. Now, I don't think anybody in real life unironically says this shit anymore, because it's just getting made fun of on the internet like crazy.
Yeah.
But there were really days I've seen people like see red or like do an anime villain transformation, and that shit would go viral. But if you hear that today, like, you're not taking that shit serious, that you would just think they're sweeter than sugar. It really sounds like a
the young Sheldon clip.
90s movie trope. It's that corny. Ego lifters. There's nothing wrong with lifting a 12-pound weight if that's all you can do. Everybody's at a different point currently in weightlifting. And if people hate on you for being lower than them in weight, that's just lame. Form is really everything in the gym, or else you're not even gonna get stronger. You're just gonna feel pain. All pain, no gain is really what ego lifters go through, just to look tough in front of everybody. Some dudes will really have the worst form of all time. They'll just swing around 50-pound weights and not even be able to handle it. They'll have terrible form because they're not strong enough. Just because you got 50-pound weights in your hand when you can't even control it, that doesn't make you look tough. Yeah, whole lot of nothing is going on in this clip. He's really just moving this shit from point A to point B. There is no muscle being built. Like, it's not even going down to his chest. Can you even consider this a rep? This is really what it looks like when I'm at failure. I got nothing left in the tank. Now, I don't know if he's trying to impress others or if it's just like a self-pride thing, but I don't know. Ego lifting to me is just not tough. Just slugging around weights with like terrible form. But if you have solid form, it doesn't have to be perfect. That's pretty impressive. Like, of course, push yourself, but sometimes there's really levels to this gym shit, because you could really get hurt if you're not doing it correctly.
He's right.
If YouTube is listening, don't do this. Please. You will seriously get hurt. Nobody's gonna care that you're lifting small weights. You risk getting a career-ending injury. You know, God forbid that happens, but it could. Next, we gotta talk about tough guy or alpha males, whatever you want to call them.
I was literally diagnosed as somebody that's fearless. Yeah. I felt like I was
Sure,
a
buddy.
god.
I've talked about them before in videos. Okay, I made a whole ass video on tough guys. But one tough guy in particular really fits the fake demon category. King Azule.
At that point on, my dad knew he couldn't take me. Now I was 13. He picked up a stick, a wooden stick, and he went to hit me over the head. And I did this, and it broke.
Yeah, it just broke. He just put his hand up and grabbed it, and that's it. No more wooden stick. This dude just had that brute force strength to just break it with one grab from his hand.
And then I took it out of his hand, threw it on the floor, kicked him in the leg, picked him up, and threw him on the coffee table. Coffee table broke in half.
He was hypothetically 13. He's talking about how he broke the coffee table. He lifted his dad. What? Okay, let's get this out of the way. He looks like he would beat my ass now, for sure. But you know, to the first time viewer, this might look like a real story. Once you hear more and more podcast clips, you'll know he's just straight bullshit.
The fractions that you cause with hitting the bone thickens the bone. I used to sit there and hit my shins with a hammer all fucking day. All fucking day.
You would sit there and hit... Okay, no. Now I know you're trolling. That's really the equivalent of saying, yeah, punch lockers for fun. This dude is really an anomaly.
Oh, they don't fuck up their hands by hitting somebody's head. Your head is the strongest bone in the body. And if you train it and bang it enough for a whole year, it becomes 4 times thicker. When we hurt, and I learned that at a young age. That's what I learned from the Shaolin monks.
What is this dude even on about? How many concussions has he gotten in his lifetime? This dude is really speed running concussions. But if he didn't really say anything ridiculous, I wouldn't even question it. I mean, he looks like he would beat my ass. But the reason I wanted to cover this again is because this is what happens when you cap on the internet. People don't take you serious. But despite him saying F students are inventors, and only the F students were capable of inventing crazy things, nobody else, he got invited to be a guest speaker at a school. I don't know how he pulled this off. And now he's on his motivational speech arc, and he was getting trolled the entire time.
I wake up in the morning before the sun. I wake up to say hi to the sun.
They really acted like it was the toughest thing ever spoken. Just to troll. I don't know. They were just trolling, bro. They all had their phones out trying to get a clip. But yeah, if some dude that's been getting trolled and memed on the internet goes to your school, that's a viral clip right there. I mean, I believed him, bro. That he woke up in the morning before the sun. He says hi to the sun. Yeah, I felt that, bro.
I run a cold shower. I go into a cold shower. just to get my body going. I go for a run, I go for a workout, and all of that is done before 6:30 a.m.
This is what happens when someone that says the F students are the inventors of the world goes to a school. You know, at least it was entertaining. He was really brightening people's days at the very least. Before I take you to another video on the end screen, thank you all so much for 500,000 subscribers. I couldn't have done it without you guys, so I wanted to thank you all again in video. Also, thank you to everybody who's been reacting to my videos. I've been seeing a lot of reactions recently, and I've seen the Jinxie reactions as well, which is crazy. If you told me 2 years ago you'd be reacting to me, yo, I'd say you're smoking crack. And hey, you dropped the sub. I appreciate it.
Duck, yo, this guy's actually like such a goated YouTuber. Chat, go sub to the Duck, man.
But yeah, all the reactions and support really goes a long way, so thank you. But if you enjoyed this video, watch this one on the end screen right now. Go. Run. It just appeared.
He's trying to run over the police officer right now.
Alright. I'm gonna check out this next one. Man chases cop with 40,000-pound vehicle. Let's dive on in.
He's trying to run over the police officer right now. This guy is not playing. Oh my god.
When a strange man breaks into a construction site to steal a front loader, it seems like a straightforward theft, but no one realizes that it is
He's trying to run him over with a goddamn bulldozer. Like, bro, you're gonna kill him.
Only the beginning of a violent rampage that will soon put the responding officers directly in his path.
Hey, stop! Not now!
The horror for Henderson police officers begins around 9 a.m. on Sunday, January 4th, 2026, when this man jumps the fence of a construction site on Water Street in Nevada to steal a 39,000-pound front loader. As an employee monitoring the site surveillance cameras from another location calls 911 to report the theft in progress, none of them realize that this is only the beginning of the destruction he is about to leave behind.
I need police immediately over one of our construction sites.
Is it just a construction site?
It is a construction site, yes.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
We just had somebody hop the fence, and it looks like he's hot wiring one of the bulldozers right now.
Do you have video of this?
I'm watching him live right now.
You're on scene or video?
Over video, and we have a guard on site, and I did dispatch them.
The suspect, white, black, Hispanic, or Asian?
Looks either white or Hispanic.
Can you tell how old he might be?
Maybe late 20s, 30s.
And what color shirt and pants is he wearing?
He has a tan beanie, a tan jacket, looks like gray or black pants, and white shoes. Yeah, looks like he's messing around with it right now, because the bulldozer's right in front of our camera unit.
Where's security?
They're supposed to be on site. I called them right away. I'm currently on...
The suspect is 33-year-old Juan Rincon Carreno, and while the senior operator tells dispatch he is trying to reach the security guard on site, he has no idea that the guard has already had a violent encounter with Juan.
Oh no.
Moments later, while still on call with dispatch, he learns what happened before he called 911, leaving him deeply concerned for the safety of everyone still at the construction site.
Do you see any weapons?
No, I just saw him with the blue towel, and it looks like a shoebox or like a brown box.
Okay. Okay, your security's on scene with us. It looks like that guy threatened to kill her.
Oh, you threatened to kill her?
Yeah, we might be on the phone with her.
As Juan continues hot wiring the front loader,
I was just about to say, like, I'm a security guard. And I don't know if I would want to go and confront a guy who's trying to steal a bulldozer, because if he gets that thing started, I'm not entirely sure if my fat ass can outrun a bulldozer.
The security guard on the phone, who recounts the terrifying events that unfolded before he jumped the fence. But what neither the guard nor dispatch realizes is that this is only scratching the surface of what Juan is about to do.
Henderson 911, what is the address of your emergency?
So I have a guy trying to steal a bulldozer. He's just threatening to kill me. I'm at a security at one of the properties. I tried getting him off the property, but he was threatening to kill me. And he has a weapon on him as well, and he's a Mexican guy. He did have a screwdriver pointing at me, and he did say that he was going to shoot me, so I don't know if he has a gun on him. So I definitely would be advised on that, too. And I'm not armed, so.
No. That's no need to that. We got like 4 officers en route.
He's real aggressive, actually super aggressive.
Given how quickly the situation has escalated, officers are already en route to the scene, hoping to stop Juan before he can get the front loader running. But the weapon he will ultimately use against them is something none of them could have imagined.
And he's still trying to take off with it, but it's not moving, so.
They're not too far away right now.
Oh, he got it started. He finally got it started. And which means he's probably going to back up and take off with it right now. Yep.
No, he ain't
got
gonna back
it,
up.
and he looks like he's probably going to ram the fence with it. Well, yes, he's ramming the fence with it. He's going over the fence, and he took off with it right now. So, which means that they will have to go behind it because he's driving right behind the house. It finally stopped. He just went over the fence. Yep. My morning. I see one of the cops just pull up right now, and yep, he got there. Look like he's about to run over the police car. Oh my God, my morning.
The first officer arrives just in time to try to stop Juan before he can cause any more damage, but it is already too late. Even with her firearm drawn, Juan is determined to keep going, destroying almost everything in his path.
Copy, I see him. And he's taking off. He's coming towards me now. Hey! He's coming right at my patrol vehicle. Hey, stop! Stop now! He's coming at me. Stop! Get on the criminal! Stop, sir! He's still moving. He's going to the whole car. Stop right there! Stop!
Shots fired.
Get on the ground! Stop! Do not move! Innocent police! Do not move! Do not move! Get cover here.
We're code 4. We got one at gunpoint. He's got his hands in the air. Hey! Can you hear us? Hey! Can you hear us? Okay. He's moving. Okay. We shot. I'm pretty sure he's hit.
In an attempt to threaten the officer and escape, Juan first tries to run her over, then uses the front loader to crush her patrol vehicle before dragging it forward and ramming the sergeant's squad. As Juan finally comes to a stop after officers fire multiple rounds, the construction site's security guard reports the violent rampage to dispatch, watching in horror as she describes what Juan has just attempted.
Yep, he's about to go. Yep, there you go. There you go. He's trying to run over the police officer right now. This guy is not playing. Right. Oh my God. Yep. Was that cop trying to kill him? Yep. The cop trying to take him out. The guy's trying to roll over the cop in the police car, and he just destroyed the police car.
He destroyed the police car?
He destroyed the police car. The cop is still shooting. Oh my God. What in the world? That is crazy.
You know, I have some pretty crazy days as a security guard, but thankfully I've never had a day this fucking crazy.
They got him. Passed away. I think they got him. All right, I'm going to have to call my boss and wow.
All right.
What a goddamn call. Holy fuck, what a goddamn call.
They're contained the scene. All right.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right.
Thank you.
Officers have now witnessed firsthand the level of violence Juan is capable of, and even as he remains inside the front loader, they know the situation can change at any moment. And while it may appear that Juan is stopped, there is no indication that he is willing to surrender.
Hey! Can you hear us? Hey! Can you hear us?
So we're probably gonna have to... Hey, keep your hands up!
We can have him try to crawl out.
Hey, start crawling out toward us!
Let me go hands. I did.
Okay, I will be hands. I will be hands. You're gonna stay lethal. See if you're gonna stay lethal. Do we have a 40? Let's get a 40 up.
Listen to me very carefully. You're going to keep your hands right there. Do not move the bulldozer or you will be shot again. Do you understand?
Who shot?
I shot.
Okay,
I shot. I shot and Jacob shot.
Okay, I will be hands. You're going to stay lethal. Do we have a 40?
Yeah, let me get a 40.
Hey, keep your hands where we can see them. Get out of the bulldozer slowly. I can't hear you. Climb out of the bulldozer slowly.
Hey, don't keep your hands! Let me see your hands! Do not put your hands down!
We still have one at gunpoint. We're giving them commands.
You're lethal. You're 40. Yes. I'm going to give him verbal commands. Sarge, your backup hands on if I need.
Yeah,
okay?
I'm going to get gloves on.
Megan, just sit in the back there. Stay on lethal, Megan. All right, listen, sir. You're going to slowly climb out of the bulldozer, go down those steps, and get down on your knees.
You understand? Let's go.
Hey, keep your hands where we can see them. Get out of the bulldozer slowly. I can't hear you. Climb out of the bulldozer slowly.
Alviso, give him Spanish ones.
Salte del carro ahorita. Con las manos arriba.
Can you get a good shot on the 40 from there? Yeah, come over here. Louder, Alviso.
Salte del carro.
What's he saying? Hey! Hey! Exit! Hey, you need to come this way to us. What's he saying?
Get out of the bulldozer slowly.
What's he saying? Come here! Yeah, I think we're gonna have to. I want someone on that side in case he goes mobile again, and we're just gonna go up there and we're gonna hands up. But someone stay lethal. Can you get lethal?
Listen to me. If we're gonna climb up, I don't want lethal behind me though.
Just communicate with us.
Juan's family would later tell police that he had been battling severe mental health issues for nearly a decade. About 5 years earlier, he had attempted to set himself on fire at Boulder Station, an incident that resulted in his arrest. He had also worked at a construction site for 6 months before being fired, after which he had enrolled in barber school. However, he was later removed from the program following an unknown incident and afterward stopped taking his prescribed medication. Despite the continued support of his family in moving into his sister's home, Juan continued to experience episodes. Eventually, he left the house on foot without his cell phone or identification, and although he had no known connection to the construction site where the incident occurred, his family believed he may have ended up in the area because he was attempting to walk to Arizona. For now, the rounds fired by officers have only injured Juan, but they do nothing to stop him as he continues to ignore every command.
What a moron.
Officers are soon forced to take an extreme measure, one that will leave more people injured.
Take your hand out of your jacket.
We're still giving commands. He's inside the bulldozer. Bulldozer's not moving. His hands are up. He's refusing to come out.
Hey, give me some over here.
Hey, hey, Okami, come here. Never mind. We got there. So his hands are up. He's just refusing to come out, so we're eventually going to go up there. We don't know about any weapons.
Do you want us on this side? Then we got cross.
Yeah, can you be hands-on?
Yeah.
Here. I got Okami going with you.
It looks immobile, but he was coming out right on me.
You're going to get shot again if you put your hands down.
If he comes out this way, we'll grab him too.
We're moving up. Do not reach for anything.
Watch yourself.
Help Brown when he comes down.
I got hands on when he comes down.
Hey, 40 is that.
Brown, watch out, Brown. 40 up.
Lethal down.
40
deployed. Let's go! 40 was deployed. He's still uncooperative. We're working on getting him out. There you go.
Pull him out, this is moving! Get him out!
He needs to come back.
Come on.
Hey, watch out!
Watch it! Hey, get him out of there! Just move out of there! Get out of here!
Yeah.
Watch your foot! Chloe! Hey, expedite medical to start! Stand over there. Relax, get him. Sit him on that power box.
What do I got?
You got a little bit of a cut right here.
All right, that it?
Yeah. It's okay, you're not even bleeding.
As Juan continued to ignore their commands, officers eventually climbed onto the front loader in an effort to force him to comply. The attempt ended with 2 officers falling from the machine along with Juan, leaving all of them injured. During the incident, Juan sustained gunshot wounds to his left arm and lower leg, along with a piece of metal lodged on the right side of his head. He was treated for his injuries and made a full recovery. The subsequent investigation into the officer-involved shooting concluded that the officers had acted in self-defense, and no action was taken against them. Ultimately, Juan Rincon Carreno was charged with felony attempted murder with use of a deadly weapon ×2, resisting a public officer with a deadly weapon, not a firearm, grand larceny of a motor vehicle, destroying property of another over $1,200, and misdemeanor destroying, injuring real or personal property of another. According to Henderson Justice Court records, Juan was denied bail, given the severity of the attempted murder charges involving law enforcement and the significant public safety threat posed undisclosed during the incident, the court ordered that he remain in continuous pretrial custody at the Henderson Detention Center. If convicted on all counts, Juan Rincon Carreno could face a maximum sentence of more than 50 years to life in a Nevada state prison.
He should get life. Someone that crazy needs to be fucking put away.
Want to step up your style? Check out CodeBlueCam.com for hoodies, tees, hats, mugs, and more. Whether you're watching from home or on the go, there's something for every Code Blue fan.
Be right back. Gotta go back to the bathroom. Okay, we're back. Okay, let's see what this next one was. Let's watch this. The most disgusting water park ever. Coco Key. By Theme Park Crazy. Let's dive on in.
Indoor water parks have always fascinated me. Between their often liminal appearances and their complex engineering, I've always enjoyed talking about these places. Now, I live in Connecticut, and up until the new Great Wolf Lodge opened last year, we didn't have any indoor water parks. Actually, we used to. Over a decade ago, there did used to be one in Waterbury named Coco Key. I remember hearing about this place as a teenager, but wasn't interested in visiting due to its lack of thrill rides. I also heard about how dirty it was, but what I didn't know was that this park was just one location in a chain that used to operate across the Midwestern and Northeastern United States. As it turned out, what I heard about the park being dirty was only the tip of the iceberg. And the deeper I went down the Coco Key rabbit hole, the more terrifying things got. But what exactly was so horrifying about a place that just seemed like a standard children's water park? Let's dive into the disgusting history of the Coco Key chain right here on Theme Park Crazy.
Coco Key. I went to a place just like the island. Every day is a perfect getaway. There's There's lots of fun. Just come with me to discover the world of Coco.
That's Black Mold.
Family fun for everyone.
That's a roach.
Water Resort. Coco Key. Water Resort.
In 2006, the Coco Key Water Resorts chain made its debut. This was during the height of the mid-2000s real estate boom and the U.S. housing bubble. The resorts were developed through a partnership with Wisconsin-based Wave Development and Denver-based Sage Hospitality, as well as other collaborators. Though the U.S. already had the popular Great Wolf Lodge and Kalahari resorts, the Coco Key chain aimed to cater to a different audience. According to an article by Aquatics International, in contrast to Great Wolf or Kalahari, which offer elaborate, all-encompassing water park resort experiences for hotel guests only, Coco Key was designed as a more flexible and more modestly priced alternative to those powerhouses. Guests could stay at the hotel, visit the water park for the day as a family outing, or combine the two. One major thing Coco Key did differently was how it incorporated the hotel aspect. Rather than a consistently themed all-inclusive resort like with Great Wolf Lodge or Kalahari, Coco Key's developers sought to renovate existing struggling hotels by turning them into water park resorts. The water parks were all essentially boxes bolted onto the existing standard hotels. On paper, Sage's method seemed like an efficient way to build water park resorts super fast and super cheap. Plus, while the hotels would attract the usual business travel clients during the weekdays, the new water parks would increase revenue during the weekends with families visiting.
What happens when you build something super fast and super cheap? It isn't good.
In other words, the Coco Key locations were the water park equivalent of a mullet. Business in the front, party in the back. Between 2006 and 2008, 10 Coco Key locations would open across the US at existing hotels. In 2006, the first locations opened in Arlington Heights, Illinois, and Newark, Ohio. In 2007, more locations would open in Rockford, Illinois, Danvers, Massachusetts, Omaha, Nebraska, and Sharonville, Ohio. Finally, 2008 would see locations open in Kansas City, Missouri, Waterbury, Connecticut, Mount Laurel, New Jersey, and Fitchburg, Massachusetts. The branding of the hotels was different depending on the location. The brands ranged from Best Westerns to Holiday Inns to Sheratons. For the most part, though, the water parks had the same aesthetics. Inside, the indoor spaces were heavily themed to 1930s Key West, Florida. The goal was to create a casual, tropical environment, which was achieved by decorating the parks with fake palm trees, brightly colored beach house facades, detailed murals on the walls, and nautical theming throughout. The centerpiece of the park was Parrot's Perch, a large, interactive water playground designed for younger children. It featured small slides, water cannons, a zero-depth entry area, and a large bucket that would gradually fill up before dumping hundreds of gallons of water every few minutes. The Coconut Grove Adventure River was the park's lazy river. Here, guests could drift through a channel with several water features along the way. Moreover, the park offered larger water slides for older children as well. These were named Shark Slam, Barracuda Blast, Gator Gush, and Pelican Plunge. These were the slides you would see sticking out of the building from the outside. Some locations had 3 of these slides, while others had all 4. It really depended on where you were. For the parents, there was Palm Grotto, which consisted of large hot tubs for relaxing in. There was also an outdoor hot tub that could be accessed via a swim-through passage. One of the more unique features was the Dip-In Theater. Here, visitors could watch movies projected onto a large mock sail while floating in inner tubes. The Coral Reef Cavern served as the park's activity pool. It included nautical-themed lily pads to cross, as well as water basketball hoops and colorful underwater-themed scenery. Attached to the park was a large arcade too, with a variety of games and other activities to choose from. As for dining, each location had an A&W and a Pizza Hut Express, as well as the Wet Rooster Bar. This was pretty much one synonym away from being the most explicit snack bar name of all time. As good as it seemed on paper, things would start to fall apart just 2 years after the chain's debut. In 2008, the Great Recession, as well as water basketball hoops and colorful underwater-themed scenery. Attached to the park was a large arcade too, with a variety of games and other activities to choose from. As for dining, each location had an A&W and a Pizza Hut Express, as well as the Wet Rooster Bar. This was pretty much one synonym away from being the most explicit snack bar name of all time. As good as it seemed on paper, things would start to fall apart just 2 years after the chain's debut. In
Only 2 years, damn.
2008, the Great Recession caused immense damage
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'll do it.
to the tourism and hospitality industries. Although the Great Wolf Lodge managed to hold its own with only a 5% decrease in attendance, the Coco Key resorts were reportedly hit the hardest. At first, you might assume that a lower cost and more local water park would thrive during such a time. Even before the recession, though, there was a major flaw with the business model. According to In-Park magazine, the Coco Key properties struggled because they were trying to serve two very different markets at once. However, the properties never fully committed to either identity. Unlike the Great Wolf Lodge, the hotels themselves lacked an immersive theme. The rooms were bland and unexciting because they were meant for business travelers, not family vacationers. And it's not like tired business travelers want children running up and down the halls while they're trying to sleep. In summary, operating both a business hotel and a water park while also paying for franchise branding created extremely high operational costs. The water parks themselves received criticism for being overly value-engineered. Guests generally viewed them as less impressive experiences than competing indoor water parks. Many of the hotels had already been underperforming before the water parks were added, and low weekday occupancy made the whole thing seem like a pretty crappy idea. When the recession hit, these weaknesses became impossible to ignore. Sage Hospitality ultimately exited the indoor water park business altogether, auctioning 11 of its Coco Key properties to various owners at astonishingly low prices. This included 2 hotels that were connected to the same water park in Sharonville, Ohio. The Arlington Heights location sold for just $7.7 million, which worked out to less than $18,000 per room. This does sound like a lot, but around the same time, Sage sold a JW Marriott, which didn't have an indoor water park, for about $370,000 a room, which, unless you live in another dimension, is way more than $18,000. The Newark, Ohio location sold for just $5 million, despite being recently appraised at $36 million just months earlier. The dramatic discounts led In-Park magazine to conclude that, in many cases, adding the water parks actually decreased the value of the properties. For the most part, the properties were sold off to independent LLCs and private owners. It was honestly pretty hard to keep track of them. Despite the properties changing hands though, the Coco Key brand itself survived. But regardless of who owned each property, they all went to hell, at least according to their average reviews. One could easily argue that the real estate companies that bought these properties at a discount did not have the funds necessary to run an indoor water park. This discount chain of indoor water parks would have severe health concerns over the years. These health issues first got attention in 2008 before the sell-off even took place. According to an article from the Boston Herald, the Massachusetts Department of Public Health ordered the Danvers location to shut down after several families reported that their children suffered chemical burns. These burns were believed to be caused by excessive chlorine levels in the water. Now you might think high chlorine levels simply means that the park used too much pool cleaner, but the truth is much more disturbing. You see, there's a difference between free chlorine and combined chlorine. When chlorine is added to pool water, it first exists as free chlorine. This form of chlorine is the stuff that disinfects the water by killing bacteria and viruses. However, when free chlorine reacts with contaminants in the water, it forms combined chlorine, also known as chloramines. Contaminants that help create these chloramines include sweat, body oils, lotions, and yes, urine. You know that famous chlorine smell that people often associate with swimming pools? Well, that's the byproduct of free chlorine and contaminants coming together. Actually, a clean, properly maintained pool shouldn't have much of a smell at all. If a pool smells strong, that means the free chlorine is engaged in an epic battle with the contaminants and is desperately trying to disinfect the dirty water. When combined chlorine levels become too high, they can irritate the skin and eyes. Plus, chloramines evaporate into a dense, invisible fog on the surface of the water that can cause respiratory problems. In more severe cases, excessive chloramines can even contribute to chemical burns like the ones reported at Coco Key. As it turned out, the free chlorine levels in the water were just fine, but the combined chlorine was not twice, not 3 times, but 15 times higher than the legal limit. What they really should have done was shock their pools with a bunch of free chlorine and run the HVAC system to disperse the chloramines. But that would have required closing the pools and spending the money to buy the shock and run the HVAC, so that was likely out of the question for a cost-cutting operation. Inspectors also found that the park was not using proper chlorine testing equipment to accurately measure the chemical levels. Moreover, the resort was cited for not having thermometers in its hot tubs either. The water park remained closed until the issues were corrected and the facility passed another inspection, which it eventually did. But this was far from the end of the brand's troubles, as the Sharonville, Ohio park gave it a double whammy in 2015. In May of that year, the Ohio Department of Agriculture shut down the water park after inspectors discovered that the water disinfection system was broken. The department said that the system had been partially busted for months, and it was not working at all during the latest inspection. The Hamilton County Department of Health added that the resort had gotten complaints for bed bugs as well. Though the park was eventually cleared to reopen, it was shut down again in October the same year. This time, they were shut down by the state fire marshal. This was because, and you're going to want to sit down for this, both the sprinkler system and the fire alarm system were non-functioning. Even the emergency exit pathways were considered unsafe, blocked, or not properly maintained. In other words, if a fire were to happen here, there's a good chance you'd be hearing about this place on Fascinating Horror instead of Theme Park Crazy. Local news station WCPO of Cincinnati went to investigate the story and actually managed to track down the owner of the LLC that ran the property. When asked to give a story about what happened with the fire marshal, owner Kumar Vemulapalli stated, quote, "The fire marshals came, and I don't know anything about it, so talk to the fire marshal." Vemulapalli claimed that he had no idea the fire system wasn't working, explaining, "I thought it was working until they came in and said it wasn't working. I didn't have a clue." When asked about the water park's closure in May, he said, the water was, I don't know, you'll have to talk to the Department of Agriculture about why they closed it."
He doesn't know anything, does he?
Apparently, another one of Vemulapalli's properties, the Travelodge in Sharonville, was shut down by the fire marshal too. Not long after this, a new management team was brought in and the property reopened as Splash Cincinnati, but it was soon permanently shut down by the health department in July 2018. This whole situation really showed how the companies who bought these properties at big discounts didn't have anything close to the funds or experience needed to run them. This theme continued in 2015 at Rockford, Illinois' Clock Tower Resort. This Coco Key location got flat out condemned. According to the Rockford Register-Star, the water park had received numerous complaints of unsafe and unsanitary conditions for over a year. Between March 2014 and April 2015, the health department inspected Coco Key 18 times. 6 of them were results of complaints from customers, and 12 were follow-ups. These investigations revealed perhaps the most horrifying water park of the entire chain. According to inspectors, the chlorine levels were all over the place. Some pools had way too much chlorine, while others had so little chlorine it couldn't even be measured. In other words, it seemed like they were haphazardly dumping chlorine into the pools in one spot and hoping for the best. All the while, the non-chlorinated parts could have easily become a petri dish for various bacteria and pathogens. According to legend, there was also a bacteria outbreak here, though I haven't been able to confirm it. What was confirmed, though, were other findings. The pH levels were improper, there was no certified pool operator, the pool decks were filthy, the suction gauge on the Lazy River's pump was broken, which likely meant that if someone's hair got caught in there, there would be no automatic shutdown. The paint was peeling off the floor, the pipes were leaking, and there was sediment on the bottom of the pools with unspecified floating matter on top. I don't know what that floating matter was, but it sure as hell wasn't cold foam. Inspectors noted that the restrooms were also horrifying, with the urinals in disrepair and toilet paper that was held up by wire and paper clips. A quote, offensive odor of mildew was identified as well throughout the complex. Another investigation discovered that an adult woman was injured in July after cutting her heel on one of the children's slides, requiring 7 stitches. While
Damn.
attending to her, the lifeguard reportedly only wore 1 glove. This incident was never reported to the health department. During a later inspection in August, it was discovered that workers used large bolts to hold down the mats in the zero-depth children's pool. These bolts were sticking out of the mats and were an obvious hazard to kids walking around in bare feet. The city of Rockford conducted its own inspection and found even more alarming hazards. Officials cited gas leaks in mechanical equipment, major plumbing leaks, poor ventilation, and water leaking near electrical equipment.
Jesus
In a follow-up
Christ.
inspection, water was seen filling an elevator pit, forcing the elevator out of service. On top of all of this, the air temperature was 79 degrees inside with a water temperature of 98 degrees. According to state code, the air must be warmer than the water, and the water can't go above 92 degrees. Soon enough, the Winnebago County Health Department revoked the park's operating license. They cited what they described as a, quote, continuing lack of regard for public health and safety. The resort had been temporarily closed months earlier, but this inspection showed that zero effort was made to fix any of the existing problems. All in all, the Clock Tower Resort was hit with around $250,000 in fines, including the fines that it was hit with earlier in the year. A code hearing on the violations was held, but management refused to show up. The resort never reopened, and most of it was swiftly demolished, though the water park sat abandoned for years. This place was covered in graffiti and became a pretty popular urban exploration spot with plenty of videos on YouTube. These videos are actually pretty disturbing, with some of the spots giving some pretty big backrooms vibes. And just look at the amount of stuff that was left behind. It's as if the property was shut down and abandoned in the middle of an operating day. You can see binders, swimsuits, expired food, soda cans, and even the computer system was left on in a state of limbo. Some truly terrifying stuff. The cash registers and vaults, meanwhile, are totally empty, so it's quite possible that the owners pulled a Steve Miller Band and decided to take the money and run. Eventually, the whole space was bulldozed to make room for a new Hard Rock casino. Now, let's turn our attention to the Omaha location. This spot, which was part of the Holiday Inn Omaha Convention Center, was also shut down by the health department in 2021, but not before another high-profile case of failing a health inspection in 2018. According to the Douglas County Health Department, serious issues were found during a July 6th inspection. Like the Rockford location, sediment was found on the bottom of the pool, this time identified as silica sand from the filtration system. In addition, some of the pool lights were not working, and both the pool decks and the steps outside the locker rooms were filthy. Some of the flow meters weren't working, baking soda was stored on the floor, the bottom of the lazy river had loose chunks of concrete and rough areas that needed to be resurfaced. There was dirt, debris, and a scum line in the outdoor spa. The signage needed replacing, and perhaps most damning of all, the pool manager couldn't find the certifications for the park's lifeguards. Needless to say, the resort was shut down as a result of these violations. Resort General Manager Mario Mandolfo would claim to KMTV3 that he didn't have the money needed to pay for the repairs. Mandolfo admitted, "We've tried to repair things and we used a band-aid instead of repairing things." However, he denied that the lifeguards working for him were uncertified, saying, "They said we didn't have the lifeguard certificates. We had them, they were in my office, they just weren't in the office of the water park." Overall, Mandolfo said, "I guess the blame would fall on me. Maybe I didn't do the job I was expected to do." Interestingly enough, one comment on the news story refuted the certification claims. User GIDD504 said, "I worked there, I was head lifeguard. They are terrible owners. None of our other lifeguards were certified except me. I always asked to drain the park and do a cleaning and they always said no. Every single lifeguard was high smoking weed. I had a lifeguard come in drunk and drop a 3-foot pole from the top slides once. I left because of the liability. Glad I got out before this stuff happened. If you go there, don't expect the lifeguards to save you. None of them were actual lifeguards, just high school kids high out their minds." By the way, TripAdvisor user Kirk H. revealed that the hotel had mold on its walls, Fellow user TravelInFamSD showed mold on the ceiling as well. A post on the Omaha subreddit went into even more horror stories about this location. Beats Mike said, "This place has been a disgusting death trap for years. I used to deliver food and was sent to this hotel occasionally. Even the rooms were awful, smelled like mold, mildew, and dust." Deleted says, "Last time I was there, I found poop in the pool at the end of the slides." On a related note, there was this scathing review by Carol H. from the Kansas City location. "The water is unsanitary. Poop and vomit in the
Ew.
pool. When we told someone about it, they took the poop and vomit out, but let people continue to swim in it." Despite being able to reopen in 2018 and surviving the COVID-19 pandemic, this resort was shut down yet again in 2021. That year, a guest attending a children's birthday party was appalled at the cloudiness of the water and the unsanitary conditions of the park. She contacted the health department, who conducted another inspection before shutting down the park. In an article about the closure, local news outlet WOWT revealed that in 2012, a hazmat team had to be called in due to a chlorine gas leak. Yes, another potential fascinating horror episode that was thankfully averted. As it turned out, the Omaha property was purchased by an outside developer for $6.3 million just 2 months before it was shut down. Apparently, the park previously announced it would close in July, but was shut down prematurely. Of course, the location has since been torn down and replaced with an apartment complex. But what about the other Coco Key locations? Well, although they didn't get as much infamy as the ones we just discussed, they didn't exactly have a great reputation. Take, for example, the one in Waterbury, Connecticut, around my neck of the woods. This was part of the now-defunct Holiday Inn Waterbury. If you go on TripAdvisor or Yelp, you'll still find plenty of unflattering photos and reviews of this place. This photo, taken by TripAdvisor user Joshua G., shows a visible scum line on the edge of the pool and cloudy water inside of it. He emphasized, quote, "The pool is in dire need of a cleaning and it reeked of pure chlorine." So yeah, the chloramines were certainly a problem at this place. This photo by Sincerely Yours 09 shows a broken swing bar system on one of the hotel room doors. Devon T showed torn lampshades, a cracked toilet seat, and a ripped chair. Carol R posted a photo of what appears to be mold growing on one of the outlets. She also said that the bathroom mirror was discolored and almost threw up from the smell in a drawer. Over on Yelp, things didn't get much better, and the resort sat with a dismal 1.6 out of 5-star rating. Ed M showed the hotel floor was covered in garbage, and Extremely D shared a picture of what appeared to be blood on a bathroom wall. Of course, it could have been rusty water or something, but this is a flat-out disturbing thing to see. Natasha H shared a picture of what looked like a small rusty nail, claiming her son stepped on it at the bottom of the kiddie pool. The Waterbury location ended up closing in 2016, less than a decade after opening. Nowadays, its spot is home to a restaurant depot. As for the other locations, they each met different fates. The Arlington Heights location closed 3 years after opening due to the global recession. The Newark, Ohio location suddenly closed in 2017 for unspecified reasons. The water park portion, meanwhile, was completely gutted and turned into the Ohio Event Center. It's currently used for trade shows, weddings, and car shows, among other events. The Kansas City, Missouri, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey locations closed due to the COVID-19 pandemic and never reopened. The Kansas City location became a pickleball venue, and while there were plans to reopen the New Jersey location, it remains standing but not operating to this day. Though considering the location apparently had a problem with roaches, I doubt it will be missed by the community. As of today, only 3 Coco Key locations continue to operate as water parks. First off, after initially closing in 2013, the Fitchburg, Massachusetts location was heavily renovated and turned into a Great Wolf Lodge. In the same state, the Danvers, Massachusetts location is an interesting case. It too closed in 2020 due to the pandemic, and when it reopened, it was rebranded as the Water Park of New England. Despite the rebranding though, the interior of the water park is pretty much the same thing as the original Coco Key, just without the branding. Because of that, I was able to use Canopy Coaster's footage of it in this video in place of the original Coco Key, due to footage of the original parks being rare. It continues to operate to this day as part of the DoubleTree by Hilton and is said to be in much better condition than the other locations were. Now with all of that said, there's one more location we haven't discussed, and this one may shock you. That's because it's completely different from the previous ones, and yet it still possesses the Coco Key branding. Located on International Drive in Orlando, Florida, the Coco Key Orlando Resort first opened in April 2010. This made it the last location in the chain to debut. Initially, this park was different from the others, as it was owned by CNL Financial Group instead of Sage. These were the former operators of New York's Darien Lake, among other theme parks and attractions. Though ownership of the Orlando location has since changed hands, the operational difference likely led to major other differences. Originally built into the old Legacy Grand Hotel, this Coco Key isn't just an attachment to a separate hotel, it's an all-inclusive resort. Not only that, but the water park isn't completely indoors. Instead, it consists of an outdoor water park and a covered section for inclement weather. This allows for much more ventilation than the other parks had, preventing that severe chloramine smell. There's also a wider variety of slides, with some more modern attractions for both kids and adults to check out. Most importantly, the reviews are much nicer, with the resort having a 4.1 out of 5 rating on TripAdvisor, a rating never before seen by the brand. This Coco Key is pretty much what would happen if you took a high-quality Italian restaurant and named it Golden Corral. As for the defunct locations though, I'll probably be seeing them in my nightmares tonight. But have you visited one of these parks? Let me know in the comments below. And speaking of comments, now it's time for the comment shoutout program. This is where I take 5 random comments from my previous video and read them out. These comments come from my video on Nightmare Water Slides. Chris JL6VP says, "The holding your breath slide is absolutely horrifying. Even though they had some great safety features, I don't see why anybody would want their water park fun to have a slide of nearly drowning. I'd give all the others a go though, they look fascinating and unique. Aside from freefall, because even as a man, the risk of injury is still there, and also not the serpent slide, because algae on the framing like that is pretty grody." Northcliffe for Life says, "Richard Dunn's slides from Bradford in the UK had 2 great slides before it closed. The building is now empty, and they filmed in there in the last 28 years later film." Jerf240 says, "Where I grew up, the tallest slide was completely blacked out. It got hot and steamy in there. It was so fast that you could barely lift your head, and there was so much water shooting into your face that you could hardly breathe. It felt like being waterboarded." Club Step Maniac says, "I would hate the funnel web." And Ruth Okeaba says, "Flyover, the last slide, would be the scariest for me." If you want to see your words in my next video, leave a comment down below and it may be selected. Please note though that inflammatory or spam comments will not be read. Feel free to check out my Patreon in the description for exclusive archived video content. Thanks for watching everyone. Feel free to like, share, and subscribe. You can follow me on social media on Instagram and Facebook, or you can check out my website at themeparkcrazy.com. And I'm on TikTok. This is Theme Park Crazy, and I'll see you all next time.
Just want to let you guys know that we have a new channel out called Meaty Magic. If you like magic,
We're gonna take a break. I'm gonna play some music, and we might do some gaming. We'll see. Mute test.
So you're saying you're breaking?
One more react and then maybe playing some games. We'll see. Okay. Driver says brakes failed in 118 mile per hour crash by Midwest Safety. Let's dive on in.
So you're saying your brakes failed?
Yes.
We're gonna have a 1080 and 990 westbound at the 106.4. Adam Lincoln Edward 2718. Adam Lincoln Edward 2718. They just took the Highway 33 exit. 33, 39, they just 1050. Rolled over multiple times.
33, 39.
They rolled over onto the on-ramp for I-90 westbound. 33, 39, I need fire and I need EMS. We have one ejection.
Oh shit.
33, 50.
Copy of some of our units. Is it just you three? Is it just you three?
Yeah, sir. I don't
One more in the car.
What?
33, 39, occupied 4 times. Two are out.
The brake wouldn't work. I was trying to push.
Just go over there for a bit. 33, 33, 39. There's supposed to be another occupant, but I don't see him. Can you hear me? Yeah. Just stay right here for me, okay? Yeah. We're gonna get you help, buddy.
Sir, is he okay?
Just leave him right here. Do not move him.
I'm okay. I'm the only one.
You said there's 4 total people, correct?
There's 4 more. He's not in the car. I don't know where he is.
33, 39. There's one ejected in between. Just stay over here with him. I found him. Stay here with him. Stay here and talk with him and make sure he's okay. Go back over there.
How bad is he?
Just go over there and talk to your friend. Go ahead. I'm going to try working on this patient. I just need some people on this ramp with me.
What do you need, Travis?
I need help here.
Are these guys all good?
One in rough shape, but he's talking.
3305, I have the on-ramp shut down. Watch out.
Sir, no, stop, no, Jason. Oh.
3305, go.
Is anybody else in the car?
I'm the only one from King Power. Stop, Jason.
Go ahead.
Oh my God, no.
How many people are in here?
It's me, him, and like 2 other people, I promise. I don't.
Okay, sit down.
I'm the only one to bustle up.
3305, we're gonna need at least 2 rigs. Hey bud, can you hear me? Hey, get your AED.
Huh? Uh-oh. Breathing.
AED, I'm getting it. Right down there on the side of the car. Larry, go to him. Hey, Greg, grab your med kit and AED. Hurry up. Okay, are you injured? Just your hand? Okay. Okay, we need to get that on him now.
You need this?
Got your scissors on you?
Yep.
Okay, put it on him. Hurry up. I'm gonna go check on them over there.
My whole bottom half is like numb right now.
Okay. Just stay right there. Hey, stay sitting down. You need to sit down. Okay.
You got the oxygen bags?
I don't. Hey, you gotta stay with me.
I was trying to get home to my
Huh? Hey, was there only 4 of you?
Yes.
Okay, that's all we need to know right now. Just sit tight.
Can
Okay.
I at least know how bad he is?
I don't know yet. I'm not over there.
Hang on, breathing.
What's the AED say?
No shock device. He still has a pulse, but I'm getting all this stuff set up. You see any other obvious deformities?
No.
Check his legs.
Seems fine.
Probably get him down here first.
What do we got going on?
This guy's in worse shape.
He needs to go first.
This guy needs to go.
He's in worse shape?
This one's in worse.
Does he have a pulse?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me talk to him.
Still have pulse? Yeah, he's not breathing on his own. We're going to start CPR. We need a bag valve mask.
We need O2.
Okay, so we're gonna need at least 4 rigs.
Yeah, we got more time.
Okay, so you're gonna have to decide who you need to go to because they're both in the same condition.
I had him talking to me when I got here. He's out now?
Yeah, he's gone. Not dead, but
He's got pulse. Look, he's got
Okay.
blood coming out of his face.
he's got a pulse, so yeah.
Stop. CPR. Don't touch.
Don't touch.
Analyze. No shock advised. Start CPR.
So he's got agonal breathing.
Agonal breathing, but he has a pulse.
I threw a defib on just in case, but
I need airway down here right away. Okay, I'll be back.
Okay.
if some of you can go down there and help.
Is there anyone in the vehicle yet?
Yes, he's fine. He's just sitting in the
no
chair.
extrication is what I'm asking.
No, no extrication.
No shock advised. Start CPR.
We need a bag valve mask. This one's covered. This has got a little bit of blood on it.
I'm good right now.
Okay, I need you to lay down real still. I'm not laying down, No, you need to lay down.
So he's got a pulse, but agonal breathing.
Real faint pulse.
He's got agonal breathing. Try to see what I can
Get a good pulse.
Go get some bags.
We thought we couldn't find the fourth one, but they're not under the car, so we're good right now.
No worries.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, we're gonna need more work down here eventually.
What do you need?
Probably gonna, hopefully not go to CPR, but we may.
Breathing. I'm gonna get that going. You want to get it hooked up to oxygen? I'm not feeling a pulse. Let me know when you're out there.
3, 24, 25.
CPR.
Stop.
Don't touch patient. Analyze it.
Yeah,
I got a pulse.
You do?
Yep.
Okay.
No shock advised. Start
Wait,
CPR.
Hold on. I have a pulse. We're good.
He's not breathing though.
Yep, he's agonal breathing, so go like this. You can lift up his chin, kinda.
Yep.
He's agonal breathing, but he has a pulse at the moment.
I'm guessing he's got some form of laceration on the back of his head because that's full of blood.
What do you guys want?
CPR down there. We got paramedics with that one. He's still breathing, so.
Just keep dragging, try and keep his chin up. It'll keep his airway open until I can get some stuff.
Not for the last like 15 seconds or so.
Yeah, you might. He's real faint, real slow.
We might want to pat that guy down maybe. Just his waistband at least, because we don't know what their deal is.
Let's go ahead and let's just start CPR again. I'm gonna go see what I can find.
Do you mind patting him down, his waistband?
Continue.
Chief, are you talking about where the ramps meet here?
Yep.
Yes.
What a piece of fucking shit. Drinking and going fucking 70 miles, 90 miles an hour with his fucking friends in the car.
Shut that down then.
We need suction for him.
Suction, Larry. Are you able to?
Can you find an EMS person? We need suction.
Dude was doing like 97 miles an hour with his fucking friends in the car, and they were all drinking. What a piece of garbage.
We need suction! Okay.
Come on, buddy.
Come on. Open your mouth.
You want to help her with the air?
Okay, you guys are going there. Okay, there. You need suction, because they already have it used over here, and they need suction down here now.
Suction down here!
Suction. Yeah.
Someone take over compressions on the next round. All right, you ready? I'm in an awkward position. Okay, we should be able to start bagging again. I'll stand by your suction. Let me know when you're set up. Ready? Yep. Press.
There we go. Now it's working.
What's your friend's name? The one who's over on the other side.
So who's this?
Jaden, this is my brother.
That's Jaden. Who's in the car still?
Jeremiah.
Jeremiah. Who's the other friend?
I think his name is Wyatt.
Last name?
I have no idea. He said starts with a C. I think. I have no idea what his last name is. This is the first time I met him.
Can we hold it?
Yeah, if you want to, he's going to have to hook it up.
There with
Yep.
I just can't see anything.
Gotcha. 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15,
In my ambulance at the head of the car,
20.
there's a tower.
Where is it at?
Behind the portage.
Okay. I got one. Here you go.
Thank you.
Want that collar on? I want to get this airway stabilized. I need a collar. I need to get him on here. Let's get him on that board.
He can't feel his legs. He got ejected and.
Oh shit.
They're getting him a collar. Everything in that bag's pediatric.
I asked all 3 helicopters to come straight to the scene.
Advise the third one in to go to the hospital.
10-4, I will call and tell them to go straight to the hospital.
How you feeling, man? You must hit the steering wheel and the dash pretty hard.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I got scared and panicked. Once I seen the lights, I went to push on the brake and it literally just went all the way down, so I just panicked. I've always been taught if my brakes fail in that situation, just try to get off the interstate as soon as possible to avoid hitting other cars.
So you're saying your brakes failed?
Yes, my woman even told me to be careful because her brakes were bad and that she needed to replace them her next paycheck.
And you tried to hit the brakes after the deputy turned on his lights?
Yes.
How much did you have to drink today?
2 beers, and that was throughout the whole day since 9 o'clock this morning. And that was just me sipping on them throughout the day.
You think marijuana would be in your system currently?
It will be.
When the brakes didn't work, you actually went above the 87 then.
I started going faster so that way I could try to get off the interstate as soon as I could.
I just want you to know you're under arrest for the homicide by intoxicated use of motor vehicle.
Oh. Homicide? I was a dumbass today, had some beers while driving, hit my pen. I have to deal with the consequences of that.
I can tell you that one person died out at the scene and another person's in critical condition here right now.
I got nothing but respect for you guys. Oh, my family's gonna be pissed. I wanted to follow my father's footsteps. He did 23 years Army. I want to be like him.
They talked to you about the air they found between your chest wall, your lung, and you also have a bruising of the other lung. You gotta make sure you're taking nice deep breaths because those shallow breaths will lead to further pulmonary injury.
Once you guys are done with that, you can throw it away.
This is gonna go on your property. I know the right. Take a seat right there.
How you doing, Jeremiah?
Yeah, I just want to see my woman.
I understand.
I haven't even called her yet. I've been scared too.
Have you talked to anybody since being in here?
No, I'm scared. I've always been a good kid. This is out of me.
I'm sure somebody out there would want to be able to hear your voice and know that you're okay.
My buddies just wanted to go to the mall, to go shopping, convince me to convince my woman to let us take her car up there. That was a bad mistake.
There's different agency and stuff. They're gonna do like the download of your vehicle and verify, like you said, the brakes weren't working. They'll be able to kind of see all that stuff, and they'll.
Because I pushed the brake, it just gave me no response.
Yeah, you know,
so
that's
it's
stuff
either
that
I didn't push it hard enough. She said she's had it happen a couple of times.
Did you already have lunch?
I'm not hungry. I have no appetite after yesterday.
Using data recovered from the SUV, investigators determined that the driver, Jeremiah Johnson, was traveling 118 miles
Jesus Christ.
per hour just 5 seconds before the crash, with the accelerator pressed almost fully to the floor. About 3.5 seconds before impact, the accelerator was released, and the SUV's data shows that the brakes were applied hard until the collision occurred, indicating Jeremiah's brakes were indeed working. The front passenger, Jaden,
So he was lying.
who was determined to not be wearing a seatbelt at the time of the crash, was pronounced deceased at the scene at 5:28 p.m. During rollover crashes, when occupants are unbelted, they are frequently ejected out the side of the vehicle, resulting in the vehicle rolling over them. 2 other passengers were also injured. One of them, Wyatt, suffered life-altering injuries in the crash, while the other, Dawson, was airlifted to the hospital and released later that night. As a result, the driver, Jeremiah, was charged with homicide by intoxicated use of a motor vehicle, 2 counts of operating while intoxicated causing injury, reckless driving causing great bodily harm, several counts of recklessly endangering safety, fleeing an officer, negligent operation of a motor vehicle, and additional driving-related offenses. After almost a year of court motions and delays, Jeremiah Johnson struck a plea agreement with prosecutors, pleading guilty to multiple charges related to the crash, and was sentenced to 5 years in prison. In a
Just 5 years in prison.
tearful statement, the victim's father asked to hug the defendant, which the judge allowed. Official court records indicate it was an especially emotional moment for both the suspect and the victim's families. Johnson is scheduled for release in late 2029.
What's this? All right.
It's time.
All right. I'll do a garbage time video. Am I not? Okay. It's finally time to drive the CLS. Garbage time. Let's dive on in.
It's time. It's time I drove this thing. I've owned it for 3 years.
Jesus.
This thing, I got scammed by a used car salesman. This thing was junk. I'd never seen a front windscreen leak that badly.
Oh yeah, here we go. Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's bad.
Oh
I had something
my
like that happen on
gosh.
my Jeep. I just bought some silicone from the hardware store and plastered it over like the area where the leak was kind of coming from. Fixed it right up. But yeah, this I think you're gonna need more than just a little bit of goop from the hardware store. I think you need like a whole ass new windshield, or maybe not a windshield, but like the sealant in between the windshield and the frame.
Oh my gosh, I'm swimming. The windshield leaks. Oh my god.
Yeah, now it looks like he pissed himself.
This
No.
car is ruined. Which is getting started. Oh my gosh. I have to sit through this. Stop, I'm already wet.
This has had more work done to it than any car in the fleet ever. James's hatred for this thing comes from the fact of how much work it needed to even get moving and running at all. Not to mention how viciously complicated the engineering hiding inside of this thing is. It's not meant to be an easy just get down the road car. This is a luxury boat. And this is a car I've lusted over since I was like 16 years old. When I saw the Top Gear episode where they had this on the track. This shape is epic. I love it. It's like a baby Maybach. This was a passionate car purchase, okay? Not a rational one. It's a CLS 500, a 2007 model, I believe. I don't know. It's been so long since I've dealt with this thing, but it's got the 5.5 liter engine in it. It's like over 300 horse. This thing is a monster. This is a muscle car hiding in a svelte body. It's black with tan leather interior. That's the correct combination. It's got these drug dealer wheels on it, which I'm not into, and they're not even real Merc wheels. These are fakes. So anyway, but it's the correct combination of everything and VIN number matching. It's meant to be black. It's meant to have tan interior. It's meant to have a 5.5 liter V8, which is just stonkus levels of power. I think this is one of the best looking cars ever made, and yeah, this thing has been an absolute pig. Because yeah, after we fixed the windshield, so that didn't happen anymore, and fixed a lot of the wiring that was damaged with the water ingress because it was bad. There was mold. Then at one point it was full of fuel smells because the caps to the tank were loose and it was literally raining fuel onto the hot exhaust pipes because it really did smell like it was going to burn down into flames. Then I might have spilled a coffee in it. Freaking Eurocar thing to not have cup holders, but James installed these cup holders. Look how swish this is. Fits perfect. There's the cutting and MacGubbering to make that happen, but now it has cup holders. It's actually got an incredible head unit. It's perfectly clean. It's beautifully clean on the inside. And this thing was never meant to be a video. This was meant to just be my car, my dream car, and I wanted to own it.
And it wound up being a
privately.
project.
You know, I didn't want to get spotted. I didn't want any of that. I just wanted to slip into traffic and just enjoy my dream machine from my teenage years. You know what I mean? But no. It's a nugget. Because we found a nugget in the gearbox. A big chunk of gearbox came out of it, and it would go...
Oh, no.
And it was, yeah... It felt like immediate breakdown was around the corner. People who tune into my drum streams, because I do drum streams, right? And people ask about the CLS all the time. And it's like, well, no, I can't afford to put a gearbox in this thing, right? People like that I don't do sponsors and I leave big companies out of it, but I don't own a house. And I can't afford a CLS gearbox, which is why everyone just takes the sponsors. I almost feel like an idiot. So what's changing? What are you going to do? And the answer is nothing. I'm just gonna drive this thing like the nugget it is. The thing is, this was a passion purchase, and I wasn't buying this because I wanted to have a nugget where I was expecting immediate breakdown at any point, which I don't enjoy unless I'm in the headset for it. You know, it's like driving Tony around. Okay, this thing can cack out at any point, so I know where I'm going with it and what to do at any point. This was meant to be my car, something that I'd earned, something that I could be really comfortable in and enjoy and not feel like immediate danger at any point. But boy, the years change you, and the years have changed me. That's what's changed. This thing is a colossal nugget in my mind, and so I've got the headset for it. I'm mentally prepared for that this thing could just cack out at me at any point. And now enough time has passed that every time I'm in the storage yard shuffling cars about, it's just sitting there. It's got a cover over it. I'll just pick it up and just have a look. I'll sit inside of it and just be like, oh, you stupid. So what's going to happen now is I'm going to drive it. And I'm going to drive it until it goes bang. So now enough time has passed that maybe I've done like 50, 80 kilometers on the oil that it's gotten back when it had a complete do-over. It needs changing. Because that's a crappy thing about combustion engines, that even if you don't put any kilometers on your oil, it is aging. It turns acidic. It's what happened to the donkeys, why its bores are so bad. It's that, you got to get that oil out of there and get the fresh stuff in there. And so, let's get that oil out of there. Before we do, this interior is just so nice.
It really
it's
is.
just so nice. I know the swoopy coupe bum that it's got, which I love to death, just ruins the headroom. But I'm a big sucker of cars that just kind of go to practicality and just make it look good. Just make it look good. But this interior is just nice. I mean, think your office bag's going to look so good in here. And small children. And no one else. Amazing, amazing head unit. That thing's so expensive. CarPlay and everything. And I love the gauges and the clocks that it's got, even though there's dead LEDs in there from all the water damage. It's got auto up-down steering wheel. When you sit in it, it goes and lowers down. And when you get out, it goes and raises up. That's so swish. And the mirrors auto tint when there's high beams hitting it. Man, this thing was so expensive when it was new. I want to drive it. I want to drive it. Look how gorgeous and hardcore this thing is. This thing is so big pants. It's crazy. There's a huge lump sitting in here. And thankfully, the oil filter is just like right there underneath this cover. And that's the only thing easy about this. Everything else is just terrible.
I'm surprised that even
off.
that
And
even
then the
is
fuggo
a
ugliness of modern engines is revealed. So what these covers are really doing is, I mean, it dampens some of the top end noise that these engines have, but it just hides just how viciously ugly and complicated all this crap is. Oh, good. Still got that tool. Yeah. This is as modern of an engine as I'm really interested in. For real. Like Bruce 2, for instance, same symptoms. Like under that plastic cover, it looks horrible. It's just crap upon crap. Good 80 kilometers on this oil. But it's bad. It's got to go. Turns acidic. So, bing bong. And leak. New leak. But this has been replaced. So, hopefully O-ring, if not, mad. At least the trans is nice and dry. I mean, not that it's done anything, but I mean, my other Mercs have pissed all their fluid out, just sitting still, so... look, the CLS has earned a lot of cred for me because it's been sitting for 3 years, and every time I needed to move it, it would start. It would always start. And that's where I've gotten a little bit of confidence, just be like, fine, I'll just have a bourgeois nugget. Because it keeps starting. It hasn't left puddles. It's trying to earn its trust, but it's gonna take a long time before I do actually trust it. It might be a nug for life. The air scoops that cool the engine mounts.
Yeah, that seems to be what they are.
We didn't choose the Nug Life. The Nug Life chose us.
A complicated thing this is.
This one's missing, so this engine mount's gonna overheat. It's kind of like that's just how it is, unless someone's cut it off.
Yeah.
Maybe that one just gets less.
Alright.
How steering's leaking.
Please just be O-rings or something. Well, the sump's nice and dry.
I'm the one who sealed it. I can't remember why I had to go in there, but I did. These have got oil on them.
Oh.
No, just those 3, 4.
Oh, so who sealed it then?
I don't know. I don't think I've ever been in there.
Why me?
Why is it still thread?
More value. Whoa, that was close.
Look how long it is.
Wow, yeah, it's better value. You get more. This oil's pretty dark for how little I've done with it. So I've never been a fan of these wheels. They're too big. They're too dumb looking. They're not even real. You're ruining my Rolls Royce. And there is a solution. Picked these up years ago. These are the actual wheels it came with, the 18s. That's what it's meant to be. And honestly, I hate low profile tires. I mean, these are conventional low profile tires. When this car was new, this was like painted on rubber. But yeah, rubber is like the ultra fine suspension for your car system. You know, when it's just painted on like this, it feels terrible. I can't stand it. But yeah, they didn't look this good. We picked them up off some wreck in someone's front yard and actually sent them off to be completely reconditioned. They are minty and perfect. And then finding some proper Michelin Pilot Sport 5s. I've seen people do 0 to 60 scoots within the 2-second mark with these tires. This won't be doing that, but yeah, these are high performance. The fronts are narrower than the rears. The rears are so chunk. Look at this for a rear tire.
Damn!
This is like, we had to special order these tires and wait months upon months upon months. As well, it's good to just get these wheels redone. We were waiting anyway. Where's the actual number on it? 275 35s. These are fat, but it's worth it because who's the highest on the 0 to 60 scoot? It's the CLS. It's the most powerful car I own by a lot. And it pulled that off with the cheap, crappy tires that it's got. I think they're triangles. If you think I'm gonna do a rego at the 0 to 60 to beat that with these tires, I'm not gonna, because the gearbox is grumpy and I just want this to work, right? If the CLS ever gets knocked off the top, then maybe I'll have a go. But for now, I'm happy with that time. But yeah, this is a high performance car, and so it can really use that rubber. It is a bummer because these do have a lot of tread left on them. Like, you know, if I was into Facebook Marketplace, in other words, having a really bad time where dealing with absolute lunatic strangers, where you put up something for $1,000 and you agree on the price and they get there and go, oh, would you take $200? And now you got a stranger at your home who knows where you live getting mad at you. I'd put these on Marketplace. But I don't know, these would just be the stupid spares for this thing if I ever need to do something really rough with this car. Maybe on the track or something? I don't know if it doesn't have a working gearbox, disregard. It was like 8 liters?
8.5.
8.5 liters. That's ridiculous. It's like diesel engine levels. Oh, it looks so good with these wheels on it though. These are the proper wheels. And it's fun because I've actually noticed, I mean, it happens when you get a car, is that then you start spotting them in traffic. And it's actually what inspired me to just pull this thing out and just start driving it. It's because there are people with black CLSs with these wheels in traffic, and I want to be one of them. So a fun detail with these tires is that the fronts are quite conventional and they're made in Thailand. The rears with a special order we had to wait forever on. These are made in Serbia. So Serbia is where the big fatty freaking rubbers come from. So we're doing a code scan with our fancy McFancy thing, and the codes are flying in.
Oh,
They're coming in. It's like the Olympics when you finish like a dive. It's like a 10, a 10, a 9, a 9, a 10. Holy crap, stop. Oh gosh, we're only 20% in. Stop. No. I didn't want to know all this. Oh gosh, it keeps coming.
I don't even know what some of these modules are.
Semb. It's this is nuts. Oh crap, we're only 30% in. The whole car is effed. How did I drive it here?
They could be historic ones that just haven't been cleared. We'll pretend they are until we know better.
That's right, we've never actually cleared the codes on this.
No, never.
Oh, bloody hell. Oh, stop. It's not good James laughing, because he used to use these all the time.
We've gone past half, and probably like 8 out of 10 have faults. It is common for low battery to give everything a fault, because everything complains that the battery's low.
Of course, yeah, because it was sitting so long that it went... Well, no, we had the battery off.
Yeah,
so
but we've also had low battery and off battery, and also say...
Yes, that is true.
A lot of the ones that just say 1 are all just going to be 12 volt low.
So what, do we just wipe the codes?
No, I want to have a look at the ECU and the transmission first to see what's in there.
The transmission had 4.
Oh, we're done.
That's it.
Yep.
Great. Yeah, transmission control 4. Have a look at that.
Can control the CAN bus off. So that's just communication problem. Okay, so the only one here that I really care about is component WP46 selection range sensor is defective. But that could still also be battery, because let's just clear that and see what happens.
Well, let's wipe all of them.
No, I want to have a look at the engine as well.
Just wipe all the troubles away. James.
No, because then it might not come back for hours of driving or whatever. I want to see what it's in it.
Wiping all the codes. We're just making all the problems go away. Because, yeah, I'm going to go take it for a good spin. I'm going to see how many times the gearbox goes... We'll get a counter going or something. Well, time to just drive this piggy around. Oh, yeah. 5.5 litres of V8. What an idea. What a concept. Oh, and this steering is just so nice. It's like, it's easy, but it feels good. Like it's not numb. This feels so good. So I'm just going to be lapping the industrial parks because, yeah, I don't want to get too far away from home in case this thing gives the death shivers and then doesn't want to work anymore. Alright, we're going to scan it again.
No motor electronics faults.
Cool.
We're passing, maybe.
Maybe all those codes are old codes.
ESP.
Adaptive brake, yeah.
Bah. Don't need to stop when you're going this fast. Well, actually, no, you do.
CAN. Well, so this is missing the original stereo, which might use the CAN bus. Oh, the headrest doesn't work.
Ah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. The electrically adjusted headrest doesn't work. Oh, woe is me. I spilled my Grey Poupon.
Yeah, automatic headlamp adjustment. I thought that might be broken. It sounded broken.
Well, a lot of piddly, garbagey, junky crap stuff. Because that's it.
Supply voltage low. So that could still be because the battery's low.
Yeah, which it is. Honestly, I can live with these fault codes.
Yeah.
I can't live with the chunks of the gearbox missing, but I will have to. Well, I mean, that's an improvement. That's actually improvement, and it drove fine on the road. Right, mate, she's the next day, and I think we can all agree, right off the bat, how good do these wheels look? Oh, chef's kiss. This is how it's meant to look. It's actually sitting on the road properly. It just fits the car. This is the style it was designed for. So good. And yeah, the folks who restored these wheels did such a good job. The Michelins even look good, right? They just look serious. And yeah, look, I gotta say, finally having real rubber on the back of this, mate, the hookup is so good. It's just whoa, and it's out of here. But let's not get anything twisted. This thing is a heckin' nugget. Because yeah, I drove it around a whole bunch last night. You know, after we had all the code scans done, I drove it home and I drove it in this morning. And this morning, fired it up. Number one, it starts terribly. When you turn the key to start, you just let go and it'll figure out the rest, right? You don't go it's but what it actually does do is go, you turn it and then it will finally go. No idea why it does that. It did it in the past. James has gone through a whole bunch of stuff trying to figure out. It's what it does. But hey, it starts every time, and in my mind, it's a nugget, so whatever, right? It always starts. But this stinking morning, no gears. Fired it up, brom, reverse, nothing. Drive, nothing. It wasn't like it was low on trans fluid, it was like slipping and no, nothing. But turned the car off and started again, and then I had gears. So it's a nugget. Fine, as long as it eventually goes into gear, right? If I got to turn off and start it again until I finally get gear, whatever, I'll deal with it, right? My mind's changed, right? My headset's completely flipped. It's a nugget, whatever. It hasn't done the shunting thing where it would go you know, so that's something to look forward to. And it does have a misfire, a very subtle one. In the video when I was, you know, driving it around the streets, it wasn't misfiring, but this morning when it was cold, it was again. It's so subtle. James did look into it, and yeah, it appears to be a fuel injector. And yeah, it's a problem that's reared itself in the past, and we have tried to look for fuel injectors, and there weren't any. And so, but it's a nugget. It's a misfire that comes and goes, and it's not hurting anything. It just doesn't drive as good as it should. Something the thing does, apart from just looking so good on these wheels with the black and the chrome and the tan, oh, I love it. This thing cruises. And also the airbag suspension, which so happy it's still working. It's going to be the thing that's going to die. They all do. This is the cushiest thing I've ever driven. It's so plush. Like speed bumps, anything, doesn't matter. It's just boop, boop. Just cruises over everything. It just, honestly, you get it up to speed, the cruise control works, how great the steering feels. I'm happy. As a nugget, this is the best nug I've ever had. If this was my, like, actual car and pride and joy and the only, like, yeah, I'd be pretty furious still. And I was. But I'm not anymore, because I just want to drive it. I know it's a nugget. As long as it starts and gets me home every single time, I'm just gonna roll with it. And so, here's to nugging about. And thanks to anyone who can pitch in and support. because yeah, no sponsorships, and it's gonna need that gearbox eventually.
Yep.
If you're watching this from almost any country on Earth,
Your clear backpack is not about safety. By Snipe Snap. Let's dive on in.
if you're watching this from almost any country on Earth, every country in fact except one, your first reaction to seeing this picture is probably a simple one. Why on earth would a child need a clear backpack? What is a 12-year-old carrying that a school needs to see at all times? They're fair questions. And if you're American, you know exactly why these bags exist. And that is the only sentence that subject is getting from me. The local news has run this story 100 times, and what none ever gets around to is what the thing does to the kid who has to wear it. Because here's what they don't tell you about the see-through bag. It doesn't make anyone safer. It falls to bits in days. It puts everything you own in front of every thief in the building. And the one thing it does with total reliability is inform a few thousand teenagers that they're suspects from the moment they walk in. And this bag is very much not a one-off. On this channel, I've covered eHall Pass, the app that logs every toilet trip you take, and the pouches which lock your phone away from you all day. I've even covered school Chromebooks that track what kids do at home on their sofa long after the last bell. They're different gadgets, yes, but it's the same instinct. The clear backpack is just the newest member of the family, and the only one you can literally see right through. This is a specifically American problem, by the way. Nowhere else on Earth has it occurred to a country that the sensible response to danger is to make its children carry their entire private lives around in a transparent sack. And the rest of the internet keeps saying so. Under a video of one American kid hauling theirs into class, the top responses aren't outrage. They're bafflement. Only in America, says the top one. Confused in European, says the next. I do have some sympathy for the school bag as an instrument of misery, mind you, because when I was a kid, my own school made me carry a proper leather briefcase. Not a rucksack, an actual briefcase. Yes, it was the kind of school forever auditioning for a poshness it had never earned. I hauled that thing around for years, convinced it was the worst idea a school had ever had about how a kid should transport books. And then I saw what America had come up with, and I thought myself bloody lucky indeed. Quick reminder to hit subscribe if you're enjoying the video so far. Thank you. So let's start where it lands, which is on the students that actually have to use these damn things. The one job the transparent bag does, without fail, every single time, is embarrass whoever's carrying it. Somewhere in America, one of you sat down before term had even begun and asked a room of strangers online for a verdict on the bag you'd been issued. The comment reads, "Guys, I'm a freshman. Do you think this backpack is ugly? Or they may bully me if I use this backpack?" That's a 14-year-old doing market research on their own humiliation. No thought spared for algebra. The pressing worry is whether the compulsory equipment is going to get them picked on. And the honest answer is possibly, and yet there's nothing they can do about it because the bag is mandatory. And that dread is everywhere once you start to look. One student posted their reaction to the announcement, captioned, "My reaction when I found out my school is making me wear a clear backpack." And the top reply beneath it read simply, "My backpack, like bro, why?" And it goes a bit deeper than looking a bit naff, because a clear bag makes everything inside public. Every inhaler, every prescription, every pad, every tampon, every spare pair of underwear packed for an emergency. All of it riding down the hall in full view for anyone to clock. Under one video of a student showing theirs off, someone asked a question that answers itself. What if you have pads? A student paper put it less delicately, describing having to carry pads, tampons, and a backup pair of underwear where everyone could see, and effectively announce the contents of your bag out loud whether you wanted to or not. But the one that stopped me was the one that explained the entire scheme by by accident. They wrote that they were mad and sad for clear backpacks because our principal made us have one. And then, in brackets, like a footnote, she said it's just for safety. That bracket says a lot. A kid who's already spotted the gap between what the policy says and what the policy actually does. They were told safety, yet what they got was a see-through bag and a daily audience for everything inside it. And ridiculously, the bag can't even manage the one thing a bag is meant to be for. They surveyed their students first, which was brave, because 88% of more than 16,000 of them said no. The district went ahead anyway, with bags costing about $13 each, and they started splitting within 2 days. Some kids went through several in a fortnight. One reported replacing his 6 or 7 times. And no, I didn't do that for the meme, here's the proof. Which raises the question, who sells a school 10,000 bags that can't even survive October? Well, there's a whole cottage industry doing exactly that. Wholesalers shipping transparent rucksacks by the pallet at a price that guarantees the quality you just watched fall apart. The district spends the public money, the supplier banks the order, and your family pays for every replacement. There's also the question of what the money wasn't spent on, in the words of this student.
I am that person to have the same pair of shoes for 3 years. I am the person to have the same backpack for 3 years.
For plenty of families, a mandatory new bag is a bill. As this student continues.
Yes. How is it helping us? Now, something that would help us is more teachers, because a chemistry teacher quit and y'all couldn't find one to replace her.
A school that found the money to put every student behind transparent plastic could not, in the same year, find a chemistry teacher. Great priorities. Somebody is doing well out of this whole clear backpack thing, and you can see who by simply searching for clear backpacks. Indeed, type it into Google and you don't land on any debate as to whether they work. You land on a shop. Rows of buy now product cards, bargain pallet stuff at the bottom, and the big brands stacked on top. Jan Sport wants $55 for one. There's a Nike one at $60. The cheap bag tears in a fortnight, and the one built to last costs a family $50 or $60, so somebody's cashing the check either way. The shops are on TikTok too, which honestly takes some nerve. The same app school kids are using to vent about being forced to carry these things are also selling them the bag, discounted, free delivery by Monday. Even the phone pouch people never quite managed that. The bag creates one more problem the board never considered, and it's the audience. Your classmates can see your business, and so can everyone else in the building, including the people you'd least want to. In the words of this student, not a good idea. Thieves will see items they want to steal in a backpack and target that student. Every phone and every bit of tempting kit a child owns set behind glass like a jeweler's window, except the jeweler remembers to lock the case. And when the last bell goes, the shop window walks out of the school with you. As this person says, as much as I like the look of clear backpacks, I would never want to own one. In high school, since I didn't have a car, I would have to bus to my work, and a clear backpack basically flaunting the fact that I had an expensive laptop on me is really just asking the people around me to rob me, especially in the more sketchy areas I had to stand and wait alone in. I don't think school officials have considered this. Clear backpacks are not as safe as they come across to be. The next morning, you carry it back in, and the deeper cost starts again. Indeed, a transparent bag is a search that never ends. It searches everyone at once, all day, on the standing assumption that any 12-year-old might be the problem. This student followed that logic to the end of the road, writing, maybe everyone should wear see-through clothes so we can protect ourselves from concealed weapons too? Another added, stupid band-aid solution while not addressing the actual problem and conditioning children to not have privacy. Another made the civil liberties case in a single line. Children do have a right to privacy, especially those nearing adulthood. This should not be an option. And plenty of students go straight to the thing itself. As this one says, it's a performative solution for school shootings. Another went darker, writing, American school essentials like an AR-15 trauma kit, bulletproof vest, and a helmet. And I agree, the clear backpacks indeed appear to be a performative solution, because a see-through bag only reveals what someone is careless enough to leave loose in the main compartment. Anything folded inside a jumper stays invisible. Anything in a pocket, a waistband, or a shoe never gets near the bag at all. This commenter nailed the absurdity better than any safety consultant could. We found the shooter concealed his weapon in his waistband, so starting next week we'll be enforcing a strict no pants rule. And just when you think it can't get any dafter, it indeed gets Dafter. Almost every version of the policy lets you carry one small opaque pouch inside the clear bag for personal items, which politely hands back the exact hiding place the see-through bag was meant to remove. Like this kid, who drops a solid bag straight inside their transparent one captioned POV, school gotta have clear bags, but you put a bag in a bag. Where there's a loophole to be found, kids will indeed find one. And where the bag has faced a real test, it's fared about as well as you'd expect, which is to say, badly. In the words of this student, yeah, school started doing this thinking it would prevent shootings from happening, and it didn't work at all. I went to a school a few years ago that had the clear backpack rule, and a few weeks into the school year, a literal riot broke out of the cafeteria, and about 6 people had guns, and a couple of people had knives. There were so many people that got expelled from that riot. One school, one term, one mandatory clear bag, and it prevented none of it. And honestly, it's pretty sad that a country reached for a plastic rucksack before actually thinking to change its laws. As this student said, this is terrible, all these shootings. Yeah, we should find a solution. How about gun control? No, guns aren't the problem. Let's just force students to wear these stupid things. Another added, America will do anything to stop school shootings, except actually fixing what makes it possible in the first place. The schools themselves appear to not believe in the bag either, because they keep the metal detectors. They keep the morning bag checks and put more staff on the doors. Every extra layer is the same institution admitting the bag doesn't do its job, and it stays mandatory anyway because it looks like doing something. Which brings us back to the family this bag belongs to, because the pattern should look familiar by now. E-Hall Pass logs how long you spend in the toilet and keeps it on a server. Yonder pouches seal your phone in neoprene so you can't reach the outside world all day. Your school Chromebook reads over your shoulder at your kitchen table in your own home on the weekend. And now the clear backpack puts your tampons, your medication and your lunch on public display. 4 different products, 4 different invoices, 1 message. You are not trusted, like, at all. Most of that surveillance hides in software, in servers, and logins, and dashboards. The clear backpack is simply the only one you can see with a naked eye, hanging off your damn shoulders. And the timing is the cruelest part. This is the stretch of your life when you actually need privacy. You're working out who you are, and what you want more than anything is one small corner of the world that's yours. That's the moment they chose to take it, for something that was never going to keep anyone safe in the first place. So, that's the see-through backpack. It tears in 2 days, somebody gets paid whether it lasts or not, it hands every thief a shopping list, and every kid a label, and its one dependable achievement is making you wear your embarrassment in public so the adults upstairs can feel like the matter's been handled. Performative safety measures really are the worst. Slash that like button if you think that they should get rid of see-through backpacks. We'll see you soon. I'm Snipe Snap, he's my cat Lucky. Snipe, Snap, out.
Guys, it's been almost 2 whole years since I uploaded a Yu Yu Hakusho.
Alright. Yusuke vs. Sensui was the craziest fight in anime by Sensible Saiyan. Let's dive on in.
Guys, it's been almost 2 whole years since I uploaded a Yu Yu Hakusho fight breakdown. That's criminal. This is one of the greatest anime of all time, so I'm super hyped to cover probably the best matchup in the show. We got Yusuke vs. Sensui scheduled for 5 rounds. Like usual, we're going to be breaking this fight down and scoring it with the 10-point must system. But before we get into the main event, I'm actually going to do a bonus breakdown of their first confrontation. It wasn't an official fight, but it was a hell of an appetizer, and it was super important. Both of these guys got a lot of data from it that carried on into the big clash. Okay, sound the bell, let's go. The current and former spirit detectives are feeling each other out here. Look at the aura. Now they're going to get on their bicycles. Yusuke can't gauge his opponent's power here. He says it feels almost fake. He rushes in trying to test him. Watch the angle change. Sensui's caught off guard. Yusuke with the right hand. Bro, he literally tried to do the Deontay Wilder here. Is it going to work for him though? Hell no. Sensui plants the feet, blocks, and counters with the head kick that lands flush. He cut him on the first exchange. Yusuke launched back but recomposes. He wants his get back, bolts in again with another right hand, this time not even setting it up with an angle change or anything, just sloppy work. Sensui with the easiest block in the world here. Look how off balance bro is after that wild shot. He's falling right into the kick. Same exact counter lands again, but this time it stuns him pretty badly and drops him. We get some commentary from the gang. Kurama's like, it's as I expected. They're too much alike. He can read his moves. Bro, it's not that deep. This man sprinted in with a telegraph right hand. We could all read it. Genkai's talking about how Sensui is using something called the Rishuryuken fighting style. It's a very kick-heavy style. He mainly uses his hands to block or to funnel the opponent into a kick. he's going to introduce the Reiku Shuriken, which is basically a ball of spirit energy that he kicks at his opponent. And just a side note, I always liked how he developed the spirit attack that blended in with his style. He misses, but it was just on purpose. He was actually aiming for Yusuke's apartment. That's a Hall of Fame hater right there. Yusuke rushes in again, leading with the right hand, this time chambering it from the hip. Sensui ready to block, but it was just a feint. He's darting around now, trying to overload his vision before coming in with the left that again gets blocked. He's been fighting like a bin, man. Look how far away he was when he threw that shot. This is maybe the worst telegraphing I've ever seen. Counter to the body lands that drops him again. Yusuke pissed off here, as Sensui just dips. Keep in mind, he's trying to lure them away here as part of a bigger plan. They catch up to him in this building, and Yusuke comes in with the same entry as always. Nope. Now they're both coming in, and here comes another right hand from the Spirit Detective. Sensui blocks, and he's all the way on the outside, pushes down on the arm of his already off-balance opponent. Here comes another head kick, but Yusuke finally blocks. Definitely not an ideal block, and him being off balance makes him get launched to the floor. Weird call for me here. I'm not going to count it as a knockdown because Yusuke did block, but Sensui still definitely won the exchange. Now he's the aggressor, bolts in while his opponent is standing up. High kick here, but a duck. Huge barrage of kicks are barely getting slipped and blocked here by Yusuke. Some of these frames look like he got grazed, but I'm pretty sure it was just him flinching because the only sound effects playing were of the kicks swooshing past him. Some repeated frames here. Sensui with the round kick, Yusuke just pulls out of range. He's feeling that pressure though, big time. Sensui comes in with another round kick, this time lands to the body. Yusuke with the adjustment though, he grabbed the shot and now he's trying to counter with a big power punch, but Sensui's on that Joaquin Buckley. He follows up athletically, lands a head kick with his free leg. Yusuke is dropped for the third time this encounter, and that basically marks the end of their pre-fight altercation. The 1v1 gets interrupted and there's all kinds of plot shenanigans going on here. The only thing of note is that Sensui kidnaps Kuwabara, and Yusuke, trying to save him, fires off a spirit gun that he almost murders his buddy with.
Oh crap, I forgot about Kuwabara!
Sensui easily neutralizes the blast with his Reiku Shuriken and dips out. Here are the stats for the skirmish they had. Yusuke didn't land a thing, whereas Sensui landed 5 kicks, almost all of them being extremely effective. He made it pretty easy for him though, I'm not gonna lie. He's a wild fighter in general, but keep in mind that he wasn't at his best here, and I like to think he was feeling a little bit unstoppable after beating Taguro in the Dark Tournament Finals. He just didn't give his opponent the respect he deserved early on. He did make adjustments later and looked better, but his opponent still never really let him heat up. Yusuke honestly needed this humbling. Fast forward to a little later in the saga, and these two are about to officially have their 1v1. Now Yusuke is at his peak, fully rejuvenated, he's familiar with his opponent, and knows he's a serious threat. And likewise for the former Spirit Detective too, who's also this close to achieving his goal of opening up a portal to Demon World so that he can wipe out mankind. Only one man stands in the way. This championship fight is scheduled for 5 rounds. At the end of each round, the winner gets 10 points and the loser gets 9 points or less depending on how badly they lost. If it goes all 5, the scores get tallied and the fighter with more points wins. But the fight can end in any round via stoppage. Alright, let's get into it. Sound the bell. Round 1. Let's go. The fight starts with a little clash of ideology. Sensui is psychotic, bro. Listen to this maniac. Yusuke's not trying to hear it, closes the distance fast and telegraphs the right hand like he kept doing the last fight. Sensui preparing the hook kick counter, but it was just a setup. Yusuke just feinted so he could draw out the counter. Eat that right hand.
Damn.
He recomposes well, but Yusuke makes a hell of a statement at the opening bell.
That's one thing about Yusuke. He may kind of look like a fool at first, but he learns your shit real quick. And the same trick you use on him one time probably won't work the second time because he'll figure that shit out and be like, oh no, I know what to do now. So Sensui thought he could just do that exact same fucking combo again, and Yusuke was like, nope, I already learned that pattern. Better try something new, motherfucker.
Charging his Reiku Shuriken and says,
speed, strength, stamina, you beat me in all 3. And yet you're still going to die.
Yusuke wants to smother him so he can't fire off his attack, rushes in with another crazy telegraph right hand, but an easy block. Now here comes a huge flurry. Sensui is parrying and blocking these shots no problem. He's not much of a boxer, he doesn't like to throw hands unless he's setting up a kick, but he should because Yusuke is there all day for a counter. This is absolutely diabolical technique. Overhand right here gets parried and Yusuke's momentum is dragging him. He He counterbalances though by throwing the hook kick, but his much taller opponent just takes a little half step back and leans back to dodge. Yusuke uses the missed shot to recompose. Watch this, he fakes low, Sensui bracing. Then he dips down to dodge a huge elbow that came from a weird angle. Yusuke chaining his momentum again, spins around to land the back fist, but nope. Overhand right with the same hand he just missed with. Whoop! Come back here. Left hand blocked. Sensui swipes the arm away to mess up the rhythm on the follow-up, then catches it. Left hook, but a duck. He hops away again to keep the distance, but Yusuke keeping the pressure here. Another really sloppy right hand gets beautifully parried. 1-2 flurry, easily getting swerved, and he's on the back foot again. Yusuke's got the speed, but he's so freaking sloppy and predictable here, dude. He needs to throw feints and tighten up his shots, like, a lot. Sensui hops away, but he's backed up to the cave wall as Yusuke is still coming in very aggressively. He's forced to engage and prepares to kick the Reikuber Shuriken. Yusuke ready for it, but watch this. He disengages the spirit energy and is trying to counter Yusuke instead on the way in with the kick. Just masterful, using his own spirit attack as a feint, and now Yusuke's timing is all out of whack. Has to shell up at the last second to block. And while he's recomposing, gets met with the heel kick flush on the jaw. Sensui is clean, bro. He feinted with A to throw him off with B, so he would be wide open for C. I mean, bro, he's nasty. Yusuke gets dropped hard here, but recomposes well. He's frustrated though. Sensui tells him reason number one why he doesn't stand a chance, even though he has the power advantage, is that he's too predictable. Even when he caught Sensui off guard in the opening of the round, he knew the follow-up shot was going to be a right hand, so he was able to roll with it to avoid getting dropped. The experience gap is huge, but the Spirit Detective is the definition of a junkyard dog.
It's gonna be bad, man. Oh, bro.
Rushes back in again before cutting an angle. He's finally trying to actually throw him off again instead of his usual approach. He charges in again. Sensui turns around expecting the right hand, but Yusuke punches the ground to make a smokescreen. Which, by the way, the author of the show, Togashi, loves this. If you guys...
Yeah, like, you can tell certain tricks certain authors just like to see their character do.
Saw Hunter x Hunter, you already know. Sensui tracking his opponent jumping up through the debris. Looks up, but it was just a boulder. Yusuke threw it up to catch him off guard, and now he's just unloading to the body here. This man is getting treated like a heavy bag. Huge uppercut to finish the combo that ragdoll Sensui, bouncing him off the wall twice before dropping. He was out for a little bit too before coming out of the water and revealing an insanely conditioned physique. Look at the scars, this man is leaving it all in the gym. And Yusuke's hands are hurting after landing that combo. Says it felt like punching a tractor tire. Sensui's got him shaken up a bit before starting to power up. He fragments his spirit energy into these orbs, talking about it's time I stepped up my game. He consolidates the orbs and hits his opponent with the Splinter Rashuriken. This move is like Yusuke's own shotgun attack, but just better because the beam's also honed. Yusuke slipping, dodging, pulling out all of the acrobatics. Kick and a backhand to neutralize these two. He's hopping from pillar to pillar until that first shot finally comes through and stuns him. And that just opened the floodgates. He's getting teed off on him. Still fighting back though. He gets caught to the body here, and the shockwave for this one launches him into the air. I love how Sensui's not just letting his attack do all the work. He's coming in to jump Yusuke while he's overwhelmed. He notices at the last moment, slips the left. First punch Sensui's thrown, by the way. Yusuke trying to blow his brains out here with the spirit gun, but he grabs the arm. Watch, this is the craziest one ever. Sensui fakes the left hook, only to pass off the wrist control to the other hand while he spins around to land a hook kick. Turns him to land a soccer kick to the body that drops him. And then the rest of the Splinter Rashuriken is lighting him up while he's down. Craziest combo ever, and that's twice in the round where he seamlessly merges his spirit attack with his hand-to-hand fighting. He's really a master of his craft. Yusuke gets back up. Bro, they're both hella durable as round 1 comes to a close. I'm going to score this one a 10-9 for Sensui. Let's take a look at the stats. Now, at first glance, it looks like it favors Yusuke because of that insane body shot combo he landed, but you gotta remember, this spirit attack landed from Sensui lit him up arguably the exact same amount, although it just doesn't stand out the same in the numbers. Plus, Sensui scored 2 knockdowns to Yusuke's 1, and was just in control of the round for longer. Yusuke had a great adjustment or two, but most of the round he was whiffing punches and getting read like a book. 10-9. But this legendary fight is only getting started, guys. Let's take a look at the second round. Round 2 starts off with Sensui giving him reasons number 2 and 3 why he can't beat him. Number 2, Yusuke is used to 1v1s, whereas he's used to fighting multiple ops at once, so he's just able to overwhelm him, which ties into number 3. His spirit energy reservoir is just way bigger. He can basically spam these spirit moves as he's about to hit him with another Splinter Rashuriken. Yusuke's got, what, 4 spirit guns in him per day at this point of the series? That's tough. Sensui hits the move, and Yusuke, trying to defend, starts getting lit up like last time and eventually dropped again. He's got to make an adjustment because there's plenty more where that came from. Yusuke's still not losing faith in his abilities. He's like, I beat Toguro at his best. I'm him. Here comes another Splinter Rashuriken. This time the Spirit Detective is going to rush the attack. He's having a lot more success not getting lit up while he's closing the distance here. This was the right move. Sometimes the best defense is a good offense, and vice versa. He makes it through the attack and starts unloading a flurry of straights. Sensui blocking these shots, but it's looking a lot more labor.
But again, Yusuke is kind of predictable because that flurry of punches is one of his like signature moves.
There's really no way of telling if he's being more technical here or if he's just having trouble dealing with the speed. Yusuke with the trash talk.
Reason number one why I'll smash your face. I'm just better than you. And I'm not as predictable as you think.
Yusuke stops mid-combo to pull away and take a dip in the lake, talking about, bet you didn't see this coming.
Yo!
He jumps out of the lake fired up and sprints back in. Sensui's like, here we go again. It's so predictable. Right hand cocked here. Sensui ready to block like he's been doing all night, but it was just a setup. Yusuke takes off his wet shirt and uses it to lock their arms together. That's that Jackie Chan's Shanghai Noon, wet t-shirt doesn't break. Amazing and really creative setup here by Yusuke. Him jumping into the lake earlier actually had purpose to it, and that's not something anybody would have predicted, especially the way he was posturing like a juvenile throwing a temper tantrum. He used that as part of the element of surprise.
Yeah.
Bro definitely has his technical flaws, but he's such a dog and an amazing tactician. Massive body shot here, folds his...
And his ability to learn and adapt on the fly is one of the things that makes him such an amazing fighter. He will learn shit and come up with new shit in the middle of a fight.
Opponent lands 5 more here that sends them to the sky. Sensui's hurt. He crashes tailbone first into the ground, and Yusuke's got mount. Now here comes the ground and pound. He's absolutely teeing off on him here. Look at his stupid head getting dribbled off the floor like a basketball. Dude, Yusuke's landed 121 shots so far. This man has CTE, no question. No, actually though, look at the switch going off in his brain while getting trash talked. Wait, what the hell? Is that a gun? Bro, he shot him. Okay, now's a good time to explain for those who haven't seen Yu Yu Hakusho.
Yo, Yusuke got Trayvon Martin.
Sensui just completely changed demeanors here and pulled out the Glock because he just switched personalities. He has 7 different personalities, each with a different name, skills, strengths, and attributes. The guy Yusuke was fighting before was called Minoru, but he switched to this lunatic biker dude called Kazuya. And this personality's an animal. Look how he steps on the bullet wound. He's stomping on Yusuke's carcass here. He's trying to get back up. Take that body kick. He's just toying with him now, firing off rounds, trying to spook him. He probably could have finished the fight here, but he's sick. He's sick in the head. He's getting off on this. Apparently, this personality likes to unalive children. And no joke, some people actually think Sensui is just, oh, he's just misunderstood. He's complex, bro.
Nah, he's a fucking psychopath.
No, you're just retarded. It's not that deep. This time Kazuya lights him up for real. Yusuke is getting butchered. This is the craziest one ever. He mocks Yusuke screaming by hitting a note. He's got the barrel pointed at the head. He's about to end it all, but gets distracted by Koenma showing up. They start to argue while Yusuke's charging his own Glock. Gets clipped with the high kick though before he can pull the trigger. Fires off the blast while he's falling back, but he misses. He's lucky because that would have blown his head off. Now he's playing possum, but Sensui thinks he's out cold. He turns his attention back at Koenma, who's threatening him with the Mafuken spell. It's something he's been charging up for centuries and would basically ensnare him, seal up that tunnel to Demon World that he's been trying to open, just solve this whole mess really. You already know what I'm gonna say though, that's a point deduction. He's actively threatening him and prepping his attack. Bro forced himself into the fight and interrupted the whole flow in Yusuke's favor by giving him time to heal. And yes, he can heal from gunshot wounds because he inherited the spirit orb from Genkai. Which is exactly what happens because these two were chatting it up for a minute. This is arguably a disqualification, but I'm gonna look the other way because not only does Yusuke stop Koenma from using...
I mean, well, technically, this whole thing is a goddamn 7-on-1 since Sensui's 7 motherfuckers crammed into one.
Mafuken, but he's a dog, bro. He drops him for trying to interrupt. This is what Goku should have done to Kami when he interrupted his fight, I'm not gonna lie. He kinda doesn't even care about the fate of the world anymore. He just wants to beat the hell out of his opponent. Sound like anybody else? As round 2 comes to a close. Guys, I'm scoring this one same as last round. Another 10-9 for Sensui, but with the point deduction, is going to drop it to a 10-8. Same kind of deal as last time where the stats look great for Yusuke at first glance. 121 strikes landed is insane. Sensui landed hella spirit attacks though and dropped Yusuke 3 times to his 1. Again, it's Yusuke with the volume, but Sensui with the effective aggression and the bigger moments. Especially this time around, he had him dead to rights for a minute there. The score is now 20-17 in favor of Sensui, but Yusuke is rejuvenated, and really he was getting worked by Kazuya mainly because he got caught off guard. Let's see if the dynamic changes here as we head into the 3rd round. Round 3 starts with Yusuke calling Kazuya a bum. Besides the surprise Glock, he's sensing that this dude is not him. He thinks he can easily take him and is asking for the strongest of the 7 personalities to come out so that they can just get this over with. He doesn't like that, threatens him with the nope. Now take these body shots. Crazy how he's been throwing single hand flurries this fight. Kazuya is hurt. He drops to his knees in pain. His body is so conditioned though, Yusuke is actually hurting after landing those punches. Come on, bring out the big boss. Let's go. It's already round 3, bro. I don't have that kind of time. He's arguing with himself. No, I can take him. No, I can. He changed again. We're finally looking at Shinobu, the original and most powerful personality by far. There's something different in the air here during this scene. Shinobu's aura is insane. He walks up trying to formally introduce himself with a handshake. Yusuke like, hell no, take this right hand. He grabbed it with ease. Now he's gonna twist the arm. It hurts. Take that size 13 dress shoe to the rib cage. Then he's gonna bash his head in with the barrel of the gun, just absolutely sunning him here. And watch this shakes the hand of his carcass like nothing happened. Yusuke fuming, tries to land another punch, but whoop! He's walking away. He didn't even acknowledge him. Then he asked his comrade for a change of clothes, and I guess he got a spare arm too, or regenerated it. I don't know. No more Glock though, just hands. Also, no, I'm not gonna deduct a point for his teammate giving him a t-shirt, bro. And the crazy thing is, I swear I get some people in the comments who make arguments this bad. Like, I'm not even kidding. I wish I was exaggerating. By the way, Yusuke's gang has been trapped by this goon Itsuki, spectating the fight from this pocket dimension the whole time. And they can't kill this idiot without risking being trapped forever. This dude is the biggest glazer and quite frankly gooner of all time. It's disgusting.
In his reality, Shinobu has never committed a crime. He knows his other sides have done wrong, but he's separated from it, able to blame them and grieve for what they've done.
Craziest cope ever, you sick freak.
Such complexity, that's why I like him the most.
He ain't disgusted at the glaze. Me too. Yeah, sure, this guy's innocent. Dude's a maniac. They actually try to gaslight the audience into thinking, nah man, he's just deep and complex. Sensui's operating on another wavelength. Stop it. Sensui powers up and introduces the sacred energy. So in the show, there's 2 types of energy. Spirit energy for humans and demon energy from demons. This dude Sensui is so schizo, he transcended the physical realm and mastered the highest echelon of power. He's flexing on Yusuke, and look at this, he gives him a kind of twisted blessing with the energy here. Yusuke's hurt real bad, that dropped him heavy. To Sensui's surprise though, he's still alive. He tries to rush him like he's been doing, but this man isn't even bothering the block at this point. The sacred energy is shielding him even from the juiced up punches. Yusuke powers up a humongous shot to break through the shield, but this is by far the best. There's levels to this moment in the series, and honestly maybe an anime of all time. He snaps his arm like a twig, and delicately too. He's holding so much back. He's trying to retrieve the pacifier that's got Koenma's Mafuken spell laced in it, which is his only threat at the moment, but look at the disrespect! Yusuke threw his filthy Air Force One at his face. He snatched the pacifier with his toes. His whole countenance has changed. He has a plan that he's willing to put everything on the line for, because he knows he doesn't have a shot at this point. Even Hiei and Kurama, the 2 coolest customers in the show, are taking a dookie in their pants right now. His energy is equivalent to that of an S-class demon, which in this show is like the elite of the elite. Of the elite.
I am constantly operating at God mode.
Yusuke says something slick that pisses him off, and he gets punished for it with some more sacred energy flexing. Also, he snatched the pacifier at some point, which is actually right where Koenma wanted it. He hits the Mafuken, and Sensui is getting encased in the spell's aura. He's struggling. The spell is going to trap him forever and seal the portal he's been trying to open. But Sensui manages to grab the pacifier and diverts the blast up high. Nice try, but that's a 2-point deduction right there. You're lucky I don't disqualify Yusuke for that. Honestly, I probably should, but I'm a corrupt ref. Koenma has given up hope completely, but Yusuke, the junkyard dog, hasn't given up yet. He wants to keep fighting this monster as round 3 comes to a close. I'm scoring this one again a 10-9 for Sensui. And with the 2-point deduction, that's going to bring it to a 10-7. Let's take a look at the stats here. I'm getting deja vu because it's the same kind of patterns as round 1 and 2 showing up in the stats. Yusuke lands a great flurry, scoring a ton of shots. Sensui lacking the volume, but dealing a lot more damage, and scoring more knockdowns and landing the spirit attacks. Or, I guess, sacred attacks. Dude, I've been wanting to say key attacks the whole time. I'm so used to scoring DBZ. But yeah, Sensui completely controlled the fight after becoming Shinobu. He's had a big skill advantage the entire fight, and now he's got the craziest power advantage over him too. The score is now 30-24 in favor of Shinobu Sensui going into the championship rounds. Let's see if Yusuke can pull off a miracle, because it looks like that's what he's gonna need as we head into the 4th round. Round 4 starts with Yusuke all the way locked in. He's asking Sensui to take his life so that his squad can reach another level of power and jump this dude. He's giving his life to motivate the boys. It's inspiring. But Sensui is hesitating. Yusuke not gonna die without going out on a shield though. The last moment of his life, the passion, it's making him level up too. Now he's rushing him. Head kick attempt, but a grab. Sensui chucks him away. He wants to initiate his own offense while his back is turned. Watch this though, Yusuke counters with a side kick to the body. He's sliding back. Follow-up flurry to the body lands, but it's not doing any damage. Yusuke loads up too much on the shot and throws his whole body into it, completely off balance, falls over after it gets dodged. But this is just confirmation to him that his plan was the right call. If he can level up this much from his resolve, then the boys should be able to do the same thing. Sensui leaping in with the front kick, heel to the ribcage lands flush. Yusuke staggering back, take that left hand to the body. He's hurt. Sensui follows up with another rib shot, and we hear the bones breaking. Right hand up top. Uppercut lands and another body shot as we pan over to Kuwabara having an emotional breakdown. Only he has the power to get them out of Itsuki's dimension with his own dimension sword, but he can't.
Kuwabara, you are not you have no room to talk here after what you did last arc, bro. You literally did the same shit except that Yusuke's actually gonna die.
Generate.
Like he comes back because I mean he's Yusuke, but only motherfucker that get Yusuke and the cast of Dragon Ball Z are motherfuckers that are like freaking flying miles for the afterlife.
That will, so they just gotta watch Yusuke getting eviscerated here. Same 3-piece from Sensui lands again. Now he gets clipped by the right hand. Left hand stuns him and a front kick to the face. That dropped him. Kuwabara finally breaks through his limits and makes the sword. He's about to free them, but Sensui starts to power up and make his final move. They cut through the dimensional bind, but it's too late. Sensui lands the spear hand to the chest that stops the heart. Yusuke breathes his last, and Sensui wins the fight in the 4th round via knockout. Should be via murder, but I don't think that's an official outcome, not gonna lie. Here are the stats for the round. Yusuke outlanded Sensui like he did the whole fight, but only one of these shots was effective, and the rest Sensui didn't even feel. Whereas we finally got to see what happens when Sensui unloads with any kind of volume. And it was beyond lethal, especially him as Shinobu. Here are the stats for the fight overall. Again, crazy volume for Yusuke, but not too much damage dealt. Whereas Sensui super conservative with it, but when he landed, he landed. You feel me? 14 energy attacks landed too. 2 of them were volleys. Scored 9 knockdowns. This was a butchering, literally. Guys, if you made it this far, especially if you're one of the ones that's been asking for some non-DBZ content on the channel, please hit that like, subscribe, and let me know what you think in the comments. These videos take me a really long time to make, and I'd probably lose money making the non-DBZ ones just from the opportunity cost. So let's get the views up, help me at least break even on this one, because I'd love to be able to keep mixing it up for you in the future. Anyways, hopefully I will see you soon, and I'm out of here. Oh, and let me know if you want to see a part 2, because yes, even though my man's died, they do run this back. And it's fantastic.
Four kids ruined a generation.
Alright. You know, we're gonna just do reacts tonight. I don't feel like playing a video game. Maybe I'll play something tomorrow night and Tuesday, and I'll do more. I'll just do a little bit less reacting and a little bit more gaming to kind of make it up, because I don't know whether I want to start Grand Theft Auto Vice City, Grand Theft Auto 3, Grand Theft Auto Chinatown Wars, or one of like 4 different Pokemon ROM hacks I have in the chamber. Mostly because like whatever one I start, I'm gonna have to probably like what's the word? like commit to. There we go, commit. Or have to commit to. So still kind of figuring it out. And I mean, I'm a kind of these last couple of days I've been a little tired, a little out of it. That's why I started kind of late tonight. So you know, I don't really have the energy to play video games right now. So we're gonna do another react, and we'll see. Cause I still got like 2 more hours before I gotta leave. All right, this is 4Kids Ruined Everything with Anime by Turd Tomato. Let's get it.
4Kids ruined a generation of anime. Back in the day when anime was airing on American TV, since they were from Japan, they had to go through a licensing company. This infamous company that were in charge of airing these animes was 4Kids. They were in charge of dubbing these from Japanese to English, and of course, making sure they were appropriate to watch. Appropriate to watch? What do you mean by that? I mean, first of all, to give some context, the anime they were licensing was stuff like Pokemon, Sonic X, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Probably thinking that's already for kids, right? Well, stuff that's for kids in Japan has a different meaning than we have here in the West. So stuff like showing cleavage, alcohol, and even guns sometimes were all being replaced with something else. With most of the time, the silliest stuff you can think of. The problem with 4Kids is that they not only censor stuff that really didn't need to be censored, like removing text from a sign. What? A kid's scared of letters now? But they were just horrible at censoring. And that's what I'm here to talk about today. I'm gonna highlight the most goofiest and dumbest and sometimes fair censorships done by 4Kids, and why it's good they don't exist anymore. They had the biggest franchises in their hands and chose to mess them all up. And when I talk big franchises, the first that comes to mind is definitely One Piece. One Piece is more than just an anime now. It has now become a mega power and a political movement. But before it was as big as it is now in the West, 4Kids were deciding what to localize for the American audiences, and they decided to take One Piece. But if you watch their version, it's definitely One Piece. One piece of shit. They stripped away every soul to meet the requirements to being for kids. All blood completely removed, every form of violence is cut, all guns are either water pistols or whatever the fuck this is. And Sanji, the cook of the crew, his famous cigarette is replaced with a lollipop. Bro, who holds a lollipop like that? With 2 fingers? Speaking of cigarettes, one of the ops of the One Piece crew from the Marines, his name is Smoker. What he's known for is, you guessed it, smoking. He has 2 big ass cigarettes in his mouth at all times. What do you think 4Kids did with him? Replaced with lollipops? Nah. He still smokes, but without smoking. You know what I mean? Like there's smoke coming out of him, but he doesn't smoke.
That's ridiculous.
The only soulful thing about this version of One Piece is the banger of an intro.
Yeah, no, one thing you can say about them is that they did come up with some pretty banger original music for some of the anime that they did dub. You gotta at least give them credit for that.
Hey, 4Kids, you might have a worse version of One Piece, but I'm gonna give you this. This intro of One Piece is superior. So me. 4Kids also chose to change the names for absolute no reason. Like the iconic devil fruit is called the cursed fruit. Luffy's brother Ace, his name is Trace. Swordsman Zoro, his name is Zolo. I actually thought that last one was stupid until I found out that's actually his name in the manga, because the Japanese has a hard time saying like R. They also chose to change some deaths, like Zoro's childhood friend Quina, who died originally from falling down a flight of stairs, but in the 4Kids version, she got beat up by some evil guys and made her disabled for the rest of her life. I mean, that's basically dead. I mean, whoa. I'm not saying that every chronically disabled person is basically dead, but you don't ever see her again after that in the 4Kids version. I'm not saying that if you don't see a chronically disabled person, they're dead. Another death that was changed was Belmir's, which is the adoptive mother of Nami. Originally, she got shot by the Mr. Evil Arlong, but in the 4Kids version, instead of Arlong aiming a gun at her, he points at her menacingly, saying, "Oh, you're gonna prison now for life."
About a nice room in a dungeon for the rest of your day.
So she doesn't die, but it's just him pointing. But my question is...
Yeah.
Why does his pointing look like clip art? Like, it looks like they just dragged and dropped a mouse cursor on top of the gun. Other censorship that was just plain stupid was they made a black kid white. I would assume it's for the red lips that might betray a racial stereotype, but then why did they just recolor the lips instead of whitewashing him? Listen, to be devil's advocate, besides the stupid censorships, One Piece isn't a show for kids, but even a show for kids are not for kids enough, apparently. The Pokemon anime was also licensed by 4Kids, so you know some dumb shit.
This is what I'm actually familiar with because I never, like I said before, I've never seen One Piece.
About to go down. If you watched Pokemon as a kid, this was probably the version you watched, at least from the early seasons. Not only did they do their 4Kids sanitation of removing all violence, you know, editing or cutting out guns entirely, removing alcohol and replacing them with juice, but they also tried to appeal to American audiences, so they Americanized the show. So, for example, they removed all Japanese kanji signs and posters and replaced them with American text. Onigiris were jelly donuts.
Nothing beats a jelly-filled donut.
And you can literally see the rice. What donut looks like this? Other times an onigiri is replaced with a whole ass sandwich. Any references to God or religion was also removed. I guess that might be why they called the devil fruit the curse fruit.
Although I could have sworn in the earlier airings, Misty did pull out a crucifix against Ghastly in that episode. So maybe it was aired and then they like took it off, but or maybe it's just a Mandela effect and I just remember it because I saw the uncut version somewhere. Who knows?
In One Piece, like in one instance, Nurse Joy was hoping in the 4Kids version instead of praying to God. But despite all the weird and strange censoring though, 4Kids did what they do best.
Yeah, no. Yeah. You gotta give it to them. You gotta give it to them. They definitely made banger original opening theme songs. This, the Yu-Gi-Oh opening theme, right? When I used to go to when I actually used to go to in-person tournaments, back when I used to actually play in-person Yu-Gi-Oh, and used to spend $10 of my hard-earned money every week to go fucking 3-0 or 4-0, losing, or I guess it'd be 0-4 and 0-3. I would listen to the Yu-Gi-Oh theme and like the other like songs from the English W Yu-Gi-Oh on my drive to and from the tournament.
The best intro you could ever ask for. That's right. The most famous...
Bro, my homie had this play at his wedding.
Pokemon song ever is 4Kids' responsibility. So we gotta give props to what it's due. They can't go wrong with the intros. The Japanese version of Pokemon, though, did include some suggestive content. Ooh la la, wooga ah hooga. I'm so sorry. These were of course cut in the 4Kids version, like James from Team Rocket enters a beauty contest where he wears inflatable breasts. Hey James, what's good? How you been though? Another instance where a kid asked Misty if he could get breastfed, but in the 4Kids version got replaced with the kid accusing them for being a Pokemon.
You people or Pokemon?
Not only was this kinda fair for 4Kids to censor since it might be too explicit, but it's also because Misty is literally 10 years old. Listen, I'ma have to give 4Kids this one. Kinda fair to censor. There was also other stuff that was pretty fair, like the racial stereotype of the Pokemon Jinx, and changed it from black to purple.
Yeah, which is crazy because like Jinx is, well, there's a couple of things Jinx is based off of. I think one of them is like Kabuki. One of them was like I think it's called the Yushiona. But yeah, because of the fact that like if Pokemon had never gone international, Jinx would probably still look the way it does. But because Pokemon came to the Americas, Jinx's design had to change to what it is now. Although, to be honest, Jinx is probably one of the least popular Pokemon ever. Like I don't think I've ever seen a single person who's into Pokemon who's like, yeah, Jinx is my favorite Pokemon, or that they even like Jinx. Like, you might use it in Generation 1 because it is good. Like, it is actually a pretty strong Pokemon, but you're not using it because you like it. You're using it because it's got a great typing, great abilities and shit.
Not see an issue with that at all, since it is a Pokemon and not really a human. Now, it says like I'm on 4Kids' side, but that's because I am, at least in this instance of censoring. But the Americanization is kinda silly to censor. Another anime, and probably my favorite in this list, is Sonic X. Sonic X was a big part
This one I also never saw, so
my childhood. And like the people that grew up with it, definitely grew up with the 4Kids version. Unless you're Japanese, then konnichiwa, what's up? Well, actually, in the 4Kids version, that gunshot would have sounded like a laser sound. Yes, every gun sound is replaced with laser sounds in Sonic X, which looks goofy because the guns looks completely normal. I don't know what's going on with the inconsistency with the One Piece with this horrible contraption and then having an actual gun here, but that's 4Kids for you. Other censorships done is like the violence, alcohol is censored with some fresh orange juice. Sometimes a wine bottle is replaced with a whole ass salami. Instead of recoloring it, they really sat down and spent
that's hilarious.
I'm making this nice salami. I cannot do anything but respect it. They also removed all possible text written everywhere, so every sign, every label, every billboard is literally just nothing. The most likely reason is to make it more international friendly, since this is shown outside the US as well. What's not friendly is they edited Rouge the Bat to not show cleavage.
Booba.
No! And other scenes that were deemed suggestive. Like when Rouge the Bat got handcuffed by a police lady, her response is, "So you like to play rough, huh?" Well, Rouge the Bat likes to play rough, you feel me? Okay.
Giggity.
I gotta stop flirting with every fictional character. But that got changed to,
You know, you're pretty tough for an old lady.
which doesn't really make sense, since the police lady is not even old. Stuff like damn or damn it is also gone. One instance, on the Japanese version, Sonic says shit, and that obviously got changed in the 4Kids version.
Cream, hang on.
Another scene that I also, in my opinion, seemed very fair to change is when the whole gang was playing baseball against Eggman and his robots, and when it was Cream's turn to play, she turned on her puppy eyes and saying she's never played before, which overwhelms the robot with wholesomeness.
I've never played before.
In the original Japanese version, Cream the Bat flirts with this robot and confesses her love to it. The problem here is, Cream is 6 years old, and I've seen
okay.
people defend it saying, oh, well, the robot is probably like a week old or something, right? That's not the point. Point is the idea of a 6-year-old trying to be flirtatious. Okay? So in my opinion, that was probably a good call for 4Kids to do. And the most controversial change yet is Maria Robotnik does not die. For those who don't know Sonic lore, originally Shadow the Hedgehog and
Yeah, I know nothing of Sonic lore. I never really I think I played Sonic once or twice at like a friend's house who had a Sega system, but I never really owned a Sega system, so I was vastly unfamiliar with Sonic.
Maria escapes from gun soldiers, which in simple terms is the military, where Maria Robotnik gets brutally murdered by a gun soldier, and before it was too late, Shadow was sent to Earth. Truly an emotional moment, completely deleted from history in the 4Kids version. Because in that version, she gets taken.
And yes, I remember Kids WB is actually the Saturday morning cartoons I used to watch every morning when I was growing up.
Away or captured, and completely cutting the scene where she gets shot, along with some other deaths that happens on Sonic X as well, like the character Cosmo, where she originally sacrificed
The same thing happened in the Yu-Gi-Oh anime.
herself to save the universe, but edited all the parts out referencing any form of death. Another video game character that got an anime adaptation that also got acquired by 4Kids was Kirby Right Back at Ya. Yeah, Kirby had an anime. I did not know this, but anyway.
Yeah, today I learned.
I think you know the song and dance when it comes to 4Kids. Weapons, alcohol, and violence gone. So a scene, for example, with Kirby that held a submachine gun got completely cut, and a scene where DDD's chainsaw became a Star Wars laser.
Yeah, 4Kids did a lot of this, of turning blades into like quote-unquote energy blades. Again, how long is this? Yeah. There's probably going to be a nice chunk at the end where they have like some Yu-Gi-Oh stuff.
Weapon. I guess from what it looks like in the pattern, that laser sounds and laser weapons is in the green light when it comes to 4Kids. Alcohol is removed and bars in the show is replaced with food stamps. And when it comes to the violence part, it was not only physical violence that was censored, but also things like electrocution. There was also even some suggestive content where an episode about Ota Kings, which is basically a play on word for otaku. And if you don't know what an otaku is like a person that's obsessed with anime. And these Ota Kings are really obsessed with this girl called Tiff, which is a curb. Is that what they call them? Nah, I'm gonna keep it a buck, man. I don't know anything about curb. But basically, they create like a highly sexualized anime version of Tiff. And, wait. This falls onto a pattern. Let me Google how old Tiff is.
God damn it.
Yeah, 4Kids, you did the right thing here. These Ota Kings need to take a seat, man. The deaths in Kirby was definitely held different compared to the rest.
Yeah, death was definitely pretty much in any 4Kids anime. Or in any anime 4Kids touched, death was heavily censored. Even in, I think, was it 4Kids who did, it was either 4Kids or like an early Funimation dub of Dragon Ball Z, where like, in Dragon Ball Z, characters didn't die, they went to another dimension. Like, literally just, nobody dies in Americanized anime. They get captured, they get sent to another dimension, they fall into a coma. Everything but dying. Sent to the Shadow Realm. Like, some of these motherfuckers didn't get sent to the Shadow Realm. They just straight up died in the original.
Of the 4Kid shows. Because they actually kept some deaths. And sometimes they made them worse. A snowman called Chili in an episode actually died. And in the original Japanese version, when throwing Chili into the sea, Tiff said she was sure he can be revived in a northern country where it snows. While in the 4Kids version, they actually completely cut that part out.
So he's just gone. Okay, god damn, that's dark.
Just dead silence. With Tiff just saying a sad farewell. Another instance of altering the story, 4Kids chose to give characters more quote-unquote personality by giving them accents. So King DDD got...
Yeah, Joey Wheeler's Brooklyn accent. Honestly, I kind of like that one. Like, as a New Yorker, like, I think it's one of the kind of things that made me like Joey Wheeler a little bit more, is that he had an accent from where I was from. And, you know, sometimes they did a good job kind of matching accents and personalities to a character.
A southern accent.
Then why don't you predict what's gonna happen when I push this here button?
Meta Knight has a Mexican accent.
Don't you order another one of your monsters?
And Blade Knight speak complete gibberish. I guess to make it more silly for the kids and match that Saturday morning cartoon vibe they were going for. That was one particular censorship they did though I find probably the most stupidest. That's when DDD was burning anti-DDD books in one episode. And 4Kids chose to censor that because I assume of the sensitive historical imagery of book burning. Dude, it's a book about a cartoon villain. Okay, I want to save the best one for last.
Here we go.
4Kids truly went all the way and rewrote the entire laws of physics, lore, everything as we know it to make it Gaga friendly. Okay, not Gaga.
Yeah. This is the one where they really did where they really went like full ham on just taking creative license.
But like Google Gaga. Sorry. Yu-Gi-Oh! Got completely pooped on by 4Kids. Okay guys, say it with me. Weapons, alcohol, violence. Moments like when the antagonist of Yu-Gi-Oh! Pegasus, at least in this arc, took his men and broke into someone's office.
Yes, the infamous finger guns.
Where they were originally holding revolvers, but that got completely stripped away, and in the 4Kids version, they are just
aggressively pointing.
Aggressively finger pointing. Kinda similar to what we saw in One Piece, but here it just looks more stupid. Or another scene where a dude called Bandit Keith lost a duel and got so mad he pulls a gun on...
Leave it to the American character to pull a fucking gun. Leave it to the American character to pull a gun.
But as you can imagine, the 4Kids version, he literally just points at his head. What particular change that made this 4Kids version so different is the creation of the Shadow.
Also, in the original English dub, for whatever reason, the duel... I only learned this like 10 years ago, which is like 10 years after I had originally seen the anime. The duel between Yugi and Weevil was actually 2 episodes long, but for whatever reason, when it aired on Kids WB, they just like condensed it into 1 episode, which fuck if I know why they did that.
And what that is based.
No, I think I do know. Probably because they had to like lose one more episode to fit it into the amount of time slots they had, so they just smushed 2 episodes together.
Basically is a replacement for death in the original. So whenever in Yu-Gi-Oh they played the shadow games,
This duel's now a shadow game.
and somebody loses, the loser dies. But 4Kids thought that was too much for the babies, so they created an entire dimension called the Shadow Realm. So instead of someone dying, they were sent to the Shadow Realm, which is a dimension of eternal torment for all eternity. I think I'd rather be dead instead of suffering forever. They kind of used the Shadow Realm for every kind of possible death that could happen. Like when the main character Yugi was having a battle with Arcana, got shackled to a wall.
Yeah, those were just regular saw blades, and he was just going to get his legs cut off and bleed out
with buzz saws.
Yeah. See, in the original, they were just saw blades
Towards them, where the loser gets their feet cut off. That does sound pretty brutal, and so did 4Kids. So they changed it to dark energy discs that transports you to the Shadow Realm when touched. It was kind of 4Kids' scapegoat to avoid death. Even the Yu-Gi-Oh cards got censored, with the most famous card in the entire game, Monster Reborn, got completely replaced with some sword-looking thing, which...
Although I will admit, whoever came up with this cooked. Like, they tell like, yo, we need a new artwork for this Unk card. It brings back monsters from the deck, from the grave. Just make it look kind of cool and heavenly. And whoever fucking like picked up pen and put it to paper, cooked. Like, bro, this shit looks cool as hell. I have both arts because I have the Lost art with the Unk. I have a couple of them, and then I have like obviously like an ass load of Monster Reborn regulars, and I think they both look like a cool design. But that was the one time where I can honestly say like something really positive came out of a card being censored.
It was kind of 4Kids' scapegoat to avoid death. Even
oh, speaking of which, I don't know if he's going to mention it, but in the Waking the Dragons arc, which was a non-canonical arc, there was a character who was it was the one guy who was had a hate boner for Seto Kaiba because Kaiba's father, when he owned Kaiba Corp, sold weapons to like both sides in a conflict in his home country. And in the English dub, his brother was captured by the other side, but in the original dub, his brother was killed.
The Yu-Gi-Oh cards got censored, with the most famous card in the entire game, Monster Reborn, got completely replaced with some sword-looking thing, which honestly looks kind of cooler in a way. But they did that because they thought it looked too much like a cross. This is an Ankh. This is not religious at all, and is like an ancient Egyptian symbol. Even the littlest sign is considered too religious, I guess. So just...
Yeah, also... Well, that's a nice place to pause. The tombstones in Call of the Haunted had the crosses removed because they didn't want to like offend people in the West. But luckily, they also printed a Lost art of Call of the Haunted with the original artwork, and yes, I have that too. One of the things I tend to collect when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh cards is Lost art, which is when they release an English version of the card with the original artwork. Specifically for cards I like Call of the Haunted is and was a staple of my play for basically as long as I was able to get my hands on the card because it's a good card. The whole Red Eyes line just looks badass. Like, Blue Eyes has sort of a serene beauty to it, but Red Eyes just looks powerful and aggressive and just super badass. I always loved the aesthetic of the Red Eyes line. Even like OG Red Eyes Black Dragon just looks cool as hell. Like again, artist cooked. Like whoever, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure Kazuki Takahashi drew the original Red Eyes, but whoever did the the LOB artwork for that specifically, cooked.
Content was censored, of course.
Yeah, they took away Dark Magician Girl's cleavage.
With even the
I'm still waiting for Lost Arts of the Harpy Lady card so I can build my full Harpy Lady deck.
monster having to have full body jumpsuits to cover them up, since 4Kids thought they were too revealing. Hey, that's very halal of 4Kids, if you ask me. Pegasus as well, instead of drinking wine, he loves fruit juice.
And the world's finest fruit juice.
How nice. 4Kids did.
I wonder what the world's finest fruit juice would taste like. It's gotta be pretty, because I mean, fruit juice is pretty damn slamming. But like the world's finest fruit juice, that's gotta be really good.
All of this censoring to make sure to keep that TVY7 rating, which means making sure it's for 7 or older, so they can put these animes in a Saturday morning cartoon time slot. And this was,
and that's where I watched them, on Saturday mornings. Oh, hold on 1 second.
in broadcast television as well, which is way more harsher when it comes to FCC guidelines. So guys, let's cut 4Kids some slack, man. And without 4Kids, we wouldn't be interested.
Yeah. You know, look, as much as 4Kids did butcher a lot of the anime we love, it is because we got the butchered version that anime gained a foothold in America. So, you know, you do have to kind of give some thanks to 4Kids for essentially opening the door to have anime in America. So, you know, you got to take the good with the bad. You know, if we hadn't had gotten these butchered versions, anime might not be as popular in America, and we wouldn't be able to have as great access to the uncut versions of anime that we do now.
Due to any of these incredibly influential media, so we gotta thank 4Kids for that as well. If you want to see more censorship content, click on the video on the screen right now about religious elements in video games. The audio in that video is a little ass, but turn the audio down, it should be okay. Alright, bye bye.
Part of it is called Black English or Ebonics.
Okay, yeah, let's watch this. Like I said, we're not doing any gaming tonight because I am still torn over exactly what I want to play in the first place. And I'm still kind of a little, that's why I started a little late today. I'm still kind of a little burnt out from yesterday and the day before. So we will do a couple more reacts, and I'll try to get my ass in gear tomorrow when I wake up. And yeah, exactly. You know, it introduced a lot of Americans to Japanese culture and the Japanese world. So I'm gonna try to figure out what I want to play tomorrow before I come to work and do my stream. And I'll finally lock in and commit to something tomorrow. But tonight we're just gonna do a couple more reacts because, well, might as well. Black activists demand California schools teach hood speak by Actual Justice Warrior. Let's get it.
Part of it is called Black English or Ebonics. And now activists in California are demanding that public schools teach Black English to students. Black English includes phrases like
You can't be fucking serious. Like, I know they are, but oh, you can't be fucking serious. Oh, I hate California. California proposes teaching Black English. Let's take a look at some of the vocabulary that they want to include in the curriculum. Finna, as in I'm finna go to the store. Finna, short for fitting to, meaning I'm getting ready to. Lit, a popular, what's the word? Adjective? This is lit. Bet, essentially like saying yes. Ain't's old enough that pretty much everyone knows what the fuck ain't is. Dis, an abbreviated version of this. Yes, they abbreviated a singular syllable word. Bussin'. Translation, tasty. This salad is bussin'. Oh my god, I can't believe this shit.
Food be bussin' and nah fam we Gucci.
So that Newsmax.
No! Wait. Oh my god. There is nothing I love more than seeing these fucking corny ass straight laced white people trying to say hood speak. Because it just sounds so unnatural. Alright man, you have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by. Alright, so let's hear this again.
Part of it is called Black English or Ebonics, and now activists in California are demanding that public schools teach Black English to students. Black English includes phrases like "dis food be bussin" and "nah fam we Gucci."
So that news.
Oh, I can't wait to see my mom later this week. I'm going to show her this video.
Max host reading off of black slang at the start of this segment in that dry, almost sarcastic voice, worth the price of admission for this particular story. And
yes, oh, that was so worth the price of admission.
We all would like to have a laugh at the state of California trying to standardize Black English in the education system. It is very important for you guys to understand that this is actually incredibly damaging, specifically to Black kids in said education system, because there's all this conversation, all these different activists and academics coming out in the public and telling us that actually Black English is just as valid as standard American English, if not more valid. And if you think it lacks sophistication because it's incomprehensible to a normal functioning person, you're just wrong, because it's more sophisticated than standard American English, and therefore we should definitely treat this dialect with the respect that it deserves. We should teach it in our schools, because not doing so would be racist, and you don't want to be an evil white racist, so shut up with your evil white racism. And essentially, this is the boiled down pitch that has been brought forward in the state of California that they're actually going to bite on. But unfortunately for these individuals who just want to pander to Black people, doing this will harm Black people the most, and this is exactly what we're going to talk about today. But before we do, I'm finna to be outraged over those of you who are not subscribing via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Oh, give me
the money. Give me the money.
Okay?
You see, a lot of haters got a lot of things to say about me and my race and how I ran it, but if I come and talk about her, y'all gonna have a problem over and over and over.
They usually coming out of y'all's think tank.
All right, so Jasmine Crockett did not always speak like that. She actually attended the St. Louis Country Day School, which is one of the most elite prep schools in the Midwest. It cost over $30,000 a year, but somewhere along the line, after she got elected, she started speaking differently. Now meet the Jasmine Crockett that first ran for Congress.
First of all, it's good to see you in the new year. You know, no one could have told me that when I went down to Austin, now it looks like a little bit over a year ago, that I would be running for Congress. It's just not what my plan was.
So the Newsmax segment brings up Jasmine Crockett and shows the compare and contrast of her talking when she was a member of the Texas State House versus somebody who's actually running for Congress and is now in Congress. And yeah, it is night and day in the way that she spoke before, somebody educated as an attorney, somebody who went to a prestigious school, versus how she talks now that she's trying to pander to black people as a representative in Congress. And again, I use the word pandering because that is exactly what it is. This was not Jasmine Crockett's normal cadence. This was not her normal speaking voice. And the fact that she has dumbed down her language to this level while she's a member of Congress, while she's on TV, actually shows you what she thinks of black people that are in her district. And by the way, Democrats are well known for this. Studies have repeatedly shown that Democrats will dumb down their language for minority audiences while speaking more sophisticated in front of white audiences, but by contrast, Republicans
That's racist.
Do not change their speech nearly as much and definitely don't dumb it down based on what they think of the audience. Again, it is the soft bigotry of no expectations. And again, I say pandering because it is pandering. And also, I have to combat the narrative that is put forward by many black activists that black people talking in two different ways is somehow a superpower. They refer to it as code switching. And if you ever see one of these academics refer to code switching, they really genuinely believe this is like one of the most magical things that you can possibly do, when in reality everybody to a certain extent changes their speaking patterns when they're in casual conversation versus in professional conversation.
Yeah, that's not exclusive to you guys. Like, even I have different ways of speaking. I don't speak to, my superiors at work in the same way I speak to my buddies. You have a different, I wouldn't speak to my best friend in the same way I would speak to a police officer, because you have different modes of how you interact with people. How you interact with people in a formal setting or in a more like business-like setting, you adjust your speak. If you're speaking with someone in a more casual setting, you adjust your tone.
But for whatever reason, when black people do it, it becomes a superpower. It's like, wow, there's...
That could be a catchphrase on its own. When black people do it, it becomes a superpower.
Speaking two languages. One of them is the English language. The other one is this bastardized form of the English language. Doesn't that make them special? Aren't they just meeting you where they're at? Don't say that they're pandering, even though they are absolutely 100% pandering. But again, it's one thing to make fun of this language. It's one thing to mock people like this guy that I found who made a video that has nearly 2 million views talking about how it's actually more sophisticated than standard English.
Here's a really spicy claim. Black English, the language variety indigenous to the United States, developed by black people who are the descendants of formerly enslaved Africans. That's more complex and more sophisticated than the academic English that we all learned in the classroom.
Let me give you an example.
Sure, buddy.
Example of that sophistication.
Word. Oh yeah, man. It's good shit, homie. Word. You know what I mean? That reading shit. You know what I mean?
He did not just do a Boondocks clip.
It's hard, son. Word, you know what I mean? Word, you know what I mean? Especially when the books be, you know what I mean? Real thick and heavy, like, you know what I mean? Word, you know what I mean?
But I want to set all that aside for a moment, because the fact is that this pandering has...
You know what I mean?
Consequences, and essentially what these so-called linguistic experts are doing is they're taking some things that are true, garbling them together, and trying to use that to make the case that somehow we should all convert our education system to an English system that, by the way, in part is designed to be incomprehensible to the general population. In fact, one of the top comments on this ridiculous, weak pandering video to Black English is, oh, well, just as soon as you guys figure out what we're saying, we switch it up so you don't know what we're saying, which might sound like it's cool or it's edgy or something of the sort, but the fact is that makes it more difficult to communicate, more difficult to read, which we will touch on in just a little bit. But I want to get into this true part, this part that people are trying to overemphasize and trying to maintain somehow supersedes all logic that I will present later. And as an example of that, I'm going to give you something from the Spanish language, specifically from Puerto Rico, so you can understand understand my point. So in the 1980s, Pope
And
John...
yeah, that's one thing. Especially when it comes to like, because obviously Spanish originates from the European country of Spain, hence why it's called Spanish. Fucking duh. But the Spanish dialect spoken by people of Puerto Rican heritage is slightly different than the Spanish dialect spoken by people of Mexican heritage or Dominican heritage. Obviously, most of the words are the same, but certain words are used in certain ways in different communities.
Paul actually visited the island of Puerto Rico, and while he was there, he sampled a platter of cheese, and among the cheeses that he sampled was, in fact, cheddar cheese. And cheddar cheese, from that point on, because John Paul liked it, was referred to on the island of Puerto Rico, and still is to this day, as queso de papa, the Pope's cheese, if you will. Now, of course, this is only a...
So that's where it came from. My grandmother used to give me a it comes in, if you go to the supermarket, you'll see it. There's it's like a half circle block of cheddar cheese, and it'll be called queso de papa. And so I always wondered why it was Dad's cheese. Like, whose father liked this cheese so much? Apparently it was the fucking Pope.
Puerto Rico thing. This is not something that is common in the Spanish language worldwide, and oftentimes when you're referring to queso de papa in other Spanish-speaking countries, what you'll get is a potato-based vegan cheese that does not have any dairy. So while
potato, yeah.
In the context of being in Puerto Rico or ordering off a menu at a Puerto Rican restaurant, queso de papa means cheddar cheese, the cheese of the Pope. In reality, if you were to teach that in a school, it would be wrong in 90% of the Spanish-speaking world. Nobody would know what you're talking about. A similar thing happens with oranges. Now, the Spanish word for orange is naranja or naranja de fruta. Again, excuse my Spanish accent. I don't speak Spanish, but that is regardless of the point. But in Puerto Rico, oranges are referred to as chinas. And the reason for this is because in Puerto Rico, they had native...
That is true. No, that as someone who, like, my family is Puerto Rican, so I've 100% heard oranges referred to as chinas.
Oranges that were sour.
I didn't even know that was a Puerto Rican thing. I just thought that was a Spanish thing.
And Europeans actually imported this.
Again, I don't speak Spanish. I know a handful of words, but I can't carry on a conversation, and I can barely string together a handful of sentences.
Sweet oranges, the ones that are more common in the United States of America, but they were imported from the nation of China. So these were referred to as China oranges on, again, the label that came into the island of Puerto Rico. So for short, they're referred to as chinas. Now, of course, China means China. That's what it actually means in Spanish versus English. And again, much like the other example with queso de papa, this works and functions perfectly fine on the island in Puerto Rico. It works and functions perfectly fine with Puerto Ricans on the mainland and anywhere in the world, but if you were to try to teach this in school, it would be wrong in 95% of countries that speak the language of Spanish. Now look, I gave those basic examples in the Spanish language so you could understand how both language does evolve naturally, as is being stated by the activists that are putting this forward. However, when you're trying to teach somebody, when they're trying to learn something standard, it's important to understand that you want to pivot or default to the most common usage of said language. And again, it goes much further than the examples that I gave in the Spanish language, and the same is true in the English language. And you have these activists arguing back and forth about validity, and you have them arguing with emotionality rather than actually addressing the core of the issue, which is that black students are falling behind significantly in terms of reading scores, in terms of math scores, and this is due in part to the fact that the black dialogue, the supposedly just as valid dialogue is not functionally just as valid as standard English in the real world. Because guess what? When you grow up, when you go to university, let's say you want to be an engineer and you end up getting yourself a copy of an engineering book while you're in university, what do you think is going to be written in that engineering book? Do you think it's going to be written in Ebonics? Do you think it's going to be written in African American vernacular English? No, absolutely not. It's going to be written in standard English, because not only are Americans learning standard American English, but other people who plan on coming to the United States of America or doing business with Americans are also learning that around the world. And while there's a strong
it's what you call standard
of people in India that are learning the British English, which again is very functional in business, there's also a huge contingent of those people that are learning American English. The same is true with people learning English in the nation of China. So you're going to have all these different people who are not from the United States learning a more standard, more common version of the English language than black people who are citizens, natural born in this nation, and go back generations. And we're supposed to pretend like that is an acceptable consequence, even though, again, when we look at the data, we see that this creates huge problems within that community. And in fact, doing the opposite of what California is advocating for, like they did in Mississippi, which, by the way, has the largest black population of any state by percentage in this entire union, actually improves results dramatically. We talk about the Mississippi Miracle, about how on their 4th grade reading scores, they jumped from nearly last to around 10th in the entire country. But in addition to that leap overall, I believe it was actually from 49th to 9th in the nation on the NAEP scores. Black students in the state of Mississippi score better than almost any other black students across the nation.
In 2013, we were 49th in America in reading, and now we're number 9, which is crazy. 4th grade African American students are number 3 in math and reading, and then Hispanic students, 4th grade, are number 1 in math and number 2 in reading. I mean, that's amazing.
And yes, that includes California, and the way that they do that is they went back to an old school phonics-based curriculum, not any of these curriculums that panders to the black population. And again, this is despite the fact that around 40% of Mississippi is black, so they have a huge black student population. This pandering does not work. It doesn't work in K through 12, and it sets up black people for failure going forward. But of course, the activists have the complete opposite take, because this is about pride for them and about validating their poor speech in terms of the English language over anything else.
Before I continue, I just want to add that I'm working on a book right now about how Black English has shaped all of American English, but its impact is in many ways invisible or even actively erased.
English is a little bit more convenient for me, so it would be great if you could speak English, but I know you can't, so...
Oh, for real? Oh, for real? What up, dog? What up, dog? What up, dog? You from the States? You from the States? God damn!
Again, listen to how they talk about it in this New York Post article, and the organization behind this...
See what I mean?
The way is Black Californians United for Early Care and Education. The movement seeks to address how language bias shows up in early learning spaces and how it can be dismantled. I don't want my son to walk in any room and feel like his voice is not valued or his perspective can't be heard because he's not saying it one way or the other. The co-founder of Black ECE, Ashley Williams, told PBS. And again, we have embarrassing images in this New York Post article of how this is to be taught, and it's absolutely ridiculous. And this comes from the website of that organization, and I need you guys to understand that this obviously is going to be damaging to black people, yet they're going to do it anyway and call it virtuous. And again, what happened to an American culture that would look upon this and honestly be disrespectful a little bit, because sometimes that is needed. One of my favorite scenes from the movie Airplane is the I Can Speak Jive scene, because it exactly exemplifies how black people have deviated so much from standard English that it's incomprehensible to anyone who's not an expert who didn't study this in university.
Cuddy say can't hang.
Oh, stewardess, I speak jive.
Oh, good.
He said that he's in great pain and he wants to know if you can help him.
All right, would you tell him to just relax and I'll be back as soon as I can with some medicine.
Just hang loose, blood. She's gonna catch up on the rebound on the med side.
What it is, Big Mama? My mama raised no dummies. I duck a rap.
Cut me some slack, Jack.
How did we go from a culture that does that pokes lighthearted fun at differences between groups in the United States of America to trying to standardize hood speak at the preschool level so that we can set black kids up for failure. Because again, I will remind you that 99.9% of the books ever written in English, 99.9% of the textbooks ever written in English are not written in Ebonics. They're not written in jive. They're not written in ghetto speak, hood speak, African American vernacular English, whatever you want to call it. So you are disadvantaging your own children. And again, this is even with me acknowledging that within your community, you might have different words for certain things, regional variations and all of that, but it's important to actually have a standard. There's a reason for it. There's a function for it. And yeah, you can't.
Yeah, like in New York, right? In New York in the winter, you come inside from outside America, man, it's brick out there. That means it's really fucking cold. That's a New York regional dialect thing. If you're from New York City and someone says, man, it's brick, you immediately know what the fuck they mean. That doesn't mean that shit should be taught in every fucking school across America or even across the state. That's like a New York City thing. I don't know if the people upstate know that.
About how the reading scores are terrible, how the SAT is culturally biased, and all this other nonsense that's put forward to explain the achievement gap in this nation, while simultaneously arguing for policies that widen that achievement gap, especially when we have examples like the state of Mississippi where they don't pander in this way. They teach a traditional form of English, and black students are excelling in that particular program. They're reading at higher levels than almost anywhere in the country. And by the way, this isn't a money issue because Mississippi is among the lowest in terms of per pupil spending, and they outperform the highest, which is in New York City public schools, who spends nearly 4 times the amount on public education. So yeah, there is a way to do this. There are consequences for this bad policy, and pretending that away doesn't help black people. It hurts them significantly, and we ought to be embarrassed that this is a legitimate movement in this nation. Again, all based around the feelings of validating this dialect of English that doesn't need to be validated. Now, that's my opinion on this. I happen to be 100% correct, but if you disagree with me, if you're finna disagree with me, then let me know how you feel down in the comments below. Not mean, down in the comments below. As usual, if you like this video, show by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social medias. You can support me via the support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about the push for Black English and how it's actually devastating for black students. Till next time.
The Pokemon games are all about
Alright. That is going to be it for the night. I am tired. It's almost time for me to go home. So I will see you guys next time. I'll play you some music to play you out. I'll catch you guys on the next stream tomorrow night.